I don't know if you're watching, Jake. Ian says they're not going to use the private chat on StreamYard. They're going to communicate through Slack.
Okay, let me get Slack opened up.
Try to keep that and Twitter open.
Yeah, I don't want too many things running on my computer at any one time. Got to keep the RAM low. RAM. Dodge RAM.
We're live, brother.
Oh, are we live right now?
Yes.
Oh, we're live. What's up, everyone? Moving my green screen up. Are we live for real? For real?
Yeah.
All right. What's happening, everybody? Are you? I'm going to pull up the comments so I can see. I guess we're live. Let's do this. We're going live. Okay. Let me make sure we got everything squared away. Look at the timers. It is a little awkward to do this from a quiet perspective where we don't hear the normal TV banter. Man, I'm checking it out. We look really good on the main channel, and you know, listen, this is a hangout. We're not going to set record pace.
Right.
I'm just going to try to make sure my internet works all night, which will be a challenge. Oh, in and of itself. How we feeling, Steve? What's going on?
I keep saying, okay, all right. I think this is what's going to happen, and then 3 seconds later, I change my mind again. There's so many options, and it's just, sitting at 26, as we've said a million times in the last few weeks, it's so different from sitting at 4 or 8 or 10 or anything like that, because even at 10 last year, we had a pretty good idea of who we were going to have, the pool of guys to choose from that would be available. Now, there's a dozen teams in front of us that each could go 5 different ways. So there's no idea. I have no idea. They could move up. They could sit still. They could trade down. I mean, we could sit here all night and end up without a player, and it's very logical that we could do that. So I don't know what to think. I would like to thank Aaron Rodgers for giving us something fun to talk about all day. That sure was fun.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. I mean, we'll delve into that in a little bit. I want to get some things out of the way. Who is singing right now on the ESPN coverage? Who is that? Any idea? I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't either. Tonight, formalities. I am repping the Party Like It's 1994 shirt that came out. I was a big fan of that when it hit the playoff. What are you rocking tonight? Little Hawaiian?
Got the Hawaiian, the Browns underneath, and of course, just for you, Jake, you can't see them, but I got my cargo shorts on because I know you love cargo shorts.
Listen, as long as you got the white socks and the New Balances.
Oh, yeah.
Which, listen, those are my yard shoes. We bought a new house. Pretty pumped about it. So, those are the yard shoes. Keep them green. What are we drinking tonight?
Right now, just water. I'm pacing myself, but I got some beers in the fridge. So
I got some little thirsty dog on this side here.
Nice. Jeff Lloyd will be happy. I'm moving away from the wine and going with the beer tonight. Draft weekend is a beer weekend.
All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, that's tasty. That is good. I wonder how it is up there. It looks wet. It looks extremely drenched. It sucks because Cleveland worked really hard on this thing, man. It's been cool to track the progress of this development as it has gone along, and they built it so quick too. It looks great. Just kind of stinks for people coming in from all these different areas, and it's just drenched. It's drenched. It rained here all day.
Yeah, I've been saying for a while. I was hoping that they would push it back 2 years like they did with Vegas, so that the city could really show off in a fully open, regular environment, because it's such a great city. It's such a great town, and we've been made fun of for so long. I really wanted them to show off, and I mean, it's still going to be a blast. It's so the city apparently, from people I know that are up there are saying, "Wow, I'm having a ball" and all that kind of stuff. But obviously, 36 and rain or whatever it is not what you would have drawn up if you were choosing.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, it's so weird. It was 80 degrees the other day. It's Ohio. It's just typical Ohio stuff. So, you've lived out west so long though. You don't get to comment anymore. You're too far gone. So let's talk about Aaron Rodgers. Let's have that conversation. So we were talking off air about, where Aaron Rodgers okay, for example, Denver. You know, if Denver were to go get him and give up 9 and maybe their young guy Drew Lock or something, a couple other things. I'm not sure Drew Lock would be of much interest to them, but just another young arm. You know, to me, it's interesting. I guess it is how available has Aaron been this offseason, right, Steve? Because, you know, the 49ers have called. We've heard some people calling, but it's like if they thought Aaron was really available and Denver makes a deal for Teddy Bridgewater, that doesn't make a ton of sense, right? Like, especially unless they think the price is too steep. Could be any number of things, I guess, but it's like, I don't know. We're at the forefront of a situation here where I think the most talented quarterback that I've ever seen is an available piece in a potential trade. So it's like teams like Denver with the roster that can win. There are some other teams, I guess, that you could put in that loop. I mean, the 49ers are obviously in that loop. The Rams were until they went out and got Matt Stafford. I think he mentioned the Raiders, which if the Raiders are really a place that he would be interested to go, make a ton of sense too. A lot of talent there. I guess, A, how surprised were you by it, Steve? And like, B, where do you see some fits?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised as everybody. I mean, it's been contentious up there for a while, but that's just sort of Aaron's personality. You know, he's an alpha, and you know that doesn't play sometimes. But you're winning and you're winning and you're winning. People put up with a lot of that. My guess is this: he went to the 49ers, you know, because he lives there, or he had back channeled somebody and said, "Hey, come get me. I'm not going back." But he, for whatever reason, didn't do it until after they had already moved all those picks to move up to 3. Because had they not given up all that stuff already to move, they have nothing left to give up at this point. I mean, they really can't give anything to Green Bay of value. If they still had all those picks that they had before, then maybe they're talking. But being a California guy, my guess is either he or someone in his camp went to the Niners camp and the Rams camp and all that kind of stuff and said, you know, hey, come get me. And the Packers, of course, are trying everything they can possibly do not to let their Hall of Fame quarterback get out, to try to appease him, to offer him more money and all that other stuff that we've heard that they've done. And it's just now today that deadlines spur action. And, you know, somebody in his camp, probably, I'm guessing his agent, said, hey, let's take advantage of the national stage and really put, you know, Gutenkest on the block and call his bluff and see what happens. So that's my guess as to why it didn't just pop up today. Obviously, this has been boiling for months, but they used this stage to their advantage, which, I mean, you know, why wouldn't they? I can't blame them. Yeah,
no, I'm with you. I definitely think I tweeted out earlier, I didn't even mean to be controversial with that take. Like if Aaron Rodgers is really out there, you have to listen. You have to be. He's
right.
I can't speak for everybody, but he is having played the position for a long time. He's the single most talented human I've ever seen play quarterback. Does that always translate to Super Bowls? No, we know that. But he's the single most talented quarterback I've ever seen. He's an MVP winner. I know he's older, but he's shown zero signs of slowing down. He's operating in a similar offensive structure. All I'm saying is, I love Baker Mayfield. I'm the most vocal Baker Mayfield supporter since as long as I can remember. But I'm not going to fool myself and consider Baker Mayfield on Aaron Rodgers' level. Now, maybe he gets there someday. Maybe he does. I don't know. I'm not sure. But for now, I just see, like, if you think your title window is the next 3 to 5 years, or even right away, like, you making a deal there would make sense to me. I'm not trying to trade away Baker Mayfield, so I'm not doing that. But if the Browns were like, okay, we know we can get one, it's like trading for LeBron, Steve. That's how I view it. It's like, he's that good. You know, Pittsburgh should be calling. All of them should be calling. Everybody that doesn't feel like – and I think Baker's fine. I mean, I think he's good. I think he's proven himself to be headed in the right direction. But if we're sitting here today, we're kidding ourselves if we think that he's on the same level. He's just not. So if they wanted to go all in, I would not be against. I don't expect it's going to happen. But I think any team maybe Tampa Bay shouldn't listen because they got Tom and they're coming off a Super Bowl. But, like, you know, most teams in the NFL are listening or making an offer. They should, because he's that good. He's that gifted. And I don't think it's a controversial take. It does not mean that I think Baker Mayfield is not the guy or not a good quarterback, not a franchise quarterback. I just think this dude is ridiculous. So I would listen. If you didn't have to give up too much, I would listen.
Yeah, sure. And I'm with you. I think that's how I took your take. I'm not saying we should definitely go out and trade for him. I'm just saying, in a vacuum, conceptually speaking, you have a roster that's ready to compete.
Yep.
And as big a Baker Mayfield believer as I am, and I have never wavered in that. I mean, you're looking at the next 3 years. How would you not say we should at least investigate the possibility of Aaron Rodgers? Now what they're asking might be wildly out of control, and the deal might not work from a monetary standpoint and some other stuff, but strictly on the field, I don't think it's a hot take at all. And if he goes to Denver, as is now being reported as almost done, Denver's roster is I just saw somebody, who was it? Oh, somebody on the local Denver radio, Schlereth, said, reported that Schlereth is saying it's as close to done as you can get. I think that's what I saw. I don't have it in front of me. I lost the tweet. But Denver's roster, I think overall we probably have a stronger roster than them, but their roster is there. And if you add a talent like Rodgers to that roster, they're going to be a problem, especially if Vaughn comes back healthy. That's the key. If Vaughn comes back and is Vaughn, or 90% of Vaughn or something like that, that team's going to be a problem in the AFC with Aaron Rodgers, assuming that's what happens.
Wow. I mean, him in Denver with a lot of the young talent that they have, and
right,
they get back Cortland Sutton,
Judy.
Boy, Jerry Judy's phenomenal. I mean, he separates really. He's got a drop problem, but you get open, you can figure that out over time. That would be crazy, and it would just add to the minefield of AFC North quarterbacks. Lamar and Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes and where we think Baker's going, and then you bring Aaron Rodgers over to the AFC. It's like, this is crazy, man. It would be pretty wild. Let's talk. Where are we at? We got how much? We got 11 minutes until the draft. Let's talk about the Browns' top 50 board, kind of where we have them heading into this thing. We will throw up a graphic here in just a moment to paint a picture for you. We'll also talk about the depth chart and look at some positions. We'll start with the top 50 board. Where? Let me ask you this, Steve. I'll give you my answer too. Looking at guys kind of at the upper end, we might not get them, but it's also kind of in the realm of possibility that they might get to 10, 13, 14, 15. Which guys maybe you haven't talked about a ton, or ones that are you interested in if they were to get really hungry and move up after somebody?
Well, I mean, obviously, either of the top two cornerbacks. Everybody's talked about that for a while. If for whatever reason, maybe it's the Patriots trading up and taking another quarterback that makes them slide. Maybe it's, who knows? Dallas does something silly and doesn't take one of them. For whatever reason, if either of those guys get into range, I think that's definitely on their radar. But somebody that we haven't talked about, and I've seen two separate places in the past day, reputable places, say that there are scenarios where Jalen Waddle gets to 12, 13, 14. I would give up a lot for Jalen Waddle because I think he is an absolute game changer. He is I hate comps because it makes it seem like you're setting a bar for the prospect, and that's just very, very unfair to do to a young man. But if there's as a prospect, if there's a guy you can compare to the guy in Kansas City, it's Jalen Waddle. He does the same type of things, and he gets from 0 to 100 in about a step and a half. His burst is nuts. I would say, actually, you know what? I would throw Devonta Smith in there too. If for whatever reason either of the Bama wide receivers gets within range, I'm willing to give up quite a bit to go up there and then try to find a way to maybe sign Steven Nelson or something else like that, because they have to come out of this with at least one more starting cornerback.
I'm with it. I think we have some guys that we have listed on the board there, some corners of interest, especially JC Horn if he slips. I think when we started doing these a couple months ago, we noticed that he was kind of into the first round 26 range, but once he got his relative athletic score back, we all started to notice that guy's probably going to go pretty high up there. So J.C. Horn would be interesting. You're right. Could they make a move to, say, 19, whether that's Washington or whether that's somebody Washington used to move up that has moved back and is still willing, maybe Detroit, and they're still willing to move back a little bit more? Could you go up and get Greg Newsome? It's interesting, Caleb Farley. What do you think of the Caleb Farley stuff with the COVID negative, positive, negative, and then the injury? Like, do you think there's something more going on with that back than we're led to believe?
No, I don't think there's anything, conspiracy or sinister or anything like that. I think he really did. I mean, especially after everything that's gone on, you don't lie about having COVID. I mean, that's just that, even for the agent that we're talking about, that's a whole new level of slimy to do something like that. But do I think there's a possibility that they're getting bad news about him being drafted on day one and they saw an escape hatch and used it to not have him sitting alone in that room, the last one not drafted in the day one draft room? That's very possible. Yeah. I mean, I can't speak to it, but I think that's far more possible than they made up the story about him having COVID so that he wouldn't have to come to Cleveland for the draft.
I'm with it. It's going to be interesting because Farley, as we have talked about numerous times on this show, is every bit the talent necessary to be a top 12 pick. Just the back is of big issue. So, yeah, let's keep going through our top list. Let's look at some wide receivers if we can here coming up next. We talked about Jalen Waddle. We've talked about DeVonta Smith. We are going to probably get into Rashod Bateman. I want to because Ja'Marr Chase is a top, 7 lock, it feels like. We have him on there. I'm interested in wide receiver 4. Are you more of an Elijah Moore fan or more of a Rashod Bateman fan? Because this is an interesting discussion because one of, if not both of those guys could go tonight. Yes
is the answer. Yes.
If you're up and they're both there, which one would you prefer?
Oh, goodness gracious. Probably Bateman. Not by a lot, though. Well, I know Moore hasn't done enough outside on his own, I think. Not that I don't think he can do it. Just because we haven't seen a guy do it in college doesn't mean he can't. But Bateman has lined up everywhere. But boy, gosh, Moore is, once he gets the ball in his hands, he's also pretty electric. I mean, that would be you and I have laughed about this kind of thing. Put those names in a hat, blindfold me, and I'll pick one. And whatever comes out, I'll be happy, Yeah, either of those guys. And, right just off this list, if our man Lane Adkins is correct, and he usually is, like 5.5 is Terrace Marshall Jr. For this team. Apparently they have done a ton of work on him. And I know there's stuff out there within the last couple of weeks. He's got these new medical concerns and all this kind of stuff. I have been unable to find anything, like nothing except tweets referencing other tweets. The only thing with his health that I've been able to find, he had a foot thing at LSU a couple of years ago. And then in high school, he broke his leg. But those have been out there for a long time. So it can't be that, because this is supposedly new medical stuff that everybody keeps talking about. So if there is, and you and I are certainly not privy to the same level of medical information that NFL teams are, obviously, then, you got to take that into account. But as far as what we know out here, I would put Terrace Marshall Jr. just outside of this range.
He's interesting. Who are some of the guys in that the Browns pass wide receiver today? I know you talked about Terrace Marshall there, but is there anybody else round 2? Are you into Rondale Moore? Are you into Diami Brown if they like those guys day 2? I know we've kind of talked about these guys in mocks before, but just kind of curious if they took one round 2, which guy, because we'll consider the fact that they haven't traded. We don't know if they're going to trade. So if it does get to pick 59, kind of which ones are you most interested in?
Yeah, I think of those 2, I would like Diami Brown, but that's not because I don't like Rondale Moore. It's just because I really like Diami Brown. I also like, in that same range, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who hasn't been talked about a lot in connection with the Browns. I don't know if they've done any work on him. I don't know if they like him, but I like him quite a bit out from USC. That's another guy in the round 2 range, if they went that way, that I would be totally down with. And the legend is here, Mr. Fred Greetham.
Hey.
Fred, where are you? You in Berea? Where are you at right now, my friend?
I'm at the studios of WTAM.
Hey, what's going on there? How's the vibe? How you feeling about tonight?
I think it's kind of exciting, as far as I think that anything can happen, any number of moves they can make. And, the more offensive guys that go, more quarterbacks, the more it helps the Browns play into their hand. I just think Andrew Berry is, he's poised to strike. And as Lane said, I think, anything could happen. I mean, I think they could go get, one of the pieces that will really help this defense. Quarterback or edge rusher, or even the Joker type linebacker. But I have a good feeling that they're going to come out of here, with something good tonight.
Yeah, I think it's so unique, guys, that this is a situation where, going back to 2017, I guess this is probably the most unique we felt since 2016, right? Because 2016, we knew early they were trading out of that spot. Then they traded down again, and it was like, okay, who are they going to end up? Can we wrap our head around it, right? You ended up with Corey Coleman. You had to justify it or you hated it. It seemed like 2017, pretty universal love for Myles Garrett. They end up trading out of that second pick, so you don't really have a player to analyze there. It felt like, I guess what I'm getting at is it pretty much felt preconceived. You got Myles. The next year you get Baker. Pretty much you knew you were going to get a quarterback. You knew you were going to get some kind of second player that was going to be good. It was either Bradley Chubb or Denzel Ward. I don't think many people had Denzel Ward on the radar at that point. I think some people did, but it was kind of surprising that they ended up taking Denzel. So a little bit of that there. 2019, you're in the second round. It's kind of like it's a crapshoot. But this is like you get, at least last year, it meshed perfectly with taking Jedrick and a tackle, so that wasn't very surprising. This year, it feels like, I don't know, this is just my opinion, but it feels more open-ended than I've ever felt it before in terms of they could take like 7 different positions. Maybe it's because they don't have the needs that we're used to seeing them have. Maybe it's because the team's better than they've ever been before, and that some of that is less predictability. But to me, Fred, you tell me, like, I don't know if there's any outcome. I guess linebacker would probably be the biggest shock outcome for me. But there's not a ton of outcomes that would be like jaw-droppingly crazy. I just think it's going to be like, okay, take the guy at the position you want to take, and we'll figure out why you took him, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've already learned to trust Andrew Berry and what he's doing. I mean, the biggest head scratcher this offseason is the timing of the Sheldon Richardson.
Right.
Before the draft, I didn't know really why he needed to do that, but I trust there's a reason, and we'll see that shortly. But yeah, I mean, this is the best roster I've covered since I've been with and it's been a long time that I've been doing this. And so they have a plan and there's some continuity. And I think that makes all the difference in the world. Why now you have, depth pretty much, or you have at least your front line everywhere. Now you have depth. On the offense, they didn't even really make any moves because they return all 11 starters. And not only there, they have all the key backups at almost every position on offense. So it's all on defense. And with a laser focus, that's where they've went. They need depth. They need more corners. They need more defensive linemen, edge rusher. I mean, they've done great with the front line. But so, yeah, they can really plug in. And I think after the draft, they'll fill spots with free agents that are sitting around on the street, kind of like the Malcolm Smiths of last year. So they can do a lot of things, and I think that puts them in a great position. We talked about it. I saw a little earlier, on the air. We had quite a discussion about, do you go all in, give up Baker to get Aaron, or at least make the call to see if you could win the Super Bowl right now, if
Right.
that would do it. But there's so many things I wouldn't be surprised, that could happen tonight.
It is truly an open-ended thing. I know, Fred, you got to run. You got your own thing going on there. We will catch up with you in a little bit. Any surprises, Fred, or do you think it's literally going to go quarterback to start?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is what they're going to do with Justin Fields. Is, it's hard when the 49ers first traded up to get 3. I assumed he was the guy, and I'm like, Mac Jones, really? Or Trey Lane.
Right.
So they're kicking Justin Fields around like he's garbage, and so I think that's where he's going to go. Hopefully he doesn't end up to be going to the Patriots or someplace that could haunt the Browns. But no, I'm kind of just enthralled to see what happens here as it starts unfolding.
All right, Fred. Thanks for joining us, man. We'll catch up with you on the hour, my friend.
Sounds good.
See you, Fred.
All right, so we are going to get going. This thing is kicking off. If you're watching mainstream coverage, if you're watching ESPN, if you're watching NFL Network, whatever you choose, it is kicking off with a whole bunch of different montages here.
Here's an interesting thought. Let me because I just saw somebody put something out, and they're saying that if there is an Aaron Rodgers trade, it's going to be put off until post June 1st because that's
cap.
It's huge. So what they're saying is perhaps Denver will trade down from 9 to gather a bunch of picks for that trade. I wonder if that falls into the type of market inequity that Andrew Berry might try to take advantage of. You know what I mean? Since we know their intentions, that gives up some of their leverage, even though we would be the team moving up in that scenario. I mean, not that they're going to, give up 9 for 26 and a 6. I'm not saying anything like that, but maybe you save one extra pick that way or something like that. And then you're in a spot at 9, at least one of those corners that we talked about is there, probably at least one of those Bama wide receivers, that kind of stuff. I don't know. I have no idea, but it's just something this is part of the fun. And you and I love this kind of stuff, the hypotheticals at this point, because we're minutes away from finding out the answers. And these kinds of things are always fun to talk about, whether they happen or not.
Yeah, I just saw a wide shot of it. It is packed down there on the lakefront. That is really cool, man. Especially considering the weather. It's really neat that people turned out like that. Zach Wilson, who I'm just seeing on the screen, looks like he's still about 12. I mean, maybe. He doesn't look like he has any facial. Same with Mac Jones, who looks like a young guy. But listen, we're gonna have all the covers. We're gonna talk about all these picks. The picks are gonna start coming in soon. Jaguars will be on the clock. The Roger Goodell traditional booze will be happening here momentarily.
I love that.
We're gonna cut to first. Jared Mueller is up there. He's going to be joining us just a moment. He put together one of the best pre-draft graphics I've ever seen. This man is on fire, rocking a blazer. I'm going to show it for you guys right now. Here he comes. Look at this guy. One-man show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the NFL Draft starts tonight here in Cleveland, and the Orange and Brown Report is here for you live. As you can see, the stage is right behind me. Final preparations are going on right now. Obviously, on the field, the big story right now, Adam Schefter reported that Aaron Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. That has been backed up by a number of other reports, including Ian Rappaport, Jay Glazer. Now, whether this is contract negotiations or something else, we will find out. And how does that affect the NFL Draft and your Cleveland Browns? The Orange and Brown Report is here for you all night long. I will be here live on sets. We have our YouTube show going on with Jake Burns, Stephen Thomas, Cody. Barry will be jumping on. There'll be everybody and anybody here for you throughout tonight, the NFL Draft. For the Cleveland Browns, currently scheduled to pick at pick number 26, but it looks like Albert Breer has caught up with our own Lane Atkins that the Browns may be looking to trade up for a cornerback. Could we see Andrew Berry continue his aggressive nature as the 2021 NFL Draft gets off underway here in our backyard in Cleveland, Ohio? We'll find out tonight on that stage behind us what your Cleveland Browns are going to do to build on the success under Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, Baker Mayfield that has continued throughout this offseason with their eyes set on an AFC championship and a Super Bowl appearance. Again, stay tuned to the OBR. Everything on Twitter at the OBR. Go to the OBR.com and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can catch everything live on our YouTube show tonight as well as tomorrow night as we keep you covered with everything Cleveland Browns. And for our subscribers, go to Rumor Central for everything Lane Atkins. Go to ATI, Ask the Insiders, to make sure you get all of your questions answered by our insiders. And as always, please take care of yourself, take care of others, and go Browns.
What a podcast voice. We're going to welcome Jared
Nice.
Mueller in live. Look at this guy, man. Full service opportunity. Steve, give me a 1 out of 10 on that haircut right now. I think he might be lined up at a 10.
I'm just trying to get over how much the blazer and the shirt that he was wearing there looks like the before picture in the prison Mike episode of The Office. That's what it looked like there. So yeah,
You know, it feels good to feel love all day, every day, boys.
We love you, man. How's it going there? What's the vibe in the room?
You know, it's really interesting. It's the Cleveland is in an interesting place. When the weather hit, people still came, right? It was a slow trickle of people. And so here in the media room, it's really this calm before the storm. So even though the draft is kicked off and we know Trevor Lawrence, we're pretty sure we know about Zach Wilson. So everybody's just kind of waiting. Is that Aaron Rodgers trade to Denver going to happen? What's going to happen at 3? Is this Mac Jones thing that really has been the story for a while? Is that just been smoke? Like, that is literally the conversation I've heard around here is this just all smoke and mirrors and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it's just been really interesting around here. And then obviously a lot of Cleveland Browns media fans, those kind of things, who just don't know. And there's a part of them that just don't seem to care, right? They're just excited for a good team good team, returning coach, returning GM, returning quarterback who's good. Like, everything else is like, all right, great. We just trust this is going to go well. This is going to be positive for us. So a lot of positive energy, despite the fact it is cold out there. I was a wet dog most of the day, posting pictures of people not being able to kick a ball or not be able to throw a ball and all that kind of stuff. So just a real interesting vibe. I'm really looking forward to Friday and Saturday. There's a part of me that wants Andrew Berry to trade back so the Browns have like 5 picks on Friday and Cleveland can just show out and go nuts as they own the draft on the second day. Or they trade up, like Steven said, and up to 9 and just get that guy, that JC Horn or whoever, or even Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith. So it's been a lot of fun here besides the rain.
Yeah, besides rain. Are you guys able, I don't know what they're doing COVID-wise, are they allowing you guys to get in an interview room with them and talk to the picks? Can you just like kind of choose which ones you want to trickle back and hear talk? Yep. Like, and also, if the Browns pick 26, have they addressed with you a chance to maybe do something remote if the guy's not there?
We don't have any information right now about remote. That'll be controlled by the team. So we'll get that information as it comes. But of the 13 to 17, I've heard different numbers, players that are actually here in Cleveland, probably it'll take them about 20 to 30 minutes after the pick to get over here. But we will go over and live interview them. So I'll try to get over there as long as it makes sense, something connected to the Browns. You know, I like to ask good questions, those kind of things. So it is really nice that we do have access to the players that are here. It's not Zoom. It'll be actually live, which I think, if I understand right, from a media perspective, might be the first live interviews that have been done since COVID.
Nice. I'm pretty pumped that you're there. I know we've got a couple other people, Brad Stainbrooks on site, and then I think we have Johnny Kinsley there too, kind of doing their thing. And I want to touch base, Jared. We just talked with Fred moments ago. Are you of the belief it's going to be a boring 4-quarterback start, or do you think Atlanta shakes it up? Or listen, I guess it could go a lot of different directions. The biggest shakeup would be, Zach Wilson not going 2. I think 1 and 2 seem locked. You think Justin Fields is one of these first 4, or where does your gut tell you this thing's going early?
From everything I'm hearing here, it will be Atlanta drafting tight end Kyle Pitts. It will be Cincinnati drafting Jamar Chase, and that'll leave the Dolphins in an interesting position. They have had conversations about trading back. So after trading down to 12 and back up to 6, the Dolphins at that point, with Pitts and Chase off the board, could be looking to trade back. To who is a different conversation. And obviously this Aaron Rodgers issue with Denver really opens up the opportunity that Justin Fields or Trey Lance or both are slipping down to 8, 9, 10. And then we start talking about the New England Patriots and perhaps some other teams. And so that creates some intrigue with the draft. And I would not be shocked to see either one of those players available 12, 13, 14, 15. And then some teams have some interesting decisions to make.
Okay, we're going to bring you back in a little bit, Jared. We will check in with you mid-round. If things get crazy, maybe in the first 8 picks or so, and we see something directly related, we'll check in with you, buddy. So be on standby. We'll holler at you.
Absolutely, guys. I'll be listening to you guys while I'm following along with everything else.
Pretty good setup. Good internet connection down there, man.
See if the media, I know they have hand sanitizer. See if they have hair gel out, like for public use.
Oh, I actually brought some. And our old OBR coworker, Hayden Grove, I actually got to bring it back to him after I take care of my stuff. So, listen, I got lined up, but it was wet out there, brothers.
All right, bro. All right,
guys,
Jared. We'll catch you later, man. Listen, that's a lot more quiet than I thought it was going to be there. It's a lot pretty solid internet connection too, so they're doing a nice job of it. Listen, while we're hanging out, this thing looks like they're finally getting a countdown going. We're going to get the Roger Goodell booze here momentarily.
Oh yeah, I got to turn up the sound for this. I don't know why it cracks me up every year, but it does. I don't know.
All right, so there he is. Hey, Joe, there it is.
Jarvis.
That's great. And Bernie back there. Got all the guys, man. So cool for the city, man. You know, this is what I talked about this when we did the mock the other day, right? Where it's like, I don't care if the Browns win 3 or 4 Super Bowls in a row. They're never going to not care about the draft in Cleveland, you know? Right. It's just always going to be great. The boos are probably outside of the
Joe, Bernie, and Jarvis on stage. That is that's pretty cool.
They love Jarvis, man. People can have some conversations about where he is as a member of the future, but they love this guy.
By the way, I think Joe Thomas is, if people missed it, his comment earlier today that Aaron Rodgers was committed to the marriage and the Packers opened a Tinder account and he called him on it. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Look at the Jarvis love. That's cool, man.
Bernie Kosar.
Yeah, that's great. Bernie looks like he's aging like better. Like he's reverse aging all of a sudden. This dude is doing well.
We all agree.
That's
that
awesome.
Over the past season, one thing that we miss the most.
That's pretty awesome.
Was all our fans.
So I want to hear the boos. We got it. Yeah, let's talk about. I want to talk about some of these edge guys while we have a second here, Steve. Okay. Are you okay with? Are you okay with kind of the? I guess like if they get to 26, am I crazy? Is the Peyton Turner thing a reach? Like, if they get there, are you fine with any of Jaylen, Peyton, Joseph, Asai if they get there? Where are you sitting on some of these guys, man?
I mean, obviously, you know, we're going off media boards, and every year they're different in a lot of spots, especially on some guys, and this year even more so. I think I've said this a few times. I think we're going to see many more guys going a lot earlier and a lot later than the media boards have them, just because there's so much information gap out there this year. We have maybe 1/10 of the information that we normally have, and even then we don't have as much information as the teams. So is it a reach? I don't know. I mean, if you go by the media boards, yeah, but he's been climbing up the media boards lately. And if you're sitting at the back end of round 1, my guess is if let's say Turner's in, you know, the late 30s or the 40s or the board or whatever, the perfect scenario would be to find a trade partner in the mid 30s, go down, pick up some extra stuff and get him at value. But if nobody's blowing your doors off with a trade and you think getting him is the best value on the board, then no, it's not a reach. I think Turner is a guy, and I think you're with me on this, that you know, maybe not going to come in and be a 12 sack guy as a rookie, but in the rotation where he would be coming in with, you know, Miles and Malik Jackson and Jadeveon Clowney and Tack McKinley, where he doesn't have to be the guy right away. The learning part, basically learning on the job for him, I think is a perfect scenario for him. And his inside-outside versatility means he'll see a lot more snaps than he might in this kind of rotation. So I would be totally okay with Turner at 26, depending, of course, on the rest of the board. I would say the same thing about Asante Samuel Jr. At 26, of course, depending on the rest of the board. But whatever it is, you know, they're going to make the most plus value move that is there. And Turner's a guy, if he's 35th and you take him on your board and you take him 26th, yeah, technically that's not tremendous value, but it's not like you're picking 8th and you're picking a guy 35th on your board. There's a significant difference between the front half of day 1 and the second half of day 1 as far as value. And in this class in particular, I think 22, 24-ish to about 50 is kind of a pick your favorite flavor. So teams are going to have those guys ranked in any kind of order. So they may well have him 28th, 29th. I mean, we've seen Treon at 25th on a lot of boards. So is that a reach? If he's, I mean, a lot of people have him, media folks have him in the 50s and 60s. So is it a reach if he's on their board at 27? No, it's not. So I think the key is he's a guy that could come in, give immediate impact, and be a long-term piece. And that's exactly the kind of guy I felt like Andrew Berry was talking about in his presser earlier this week.
Well, it's going to be interesting because we talk. There's so many in that 25 to 50 range, right? That even if you could convince yourself that guys like Milton Williams could be an inside-outside type. Even when the Browns signed Malik Jackson, I found interesting was the note of we see him as a guy who can also be a power edge, which to me was a little bit of a giveaway of some three-man front stuff. Like some different looks, especially in some rundown fronts, and I just like the idea of odd fronts mixed in more. I think the particularly interesting thing is Joe Woods mentioning only 16 dime snaps last year, which is crazy to me that they only played that many. It's extremely low volume of snaps in a grouping that is pretty popular. So they definitely want to get to that. And by the way, I should say, I think you guys see it right in front of you. The Jags are on the clock. We are actually rolling in this thing. It is good to go. So we are live with this draft. I think we know who's going to go number one here. Let's have this discussion. We'll have so much time to talk about all these edges, and it'll get cleared up. But are you a believer? Listen. I'll say this, and you could probably agree with me, Steve. It's been so nice not to study quarterbacks like we had to for a while there, and especially a draft with four of them at the top, where you're like constantly arguing over these things. So. Are you a believer that Trevor Lawrence is a generational Andrew Luck type of player?
Player, I don't know. Prospect, I think he's about as clear of a number one as we've had. And there's a difference every year. You and I've had this discussion for years. People say, he didn't turn out to be a great player, so it was a bad pick. No, you make the pick based on the prospect. Okay, you can't judge 3 years later, whether it was now. Obviously, there are exceptions. You wildly reach for something, but in a draft class like this, and the 2018 one, which we just went through, which is very similar to what you said, 4 quarterbacks all at the top, arguing constantly and everything. You take the guy that is the best prospect, and as far as a prospect goes, I think he is clearly the best prospect that has come. Quarterback prospect has come out since Andrew Luck. I really don't think there's any question about that.
I think you're right. I think he's from a toolsy standpoint, like you're saying. I can totally understand. There are some warts there. There are some issues, but just kind of the collective whole package. He's tough to beat. That's why it was pretty nice to see Ohio State put it together one time and beat those guys. We are going to put up an offensive depth chart here in just a moment. We're going to talk about. Let's throw this thing up now. Let's look at the offense, Steve. We're going to talk about some positions that are of particular interest. As you look at it, I've tried to add everybody on this thing. And shout out to our guy, Seth, who does our graphics at Wreck This League on Twitter. One of the best doing it. Pretty fantastic stuff.
Amazing.
Helping us get these set up. Do you see a need in the offensive line? And I think that when we talk about them going and getting somebody, maybe drafting a Kendrick Green like we've talked about, or drafting a Quinn Miners that we've talked about, are we overlooking? Like, I thought Michael Dunn was pretty damn good when he played last year. I thought he was pretty good as an interior player. I thought Nick Harris, if he's just a center, can be okay. And then a lot of people really like Drew Forbes coming back too. And is there like an angle by which this thing that we're maybe looking that offensive line is a little too big of a conversation, that maybe they should be looking to take a young development tackle instead of an interior player? Because Chris Hubbard's not getting any younger. And, we have a little bit of an issue there. Seems the graph has gone away there for a second. But Chris Hubbard's not getting any younger. And it's like, okay, should they look to develop somebody at the tackle position? What do you think?
Well, my stance for all of the draft season until the last week or so when Lane dropped the nuggets on how hard they've been looking at interior line guys was, my stance had been they have already more than enough guys in the house than will make the 53. All those guys you mentioned, you didn't mention some guy named Blake. You didn't mention Alex Taylor, who they really like on the practice squad. They just signed back Sanat. So my take was always they don't have to make a move on the offensive line at all. If they, especially if they believe in the interior offensive line guys that they have in-house, Drew Forbes and other guys that you mentioned. But if they don't, and if they see more value, the other thing that we've talked about is Wyatt Teller's contract is coming up. It's a wild card. We don't know. We think they're going to do everything in their power to keep him around, obviously, especially if he replicates the year that he had this year coming up this fall. But his contract is a question. JAYCEE is north of 30, and either I think it's this year he's up. If it's not this year, it's next year. His contract is up. Joel is, I think, 2 years away, and he'll be 30 at the time when his contract comes up. So no, they could run it back this year as it is. But this is a front office that likes to get out ahead of the curve on a lot of things. And if you want to keep that offensive line, which is one of the best in the NFL, getting a young guy in the pipeline now to learn so that he's ready to take over next year or the year after or what have you might be on the table. And with as much as Lane has said they've done a ton of work on Quinn Miners and some other guys in the interior offensive line, I've sort of changed my thinking in the last couple of weeks because, Lane knows what they're thinking. I just know what I see.
Got a little cooking going on in the background, huh?
Yeah.
It's like that. Listen, these houses aren't our own. We share them with folks. This isn't a big media production, guys. We got shit happening. My wife will be home soon. She's probably going to come in here and just immediately complain about something I didn't do for the day. So just be fully prepared for that happening at some point. Listen, let's take some user questions. I would like you guys to, anything you have in the comments section, throw it up. Any questions you have, things you want answered, things you want talked about. This is going to be a bit of a slow time in these first early picks before we really have some stuff to go in depth and detail on. So feel free to throw up any questions. While I wait on a couple questions, we'll talk about this defensive depth chart. I think the thing that stands out to me, Steve, is the depth in the secondary is not, when you get it in front of you, is a little more jarring than you think it is. They don't have, they have Robert Jackson and A.J. Green, but then you're looking at Brian Allen, who they brought in over the offseason here, and it's a name you're not even familiar with. It's starkly underwhelming in terms of the depth of the whole thing. So, did they reset the clock for Jacksonville? What's happening here? Just announce the pick, folks.
I see pick is in.
Okay, there it goes, finally.
It's been...
Yeah, talk about the secondary depth. I keep saying they need another safety, which I think, especially with Ronnie Harrison going with Drew Rosenhaus today, which was a little bit alarming, right? Always alarming how he deals with Cleveland. But yeah, throw me your opinions. We know corner, all that. Talk to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, safety is a place where I think you'd like to get one, just because of the unknown of A, Ronnie's contract after this year, and B, more pressingly, what's his? I'm totally blanking.
Which one are we talking about?
Grant Delpit. Jeez,
Grant Delpit.
It's right in front of me too. His health, we don't know. But I think if you're looking at corner or safety, which one could you run back as is? I think it's definitely safety. You have to get at least one more corner. You absolutely have to, because even if Greedy Williams comes back healthy, let's say he does, and we don't know, but even if he comes back completely healthy, we don't really know what Greedy is in the NFL yet, because he was dinged up most of his rookie year and didn't really get to show anything. And that was the Freddie Kitchens year where everything was a nightmare anyway. And then he missed all of last year. So in essence, he's still basically halfway through his rookie season as far as games played. So we don't know what he is. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, he comes back healthy and is everything that we think he is. You've got Denzel, you've got Greedy, and Troy Hill. And that's it. There's nobody behind him as far as coverage. You have some guys behind them that are tremendous special teams players, and I appreciate everything they do. I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody, but you just don't want Robert Jackson starting against Chase Claypool in the playoffs. You don't want to do that, if you don't have to. So I think they need two more, but at least one more starting level cornerback. And if we assume that they get one in the draft, there's still opportunities after the draft. I mean, remember, they got Ronnie Harrison the last week of the preseason last year. So that's going to be another area where I think they're going to be looking to add talent there and again at the trade deadline. But if you can come out with two guys at corner at value, you're not reaching for corner, but if two guys that you like at value and you have you think have starting potential, especially in the top 100, fall to you, I would be very, very interested in getting two of those guys in those top 100 picks. And shock of shocks, Trevor Lawrence goes number one.
He is just – I think Trevor Lawrence is one of those guys who you don't think they're quite as big as they are in person. You kind of look at him and he just towers over a lot of people that you don't – you never think he's quite as big as he is. Big dude, a lot taller than sometimes you get like like I remember I was going into cover Browns Chargers and I was just kind of late getting up to the box, and walking past me is Phillip Rivers, and I was just kind of jarred walking through the tunnel how big Phillip Rivers is. Like, that guy was massive. And it's like, these guys are huge. So different tangent. I'm out in left field floating around. But I will update. I did get a nasty text from Kelby, who is watching, about my comment about her complaining about anything that I do. So I take it all back. Now that I know she's watching, it makes me change my entire process here. Yeah, the secondary is a little bit more jarring than I think some of us anticipated. They're showing the Sam Darnold here trade. I was looking at it like, hold on, what trade's going down right now? It's a little more jarring. We'll talk about Trevor Lawrence a little bit more. A guy who was pretty amazing. It looks like Zach Wilson thinks he's getting picked here. Maybe he already got a call. A guy that was amazing from a young age. It was pretty much determined after that Alabama game that he was going to be, in 2 years, the guy. He kept getting a lot of big games. The thing I like, Steven, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, the thing that I like is how many big games the kid has played in. And that matters. It's the threshold for throws. At a young quarterback age, it's always important to have a lot of starts and a lot of throws and a lot of experience. And I think that that's something that he brings to the table. If we look at – let's kind of throw up some of Pro Football Focus's data on Trevor Lawrence. The last 3 years, this is kind of a crazy metric standpoint. 90.7 is 2018 season overall grade, 2019 season 91.1, and then a 91.2 just this last year. Well over the average threshold for pretty much everything. His only thing that was a little lower, which is not normal, not unnormal for kids in college, is the pressure grade. His pressure grade was a 55.1, but well above average for college-level quarterbacks. An easy number one overall pick, which is, it's not at all alarming, and it was expected for a long time. He tested pretty well, too, dating back to his high school days. His spark numbers were really impressive. So do you think Trevor's a good fit for what Urban Meyer is going to do? Do you think that's a good first place for Trevor to land?
Well, I mean, if a guy like Trevor Lawrence being the number one overall pick isn't a fit for what you want to do, then that says more about what you want to do than it does about Trevor Lawrence, And I think one of the things like you were listing off all the things that were impressive about him. One of the things that was impressive to me was he's been the presumptive number one overall pick in the 2021 NFL draft since 2018. He has played. There were people after 2018 saying he should sit out the next 2 years and not risk injury. He has been in this spotlight for basically 3 full seasons, and he hasn't cracked. He hasn't been in trouble, as far as I know, anywhere. He hasn't said anything controversial. He hasn't let the pressure get to his play on the field. He is, that's an unbelievable spotlight fishbowl that a kid has been living in. Really, a kid, 18, 19 years old, and to handle it the way he did and to get to this point, for all intents and purposes, completely unscathed is very, very impressive from a character standpoint. So I think from that level, he's going to be able to handle as much as any rookie can. He's going to be able to handle what the NFL is going to throw at him off the field. On the field, there's going to be a learning curve. There is for everybody. I don't care how much of a stud you are in college. There is a learning curve when you come to the NFL and you're playing against grown men. It's just going to happen. He's not going to be undefeated this year like he has been basically every year of his career. It's just not going to happen. He's going to get hit. He's going to throw massive picks. He's going to get fooled by defenses. He's going to get baited. He's going to get his bell rung. It's going to happen. But I think as far as a guy that has everything you could want from a coaching staff. There's nothing. You look at him and say, well, he's, a little too much this or a little too little that. Nothing. There's nothing that he's done that hasn't been at the top of the game, which is why he's the #1 overall pick and really has been, except for that 1 week. Remember after Urban was hired where everybody said he was going to take his Ohio State guy back in like January? Yeah. That was a fun week, wasn't it? Trying to justify that crap to have something to talk about on Twitter. Other than that, he's been the #1 pick in this draft since 2018.
Did you hear the Schottenheimer story? He's going to be his OC quarterback coach here in
I don't think so. Yeah.
So Trevor was obviously Georgia's top prospect and was billed from a young age. And he went to, I think they call it dog night or something like that in Georgia. Schottenheimer was the OC at the time, and they kind of ignored him in the process. These guys who are big time have already made their name with rivals in 247. They get to go, cut the lines, the registration. They bring him in, they coddle him. He went there that night, and he was not the Jacob Eason player that they thought Jacob Eason was going to be, and didn't give him a scholarship offer that dog night, so he left Athens without an offer, and then they just missed him. Schottenheimer essentially just didn't think he was as good as Eason was. And if you remember Jacob Eason, obviously. Sure. So they ignored him, kind of the treatment they should have been giving him, and so they eventually, I think Mark Richt gets let go, or Mark Richt steps down, or whatever happens. They bring in Kirby Smart. Kirby tries to mend that bridge and get him in and get him in and recruit him in. He had pretty much said, he respects Kirby, but the fate with Georgia was sealed that night. So it was Brian Schottenheimer who was too late, giving him any sort of welcome treatment, making him feel like a big time play, all that stuff those kids are looking for. He didn't do it. Lawrence outperforms Eason and some of the other bigger names that they were paying attention to. Ultimately seals the fate, so Georgia never gets Trevor Lawrence when they could have had him for those 3 years. And now Schottenheimer is ultimately his first offensive coordinator in the NFL. So
right.
Full circle.
Zach Wilson goes too, shockingly enough.
They did take him. One of the younger looking dudes I've ever seen.
Oh, he seriously, he looks like he's getting ready to read the Torah at his bar mitzvah. He does not look like he's good grief, he looks young. Or maybe I'm just freaking old, and maybe that's it. Everybody young, everybody under 30 looks young to me now.
It is refreshing to see somebody live there, isn't it? Kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get it last year. And Trevor's at home for pick 1, and yeah, it's really neat to finally see somebody walk down the stage and shake Adele's hand and all that stuff. He does have a Jimmy Clausen look a little bit. That's a good one. Somebody said
I like
that.
him. I know he became a punching bag for parts of draft Twitter. I understand it, but I like him, and I know you like him too. I do like
too.
Him as a quarterback. I really like him.
Listen. You brought him to my attention before I heard anybody really talking about him, and I think you and I were having conversations where you're like, "Hey, watch some tape." So I watched the tape, and I'm like, this guy's really good, man. I don't know how you can keep him out of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in this draft.
Right.
And it just so works out that he ends up being the number 2 guy. So I think you got a pretty good knack for this whole thing, man. So,
well, thank you. But to be fair, it's, he wasn't that hard to spot. I mean, especially, and part of the thing is, as they're showing here, and it was part of the reason that there are portions of draft Twitter that rose up against him, was his offensive line was pretty amazing for about 95% of this year. He had nobody near him, which obviously, as you know, is a dream, and it makes a quarterback's job a lot easier. But you still have to make those throws. I mean, some of the throws that he made were, especially the out of system throws and the strange angle throws and all that kind of stuff. He's got a lot of stuff to like, and I was on before we went live. Our friend at Play Like a Jet had me on his stuff, and I was talking to him, and the NFL is better when the Browns and the Jets are competitive. So I really hope he's the guy. The Jets being a dumpster fire is not good for the NFL. It's always better when they're at least in the discussion on a regular basis for football reasons, not for doing stupid stuff. So I really hope he's the guy.
Pro Football Focus in their most recent draft guide said a more creative Baker Mayfield is their comparison for Zach Wilson. 6'2", 214. his first 2 years, some injury issues popped up. Grades of 80.5 and 18, 2019, 76.2. Played banged up a lot of 2019,
shoulder,
if I recall,
yeah.
Steve. Yeah. 95.4 grade this past season. Pretty nice metrics. And especially good grades under pressure, 74.1. Some of the highest metrics. Things they like about him, uncoachable off-platform arm talent. We know we all like that sort of stuff to pinpoint every level of the field. Flick release, which we know is synonymous with Aaron Rodgers a little bit. The Houdini in the pocket stuff they give him there, can get himself out of tight quarters under pressure. He is very narrow-shouldered as you see him up there talking right now. He can get out of some stuff. Trust his arm a little too much is a knock on him. Had all day behind one of the best O-lines in the country at BYU last year against mediocre competition. And injuries limited him to the high. He didn't get a ton of efforts against the high level schools on the calendar or on the schedule for BYU. So look, we think Zach Wilson's going to be a good player. We Steve brought him, like I said earlier, Steve brought him to my attention. I believe he's going to be a good player. Hopefully he does not get ruined by the Jets. I do like Robert Saleh. I think that was a good hire.
Yes.
And I think that's actually a decent direction for them for the first time. I'm not sure who's running their offense. Did he bring over one of the 49er guys?
I've had my head down in the Browns so much I don't know, to be honest.
Let me look this up. We got all day. We're on here forever, so we'll do it. Jets. I think he brought over one. Didn't he bring over LaFleur's brother? Michael Flores, who he brought with him. He was the passing game coordinator in San Francisco. So brother of Packers head coach.
I'm just sitting here. I'm looking at the 49ers. I mean, apparently everybody is saying it's not going to happen. I don't know why. I would love to know what all these teams are seeing. Why Justin Fields isn't the pick here. I would love to see it because I think he's about as slam dunk as you can get at this point. I mean, not that Trey Lance isn't a great player, and people like Mac Jones too. But I think personally, I think Fields is ahead of both of them. I think it's comfortable too. That's just my opinion, but it does not look like they're going to go that way. So we'll see. I don't know how you feel about it, but and I should put the caveat on that, like you said at the very top. Thank God we didn't have to study any of these quarterbacks as in depth. So my quarterback evals this year are very superficial, very shallow. So I should throw that on there. I haven't dug into these guys because thank God for 6, we don't have to.
I don't believe Mac Jones to be a better quarterback than Justin Fields. I don't believe Trey Lance to be a better prospect. I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. In the same belief you are, where it's like I don't know what I'm missing. Listen. I also think Mac Jones is getting so much. I think Mac Jones is getting so much hate. Oh man, Daniel LaRusso.
That's a good one.
That's a fantastic comment. I should throw that up on the board.
Definitely.
I think part of me thinks that there's so much hatred for Mac Jones because of being, I don't know, publicly overdrafted, that he is getting underrated in a sense, that people think he's not worthy of any top 10 pick or 15 pick. I think he's a fine quarterback. I think he's fine. I just, I don't think he's better than the 2 guys that are going to be selected in front or behind him. It seems if he gets selected here, I think the consensus is that they do seem to be taking him. I don't know. I haven't seen anything tweeted ahead of time here. I'm trying to kind of pay attention to Twitter simultaneously, and I don't see anything yet. But yeah, I mean, I would draft Justin Fields here, especially for that fun system that they run, and you can help your quarterback ease into the whole thing. But their pick is in pretty quick, so Shanahan must have his guy. I'll pull up some information on Mac from his past year. He sat behind Tua. He sat for a while behind. I'm not sure if he was on the roster the same time.
I think it's going to be Trey Lance.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll have tape up for both of these guys.
I think it should be Fields, but I think it's going to be Trey Lance.
All right. Well, let's see. It was the buzz was Trey Lance was the guy that the front office liked, but John Costco just tipped it off. San Francisco is mining in Fargo, so it is going to be Trey Lance. Trey Lance is the guy for San Francisco. If they were going to be patient with him, mean, a guy who didn't throw many footballs at the college level, you're going to come in. I mean, he's thrown barely over 200 completions at the college level. He's thrown 300 and some change, 311, maybe a few less there. I don't know. I'm not great with numbers. I'm trying to run them quickly there. So you'd put 319 total attempts at the FCS level. You got to be patient with him. I think they're going to keep Jimmy. They better keep Jimmy and let him be patient. So I don't know. I don't have much insight on Trey Lance. He's got traits. Didn't turn the ball over in his singular year. 28 touchdowns, no interceptions. Played one game last year. 15 of 30 for $150 and a couple touchdowns a pick. I didn't study him a ton. I just didn't really have.
It was fun, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Good for him, man. I mean, they better.
And I think we should say
I
too.
would say that. Go ahead.
That just because I think Justin Fields would personally, I would have him ranked ahead of Lance. That does not mean Lance is not worthy of the 3rd overall pick. Those are two separate questions. This isn't, some wild out of left field thing. He's been rumored top 5 forever, so it's not like they're, reaching down and grabbing, Davis Mills or something, not to bang on Davis Mills, but he's in a different tier of quarterbacks. But it's the same thing we always say when people talk to us about the Browns. Oh, you want them to take this guy instead of that guy. That means you hate this other guy. No, they're worthy of the pick. Yes. Best pick for this team. I personally wouldn't think so, but I'm a guy sitting on my couch, with a Hawaiian shirt on. What the hell do I know? Now I will say this: it's been weird. This 4th pick. I'm going to say the same thing about the Falcons as I said about the Giants 3 years ago when they ended up taking Saquon Barkley. You're picking in the top 5 in a quarterback-rich draft. Your starting quarterback is closer to 40 than he is to 30. If you have a gut quarterback at value here, take him. You do not know when you're going to be in this position again, and then you're trying to talk yourself into a quarterback at 12 or 15 or whatever. And we in Cleveland know how that ends up 99.9% of the time. So I know they've been talking about trading down. They've been talking about Pitts, and Pitts is a great player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's not. They've been talking about Sewell. Sewell's a great prospect. Don't get me wrong. But it is rare that you get a chance to draft for a quarterback when you still have your quarterback, if that makes any sense.
It does.
If I was them, I'm 100%, assuming they have Fields or whoever's left ranked at value. Now, if they don't have any of these guys ranked at value, that's a whole different story. But it seems pretty universal that at least one of those guys is still at value here. So I don't know how they don't go do it. But again, that's just me.
I don't necessarily either. I wish I had a better feel for Trey Lance. I guess Atlanta's trying to decide if they think like Kyle Pitts takes them to another level, so they want to make one more run at it. But you're right. It's like if you make another run at it, they're pumped. So if you make another run at it, then it's like, okay, you make another run here and you don't have a chance to get that quarterback again. I don't know. I just would have been really cool to see Justin Fields go home to the Georgia area. It would have been kind of neat, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked to see Twitter if anyone knows ahead of time on this. If you're going to make a move all in with your aging roster, there's a case for that. I have no problem with that. But if you go all in with an aging roster and a cap situation like they have, man, you better finish the deal. Because if you don't, then you're in a position like the Saints are in this year. I have no problem with the Saints going all in last year for one more year and mortgaging the future for one more year of Drew Brees to try and get that trophy. I have no problem with the approach. But if you swing and miss, now you're in the situation that they're in this year and you don't have a title. If they had the Lombardi, then their cap hell situation right now with Drew Brees retiring would be much, much easier for the fan base to take. So if you're going to go all in with Atlanta, if that's their plan, there's totally a justification for that. But, buddy, you better finish the job. Well, I'm eating my dinner simultaneously as we do this because I did not eat anything earlier. Yeah, man. Let's look up some numbers on who's he on the phone? Oh, he's crying. That's cool. Good for him. I mean, going from a small school like that to And it's always cool, even with it was Carson Wentz. You know, you want those guys to, if they got a dream and they're good enough, man, it doesn't matter where you play college football.
Yeah, and these are just kids. We need to remember that. These are just kids. You know, when you're 20, 21 years old, you don't think you're a kid anymore. Wait until you're 30, 35, or, you know, my age. Trust me, you're still so young. You're just a kid. And to watch these kids realize their dreams and knowing how much effort they put in. You know, I mean, my daughter was a Division I scholarship athlete, and I know how much she put in to get to that level. To get to this level, the number of hours, the amount of work, the parties you miss, the not hanging out with your friends, the 4 a.m. trainings, all that kind of stuff. Man, let these kids enjoy this moment because they have freaking earned it, every single one of them.
I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I think that part gets overlooked far too often. Often so critical of these things. That just is 2021, 22, man.
Yep.
Kyle Pitts might be the next guy off the board. Are you the belief of taking a tight end at the 4th pick? This is the highest we would have ever seen a tight end go, right? Or right up there. Well,
I mean, if he was a traditional tight end, then that conversation might make more sense to me. But he's a wide receiver that plays tight end. You know, I mean, he can play out wide. He can play in the slot. You can line him up in the backfield. You know, I mean, hell, you can put him on jet sweeps if you want. I mean, this guy, he's not a, you know, John Frank tight. I wouldn't take that style of tight end from, you know, 10, 15, 25 years ago. This guy's not that. This guy's a freak. So, you know, if it's not going to be a quarterback, it's really hard to argue against. It's the same thing as I just said. It's not that I don't think Kyle Pitts is worthy of this pick. He absolutely is. If I was Atlanta, I would take a quarterback, but those are, again, two separate questions.
He goes from a 57.7 grade his first year, 2018, Kyle Pitts does, all the way up to 70, 2019, and a 96.2 grade as a tight end is very rare at the college level. And that's a phenomenal final season mark. 79 slot snaps, 261 inline snaps. So he did have a few snaps out wide too. 770 yards, 12 touchdowns. I'm talking about the guy like I know he's picked. I need to make sure that they end up selecting him. They could stun us all, right?
Putting the guys in Goodell's chair is actually a funny touch. I like that.
Yeah.
I appreciate the way he has sort of embraced and leaned into his villain status and sort of made it cartoonish. I like the way that he's done that. Yeah,
you really have to. They did take Kyle Pitts, it does seem. So that's a really they keep Julio. Calvin Ridley's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
You got Julio and you got Pitts. I mean, there's no better set of options out there in terms of weapons, man.
And Matty Ice is still playing well. He's closer to 40 than 30, like I said, but he's still playing well. If you drafted the quarterback, it wouldn't have been for this year, obviously. So they think they can make another run at it, and who knows? Maybe they can.
6'6", 245. Darren Waller is the Pro Football Focus comparison.
Boy, did I like him in the draft process.
No, man, it's phenomenal. Movement skills are the biggest strength. Little weakness there is size. We're getting a little nitpicky. Contested catch rate was 57%, which is pretty solid, right about NCAA average. 0.0 drop rate, that's pretty good. Didn't have any drops. You're seeing some highlights if you're watching mainstream coverage. 96.1 receiving grade, phenomenal. 65.8 block rate. I think he's a little better blocker than people give him credit for. That's just kind of what I think. So, good player. It's going to be a dangerous offense in Atlanta, man. Keep Matt healthy. Trying to see.
Boy, those hats are awful.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
They look like they look like something Clint Eastwood would have worn in Any Which Way But Loose. It's like a trucker hat from the 70s. It's like he's about to get in a fight with Jerry Reed, and nobody under 45 knows what the hell I'm talking about.
There's a couple people I'm sure who watch and know. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't have any idea, man.
Ooh, there's a little nugget from our man on the scene. Jared Mueller just tweets out that it looks like the Dolphins are taking some trade calls.
Okay. And it looks like the draft really starts here, Steve. This is where it gets like we don't know what's going to happen. So that is a good nugget about fielding some trade calls.
Again, I'm going to say the same thing about the Bengals. I mean, I know Jamar Chase is a great prospect. Don't get me wrong, but you're franchise quarterback was obliterated literally off the field last year. How do you not take Sewell or Slater if he happens to be ranked ahead of Sewell on your board? How do you not protect that kid after what you watched him do? I don't get it. I mean, go for it. You know, let Myles Garrett sack him 17 times in 2 games. I'm all for it. But from their perspective, I don't know how they don't take a tackle here.
Myles just absolutely obliterated him in both of those games. Yeah, Ja'Marr Chase, I don't know. We'll pay close attention here. The pick is not in, but this is the one where it's truly been a coin flip. So trying to see if I catch any information.
Wow. I don't know if anybody else has seen this. Schefter just tweeted out, 49ers did not tell the coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until it was announced.
I'd imagine Shanahan knew. I mean, right?
He says coaches or scouts. Wow. That's crazy.
That seems like a way bigger disconnect than we've ever known, which I thought they were working hand in hand lynching him.
I'm with you.
Wow, there might be something going on there, Steve. There really might be, because this has been I have heard leading up to this that Mac Jones was Shanahan's guy, and then that the front office wanted Trey Lance. So, there's a sign of some serious malcontent there. Listen, who do you think the Bengals are going with? I'm interested to hear from everybody in the comments section too. I think they end up going with Chase. I think they take Chase.
I think you're probably right, and I think it's a huge mistake from their perspective. Not him, but who they're not taking and the situation that they're in. I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've got something in the works at tackle that we don't know about. I don't know. But yeah, I'm with you. I think they end up making the wrong choice and taking Chase. How do you say Ja'Marr Chase is the wrong choice? That's, I mean, that's how nitpicky this whole event that we spend months of our lives looking at is.
Man, I think they're going to take him. I'm trying to think of how I would feel if I were a Bengals fan. They have Riley Rife. They think they have the short-term solve there. I don't know. It's just hard to pass on really good tackles, especially when you see the data about the best tackles in the NFL and how early they're selected. It's really hard.
Well, and, again, like we just said, after you invested, the next decade of your franchise in a kid last year, watched him play his ass off the first, 6 games or however it was before he got hurt. I mean, he was really good. And then watch what happened to his knee. And then you're not going to protect him in the offseason. I don't know how you spin that.
I was more fearful of them getting Sewell, and I don't know why, because I know the data will tell you. I was more fearful of them getting somebody Myles had to match up with all the time. But if they take Chase, which I'm not seeing anything on their direction quite yet, maybe somebody in the comments already knows, somebody tweeting out ahead of things, but I don't see anything from Costco.
Picks in.
Okay.
I still think one of my favorite things is no one has ever tweeted about the Bengals winning a playoff game.
Yeah, that's true.
That cracks me up, because their last playoff win was when I was a young man. And
Ja'Marr Chase does go for, at 19 years old, 1,780 yards, 20 touchdowns in that remarkable season for LSU. Data-wise, 91.1 season grade. Let's look at their comps. Justin Blackmon, NFL player comparison. I see that. Justin Blackmon was really good. Just had a lot of issues. Just had a lot of mental issues.
Gonna be Chase.
Yep. Whew, it's gonna get spicy.
Yeah, it's interesting now.
Better get the secondary right. Let's see what other information we can dig on them.
Man, you've got a couple of picks now until Hoodie might make an appearance. 7 with the Lions was rumored to be a spot for them moving up for Justin Fields. So Interesting. There's got to be somebody. If anybody wants Justin Fields, who's behind the Patriots, now's the time. They got to go up because the Dolphins are not going to trade that pick to the Patriots. You know, it's just not going to happen. They're not going to give him another quarterback. So if you want him, now's the time. Because I think if what we have heard is close to true, moving up to 7 is a very distinct possibility for them to grab Justin Fields.
Man, oh man. Just trying to think. So they'll do Boyd inside. They'll do T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. Did they sign a tight end? I can't recall if they brought any tight ends in.
I haven't paid much attention to them.
I have not either. Looking at the Bengals roster. Let's see. Let's chat about the Bengals. Ooh. They'll start Riley Rife outside at tackle. They'll start who's the Alabama kid they drafted a few years ago?
Jonah Williams.
Jonah Williams will be the opposite tackle. Tight end wise, nope, still Drew Sample. I think CJ Uzomah, I think he tore an Achilles or something last year. He got a pretty serious injury. So they'll be in the market for a tight end, I'm thinking, at some point in here. But yeah, I mean, they're 3 wide receiver, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Jamar Chase is going to be a deadly matchup. They're tough. They'll be 11 personnel heavy. Joe Mixon, obviously, they did let go of Giovanni Bernard. Up front, I don't think they're as good defensively. Trey Hendrickson, DJ Reader. They brought in Larry Ogunjobi, as we all know. Sam Hubbard. Their young linebackers disappointed last year. A couple guys that we actually liked, though, in Jermaine Pratt and Davis Gaither. And Jermaine Pratt was the year before. Logan Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Marcus Bailey. So they drafted heavy linebackers the last few years. Their secondary is –
yeah, they lost William Jackson. So
Darius Phillips, Eli Apple, Chidobe Awuzie, not great. The Bengals are still a little ways away, in my opinion. Jamar, sunglasses inside. I dig it. He's playing the part. They're going to be interesting.
I wish I could wear clothes and when I say clothes like that, I don't mean those clothes. I mean, some guys can just wear clothes. They just have a shape to their body that makes it look good, whatever they wear. And he's one of them. I could go to a tailored tuxedo, for $5,000 and I'd still look like a pile of garbage with a tuxedo on it. So, it's, I've my whole life, I've wished I could be a guy that could look like that. It's just not in my DNA. I'm just this is me. This is me. Cargo shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. And I'm okay with that.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here hiding behind this thing. We're going to bring Barry McBride in here pretty soon. Talk with our site host at some point. He's the publisher. He's the main man. We're going to bring him in a little later. He's going to hang around. We're going to have Jared Mueller back at some point. We'll have Fred Greetham in at some point. Looks like Fred's here now. Let's chat with Fred. I'm going to bring him in. Fred, what's happening? No surprises so far, right?
Nope. I'm 5 for 5.
5 for 5. This guy should have put some money on it. He would have got some serious cash. I saw the places like yeah, places like FanDuel. Who's up next? Who's even on the clock?
Miami.
You guys so Miami. They look like they're shaking hands. They got a pick here. What's the hunch, fellas? You think they're going wide receiver too? What do you think? Jalen Waddle?
Yeah, I mean, as far as everybody's infatuated with the playmakers, and the more they keep picking offense, I mean, they're all offensive. That keeps helping the Browns right down the road. But I would think they got their quarterback, and, none of these teams really want to protect them. I almost think that's a break for the Browns. They didn't take a tackle, because if they can't keep Joe Burrow standing up, it isn't going to do any good, on that idea of, getting all these flashy wideouts that you can't get you don't have time to get it to the quarterback to get it downfield. So, yeah, I think so. Probably be another wide receiver, but it's good for the Browns. Just keep going, and going to have some good players up here, I think.
Well, you got the LSU offense coming together in Cincinnati, and the Browns are trying to bring together the LSU defense up north. So it's just going to be inter-squad scrimmages on the LSU days.
Let the Browns
Essentially is all we're going to
get Terrence Marshall or something like that. And,
yeah, they could
keep adding guys from LSU for sure.
Yeah,
Looks
there's
like
a ton of late LSU
Waddle.
targets. Is it? Yeah,
Looks like it. Yeah.
You've been on that one, man. Yeah, he's look, they don't even have an NFL comparison for Waddle, Pro Football Focus. He's been well graded for years now. He had a great year. He's had a little bit of those nagging injury issues, but a 4.374 mid 4.3s top speed guy right away. We really haven't seen anybody that we thought would be a player that the Browns would ever be in the range to get. We definitely think they're going to be those two other quarterbacks that will go at some point before. And then we just want as many linemen to be around too, right? Like we want linemen we want linemen to be out in front of Cleveland because then guys that they're interested fall back. Or B, if linemen fall around to the range that the Browns are, you could get a call, right?
Right.
You could get a call from a team wanting to jump up and take an offensive lineman. So, it's about what we've expected so far. Detroit is where it gets interesting, guys. Do you think if I were Detroit, I would be moving down if I could, but they could want Justin Fields.
Yep.
Or they could want Penei Sewell. Where do you guys think Detroit goes?
Yeah, I hope they go for Justin Fields. I don't want to see him going to New England. Somehow, Belichick finds a way to get him. And I'm sorry. I mean, I'm a little of a homer, but how can you not take Justin Fields over a guy from North Dakota State that played one game last year? I don't quite get that. But as far as all things being equal, I mean, keep doing the offense and it helps the Browns. I've been doing this over 30 years, and there's always guys you get to the Browns and go, oh, good, they're going to get the guy. And they always get somebody that you're not planning on. So there's going
Mike
to be
Junkins not in this draft, Fred.
What's that?
Mike Junkins not in this draft.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't in for that one, but yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it's like every year, and we've had this joke running for a while that it seems like Baltimore takes the players that Browns fans are so often in love with on Twitter. It's just kind of funny like that.
So many Buckeyes end up going to Pittsburgh or Baltimore.
Yep. It's truth.
We had the discussion before you came on, Fred. We were saying the same thing. Not that Trey Lance isn't a good prospect, but what do these teams? What have they found about Justin Fields that is causing this fall? It's just we don't get it. We're with you, man.
Yeah, I just watch him play football, not so much how they work out and all that in the spring. But I watched him. To me, he outplayed Trevor Lawrence, in that game this year, and the year before, he was toe to toe with him. So, yeah, I think that somebody's going to get somebody, and you hope it's not an AFC rival like Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I hope maybe Carolina grabs him or something like that.
All right. It looks like the Miami pick's going to be announced, Fred. Check back in with you at the top of the next hour, my friend.
All right. See you guys.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, Fred.
Yep.
Boy, is this guy explosive. Oof.
Yeah, man, he can move. I don't think people truly understand. I think a lot of casual fans caught Devonta's year and they just kind of missed it. But Waddle's special, 5'10", so he's bigger height-wise than Tyreek, 182 size, young guy, really good player, man. The knocks on him
beg the question now, since Waddle went ahead of him, where does the Slim Reaper fall to? Does he fall into
11.
a spot where maybe you could start thinking about, does he get there? I don't know. This is where it gets interesting. This is what we've been saying about the Browns. People say, oh, why can't you narrow it down? Why can't you narrow it down? Well, one, because we as a football team in Cleveland can go any number of ways, but you're starting to see now there's a dozen teams ahead of them that also could go half a dozen ways each. There's just too many variables. It's impossible to guess. And then you throw in the 2 picks every year that nobody saw coming that are inevitably on their way, probably from the Raiders, if history is any indication. There's just no way to prepare yourself for who is actually going to be around if they sit at 26. So that's why we had to prepare so many different, prospect profile pages and look at so many possibilities this year, because it's just not like it has been when we've been picking at 3 or picking at 6 or last year picking at 10, that kind of stuff. It's a whole different ballgame back here at 26. These are good problems to have.
Yeah, they are. They're really good problems to have.
Look at that burst. Jesus.
I'm trying to paste one thing over because there's, Jared Mueller's keeping his eye out down there. So I just wanted to put something out here about some information coming in. Ben Albright mentioning that the Broncos might be interested in trading back. Which I'm not totally surprised about that. I think that they think they want to give Drew Lock a little bit of a competition year with, with who this Teddy Bridgewater, and see if he can figure it out, right? Like, I think there's some of that going on. I just have not been hell-bent that Denver's going to take a quarterback. I just, even if Justin's sitting there, Mac, I just haven't been totally convinced. But maybe they still will. I'm not totally sure. The Lions pick's fascinating. Let's bring in Jared Mueller if we can real quick and see what Jared's hearing on the floor about maybe a potential trade back. Jared, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening? It looks like we are moving forward with Penei Sewell to the Detroit Lions, but the Broncos conversation is really getting interesting in that everything that is done, we are going to assume is related to an Aaron Rodgers trade or the possibility of an Aaron Rodgers trade. And unfortunately for them, they can't do anything that they think is going to screw that up, right? And so they're in this really unique position, similar to Julio Jones with the contract and when a trade can happen, all of that kind of stuff, that it is so complicated, but the conversation has been going on longer than we've known about it. That's one of the reasons the Schefter report came out. Remember that Adam Schefter cut his teeth in Denver, and so his connections to that city is stronger than anywhere else. And so that's where we're believing things are coming from. So it'll be interesting to see where this trade back could make us assume some things.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Denver, I guess it's like are they drafting for Green Bay? How the NBA does that sometimes, where the swap will happen, but the teams have, is that kind of thing going on? I'm fascinated by it. I never thought that they were going to take, once the Teddy Bridgewater trade happened, I didn't think they were going to take anybody in this class, but now the Aaron Rodgers thing blows it open. So it's quite fascinating, man.
It really
Albright just says Albright just said they're looking to trade back as well. So,
right.
Is it too far for the Browns? It's going to take a pretty penny to get up there. But, if they desperately want one of those corners, I think it's highly unlikely that we are the team, but it's not out of the realm, No.
Well, the reality is the Browns are the team that is always ready for everything. Like they have so many computer simulations and conversations. They're always ready for everything. The really important thing is technically, wink, wink, hint, hint, in the NFL, you cannot do that. You cannot pick players for another team.
Right.
So there is some of that they have to be a little worried about. And Aaron Rodgers is not always, he could change his mind, all of that kind of stuff. So there's just a lot of angst going on currently amongst teams who are just unsure. But the Broncos are going full steam to try to figure out how they can guarantee Aaron Rodgers is their quarterback next year.
Yeah, I saw somebody tweet earlier that, and it was a blue check mark from the Packers area that I follow. I can't remember who it was at this moment, but he says he's being told management is going to call Rodgers bluff. So it's going to get, if that's true, it's going to get real contentious up there. So
if anything, it's you don't cross Aaron Rodgers. Once you're off his list, I don't care if you're his brother, I don't care if you're his mom or dad, he's not talking to you. He's not doing it. He's like the guy who I would not want to call his bluff at all. So it's fascinating. Listen, I personally, if this were Cleveland and Detroit were flipped in terms of roster and hire and everything, I would have traded back here.
Absolutely.
I think you need a hold. Like, Penei Sewell's a great player, 95.8 grade the 2019 season as a young guy, 84.0 the year before, sat out last year, as we know, he opted out. He's a freak of nature. He's going to be a great tackle for the next 15 years. But I equate this to Joe Thomas. Does he move the needle for you winning football games? I don't think so. I just don't think so. You have to have the pieces in place to then, set that tackle up to be a big part of things. So in my opinion, I would have moved down and had as many picks as I can to help an absolutely terrible roster that is in Detroit. But they're going to take Sewell here. So,
and then so far, and unfortunately, so far the top 7 picks, the only surprise is Trey Lance over Mac Jones, right? Everything else is, Jalen Waddle could have gone a couple picks later, but we were thinking he was going to go to 7, and Penei Sewell was either Cincinnati or Miami. So in some ways, besides Lance, we're not really at any kind of surprise at this point in time, which kind of, again, keeps that Denver Aaron Rodgers thing kind of humming underneath the surface as the most kind of interesting thing at this point.
What a cool living room set up there for this family, man. That's really neat. This story of his family and where they came from is really, really unique.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that production that was put on. Was really cool. He just seems like a good human and a really, really skilled football player. Not to knock him for Detroit selecting him. I think he's going to be great. He's going to be an all-pro guy. And we'll get to see him this year as the Browns do play the Lions this year, so we will see him face
I guess the thing we're not talking about, and I know none of us feel this way, at least I don't think so, but maybe the Lions coaching staff really likes Jared Goff, and they just want to protect him, and they think he can be the guy to, take them to. I don't think so, but we don't know what they think in that building. Maybe they like him and see something none of us do. Yeah. So,
Yeah, the front office connection is very real to Jared, from the, is it the GM or the president were heavily involved in him being drafted out.
The general manager was pretty big out there with him. I was high on Goff. I think inside of a dome that can be helpful. Yeah. And again, would he be better in a system where he is, whatever he is doing that's different than Sean McVay, who is, such a genius? Would he have been better? We'll find out. But they got him really as kind of a throw in, and they got an extra pick or two because of it. So I do think they like him. And they think worst case scenario, he's game manager-esque, which is the best case scenario, I think, at this point in time.
Lions are pumped. A lot of kneecap biting going on.
Yeah.
Hey, that's John Dorsey, buddy. That's John freaking Dorsey.
Was that him jump hugging somebody?
I think so.
Oh boy. Listen, Jared, we're gonna keep you around as long as you're willing, man. We like having you here and like being live and all that stuff. So this is where, I know I was talking about the Bengals, the draft starts. I was kind of kidding. I was trying to keep everybody. This is where the draft really gets going, I think, in my opinion, because we could see a lot of trades over the course of the next 2 picks and maybe 3, and we're going to see some players maybe that weren't projected to go to these teams go. So this is where it starts to get spicy. You get into the double digits. You start to get into the area that Cleveland, if they were hungry for a player, could come up and get them. Theme so far of the draft, dress code is it's not the dress code. It's just the attire. It's sunglasses inside and at night. It's not inside. It's in a dome-like structure, but it is a lot of nighttime sunglasses up there. Jared, did you bring yours with you?
I did, and you know what? It actually makes sense because there are so many freaking times I've turned a corner and I've been blinded by some kind of actual like strobe light, bright light, spotlight, something that it actually makes sense. I think they did it for style reasons, but I can't tell you how many times I'm like, holy crap, that light's bright, and it's like forever away from me, blinding me. So it actually makes logical sense. I don't think that's why they did it, but it makes a lot of sense for me.
It's Cleveland. You think Cleveland, you think sunglasses. I mean,
well, you think bright lights and big city, baby.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Carolina Panthers are interesting. Obviously, similar to Denver, right? They made a trade for Sam Darnold. They traded away Teddy Bridgewater. But, does Matt Rule buy into, he's a defensive guy. Does he buy into Christian McCaffrey, a game manager, or someone who can do a little bit in Sam Darnold and his defense and try to continue to build there? I think we've all seen that can work, but not in today's NFL. I just think it's so tough. You just have to have a quarterback, or you're kind of screwed, or you have a very you have a ceiling to where you're able to get to.
Ooh, Panthers pick is in. We have not. I guess the rumor of maybe not seeing many trades is holding true so far. The Panthers pick is quickly in.
They were one of the ones most rumored to be moving.
Well, what you have is you have people looking at picks for this year and next year, and it's all over the place. And GMs don't want to be screwed, but don't want to. It's just a lot of variables that's going to make it really tough this year. But I think it's kind of like when a run happens on cornerbacks. I think once the trades happen, they can start to run, but a team doesn't want to be the first team to give up future 2022 picks or whatever. And so there's really a holding pattern right now, especially at the top of the draft. But the break is really 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with New England and some other teams that really want to be aggressive, including the Saints, the Browns, and even Washington is a team to keep your eye on.
Who do we think the Panthers go with here?
I think they could snipe a corner.
I think they could too. I actually think they could. I think they could take Horn here.
I think they could snipe one of the either Horn or SURTAIN. I think, and it hasn't been. At least I haven't seen a lot of it to them. A few people here and there, but I think it's something they could do here.
Let me see here. Who are the corners for the Panthers as we've been presently constituted? Let's see.
Well, they lost Bradbury last year to the Giants, and
they better take a corner. They have Dante Jackson, who they drafted in the second round of 2018, who has been very down more than up. Troy Pride, Notre Dame kid, 4th rounder last year. They are very thin at corner. I think they're looking at
JAYCEE Horn surprisingly over SURTAIN.
Do you know who the strong safety of pegged to start for them right now next to Jeremy Chin is?
No.
Justin Burris.
What?
I like Justin Burris.
I did like Justin.
Oh, yeah. I did see that he ended up down there.
Yeah. I do think they are going to end up going with the corner that we thought we could end up getting at 26 about a couple months ago. Now is all the way up to the 8th pick. It's a good pick for them. They need that player. They need that type of player. So
I always thought the stuff about him falling to 26 was a pipe dream, but it was fun to talk about.
It seemed to me like once the testing came through, it was like a wrap. It's just he was just going to keep moving up and all of that.
Well, I remember last summer when I started all the early stuff that people yell at me about. Can we have the season first? That level of draft stuff. I was seeing him at like 75, 85, 95 on a lot of the early boards, and I remember at that time going, "Okay, what am I not seeing? Because this guy looks like a day one pick all day, every day to me." And he stayed there for a long time. It was like November, maybe December before the boards started to catch up. So. Now that he's here, this makes a lot of sense to me. It would have been nice. It would have been fantastic, but Well,
I mean, the amount you'd have to trade to get up to 8 is ridiculous, right? But I think for the first time in Jake and I's life is the idea of Horn, SURTAIN, and Winfield, and some of these guys coming in as we're now seeing 2nd generation NFL players for the first time in our life. Steven, I know you've seen 3rd and 4th generation, so
listen, this draft cycle has made me feel like I'm not old. I'm the young guy still, but like I remember watching Joe Horn pick the cell phone up and being a young guy and being like, that is the coolest celebration I've ever seen. And I remember Asante Samuel, man. I remember all those guys. Those were my like early video game playing days where I would learn the rosters through video game, because you could only watch the Browns, so I could watch. So I would learn rosters through playing Madden and different things like, so those names they're definitely the ones that I associate, my early years with, and I do feel old, but I'm not old yet.
I'm going to run over. Kyle Pitts is having his presser. I just want to be ready to see what that looks like. So when the Browns guy is there, so I'm going to bounce out for just a little while. I'll be back.
All right, brother, we'll be here.
I think for the Broncos here, it's one of two things. It's they love Justin Fields and they are tickled absolutely pink right now that he fell to them, or they're moving down because they have a backdoor wink, wink, nod, nod deal with the Packers and they have to pick up extra stuff to make it work. I don't think anything else makes sense for them right now.
Who, let me see here. I'm just trying to think of the guys near the top of this thing. Who the Broncos, I know Micah Parsons has been kind of floated out there.
Tackle's been thrown out.
Corner,
the guys at Mile High Huddle have talked about tackle sometimes being if a quarterback wasn't there, but now a quarterback is here. So I don't know.
They could like a corner, I guess. They're pegged to start Duke Dawson's, Kyle Fuller, Ronald Darby's their nickel guy. It's not that big of a need to me, I guess. Some of those guys I'm not all too familiar with. Duke Dawson, I guess. I don't know. What do you? I don't know much, but yeah. I've not seen anything about them trading. I'm trying to be out in front of if they're going to trade anything, so I can kind of give information on it.
The last I saw Albright and a couple other Denver guys, the Mahahada guys, and a couple others. They are looking at a trade down. That's it.
Okay, we'll see who's potentially going to move up. Eventually, we will bring in Johnny Kensley. He's out in the media room too. We will bring him in at some point. What do you think, man? So far, are you pleased with it? I guess Samuel's the only real surprise. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's gone. Maybe like Jared said, maybe a different order by a pick or two here and there. But basically, these are the. And I think once we get to 10, especially if Denver stays and picks Fields. If it goes Fields, I can't imagine the Cowboys don't take SURTAIN. That's basically the 10 guys that everybody thought, just maybe in a couple of different order, for the most part. So surprised, no, but it's still a long way to go before we get to. No, I don't know. I was gonna say it's a long way to go before we get to where the Browns might move, but 12 with the Eagles because of that personal connection in their front office. If there's a guy they love, if they're in love with Devonta Smith and he's there at 12, or whoever, pick your player. Eagles they're in the early parts of a rebuild over there. They might be looking to get future assets and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. We'll see.
I think New England is an interesting move up to 9 right here.
Mm-hmm.
They would. I still don't see no pick is in. If it gets down toward the bottom of the board on the timing, it feels like it could be a trade the lower the time gets because they're working out some information.
Yeah, you got to get that card in by a certain amount,
Yeah.
It takes like at I think they're at 146, 145, 144. You better be writing on the card at this point because you got to make sure it's all filled out correctly. Then you got to walk it up. You got to do, what was it? It was not that long ago that somebody ended up passing because they got the card in like 15 seconds late. I can't remember who it was.
It was the Vikings, wasn't it?
Was it the Vikings?
I thought
maybe
it was
a dozen years ago, something like that.
Yeah.
But people say, oh, there's still a minute and a half left. They're still working the phones. From what I've heard, and I've never been in a draft room, but you better be writing by now, because it takes time.
Yep. With the Johnny Kensley's going to join us. How are you, Johnny?
Yo, Johnny.
Maybe you can hear us. Maybe you can't.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on, man?
Good.
Tell us. Give us a scoop.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yep. What's going on?
Well, the food is free. The drinks are free. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yep. Okay, I think we're having some
You
tech
guys can hear me?
difficulties. We're going to come back to Johnny in a little
Yeah,
bit.
we'll come
He
back
must
to
be
Johnny.
struggling with that phone. Maybe too many free drinks for Johnny on that side of things.
God bless him. Enjoy it, man. Have a good time. That's what you're there for, man. That's awesome.
Listen, the Broncos clock is winding down to 0, man. Well, now they're saying the pick is in, so maybe there isn't a trade. I'm trying to think of what position player they would be interested in. They're set at wide receiver. That's a guy that's been floating around. I guess a tackle would make sense for them. Is that what your guess is, or do you have any insight?
If I was them, I'd be taking Justin Fields, and the pick would have been about 8.5 minutes ago. But from what I've seen from Albright and the Mile High Huddle guys, Nick and Eric and those guys, Slater has been linked to them quite a bit. So no, I don't have a prediction for them, but that's just something that I've heard from the Denver guys that I follow.
All right. Well, they could go tackle. Who's their current offensive tackles? Garrett Bowles, who's come along, and they've invested in Juwan James. I don't know. They could go corner, like we said earlier. I haven't seen anything trickle in.
No, they're taking Fields.
Are they taking Fields? Did you see something?
Well, see, Costco says they're galloping to Ohio for a QB, but Mike Kliss retweeted. Mike Kliss from Denver retweeted by Albright. The very next tweet says they're taking SURTAIN.
Well, this is interesting.
Yeah.
I have not seen this. Who'd they take? I'm not caught up.
I don't know. I'm just seeing it right now.
Goodell's slowly trotting.
Patrick SURTAIN. Holy mackerel! Fields is still on the board. Well, there goes our second, corner that we thought they might move up a whole hell of a lot for. That is interesting. That is interesting.
I guess, man. Now this is getting fun because this is where some unexpected stuff starts happening. It's interesting to me that John, who gets every pick right, didn't have that one.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I'm going to have to shoot him a text.
Man, look at this. There's like 20 people on here talking about them taking Justin Fields.
I know. Did Denver smokescreen somebody?
They must have, because Patrick SURTAIN is walking to the stage right now, and Roger Goodell announced Patrick SURTAIN. So if they took Justin Fields, this is the greatest smokescreen I've ever seen.
What is going on here? Because I've never seen John get one wrong.
Well, he wasn't alone in his defense.
No. There's something going on in terms of.
There may have been a mole hunt going on inside the Broncos offices there.
This is pretty strange. I'm not going to lie. I've seen way too many people tweet out that they got that wrong. I haven't heard back from John yet.
So now what do the Cowboys do?
Yeah,
the Cowboys have been everybody locked into either SURTAIN or Horn at 10. That's it. I've seen maybe 2 other names, and I can't even remember who they are at this point. What do they do now?
I
They
have
go
no
Micah
clue what their other
Parsons?
needs are. Yeah, let me check.
Everything on defense is their need. If you watch them play last year, they could me, Jared,
they
and
might go
8 guys
edge here.
from McDonald's could score 35 on them last year.
They might go edge. They're a sneaky team needing pass rush improvement because they
need everything on defense. Yeah,
they let Alden Smith go, and he was and he's obviously found himself in trouble again. They have DeMarcus Lawrence, but they don't have anything else up front. Carlos Watkins, I have no clue who they're. They should go edge here.
You got a question? Is Fields going to fall all the way to New Orleans or New England? I'm sorry.
It appears so, and that's an absolute home run for New England. That would be a great outcome for them.
If I'm the Bears, I am on the phone with everybody between here and New England at 15, and I'm willing to give up a pile of stuff because the pace and et al. Their seat is not hot. Their seat is lava right now. They don't have time for anything but winning this year. So I would be, if they think Justin Fields is even remotely the guy, if I was the Bears, I would be relentless right now on Dallas' phone, the Giants' phone, everybody.
I guess the Justin Fields to Pittsburgh stuff, someone just said if the Steelers trade up for him, it's more realistic than ever right now.
It is.
I mean,
unfortunately,
it's an extremely realistic outcome. I didn't want them getting any quarterback. There's some information on Patrick SURTAIN. Look, he's a hell of a football player.
Oh, yes.
Bloodline, all of it. I'm going to try to give you some information on his grades through Pro Football Focus. 79.0 as a freshman. He's played over almost 900 snaps or over all 3 years. He's experienced. 83.5 his junior year or sophomore year, 89.9 just this last year. Tremaine Johnson's the Pro Football Focus comparison, which I agree with that. Not a great speed guy, not a burner, but definitely a savvy player. He's got quick hips to turn, which helps him get into phase when he needs to get into phase. Like I said, he's not going to be a huge run people down if he's not in the correct position, but smart player where he's supposed to be all the time. I think he'll be a nice fit for Denver. Had some slot snaps in 2019, but predominantly an outside corner. I mean, he's a 4.42 guy. He's probably a 4.5 guy in the combine. So he's not like an elite speed guy, but he's a 39 jump. He's a great pick there. It's a great pick. He'll be ultimately. I think he'll be a good player for them.
I mean,
and a nice pairing. Who did I say they had earlier? They had Drawing a blank. They had Ronald Darby they signed, and then who was their other big time or front line corner? I'll look it up while you give your analysis on it.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not argue with the pick itself? Again, we all thought they should. Oh, we are trading. They're trading. Oh, and they traded with Philadelphia, a trade within the division.
That is rare.
Wow.
We got to trade. A rare in-division trade is who's Philly coming up for? Devonta? No, they took Jalen Reagor. Who would they be coming up for here, in your opinion? A tackle? Slater? Could be Slater.
Boy, let it be Fields. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Oh, boy, that would be an interesting quarterback competition there.
Maybe the Slim Reaper, get ahead of the Giants.
Probably would be. I just thought that maybe
Smith.
I didn't know that they would take him there. Dallas traded number 10 to Philly they give up a third. To move up. Yeah. Boy, I wonder who they're going to take. I don't even know who to trust on these things anymore because all the people we've always trusted just missed the last one, which is so rare. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know who they're going to take.
On the flip side, good trade for Dallas. I mean, your two guys that you absolutely love are wrong, and you're getting top 100 draft capital to move 2 spots. And the Giants have been linked to guys that you probably don't want for the most part, and you're still going to get somebody. I mean, they can't be out of options at this point. So, yeah, good trade for them. It's kind of an Andrew Berry-esque trade.
Let's look at the Eagles depth chart here. I'm not going to throw any of these. I just like to talk through it, guys. I'm not going to throw any of these other teams' depth charts up. We're not making enough money to make this whole thing every other team's depth chart. So we'll talk through it. Let's try to find the NFC East. That is Philly. So they have Jalen Reagor, who did not prove a ton his first year in the league, dealt with injuries. Travis Fulgham came on okay. They are a little thin at receiver. JJ Arcega-Whiteside did not turn into the player so far that we thought he could be.
Yeah, our friend David Whitman says Kuiper is saying it's Devonta.
Okay, Slim Reaper it is. Andre Dillard is our left tackle. Right tackle still Lane Johnson. Brandon Brooks should come back from injury. So Jason Kelsey. So Jalen Hurts gets a former teammate. Let's talk about him. Let's talk about the season he put up last year, which was just preposterous.
Mr. Heisman.
94.9 grade. 1,856 yards on 780 snaps. It's unbelievable. 23 touchdowns. It's absolutely ludicrous. If you can get past him being a little skinny, he's a phenomenal player.
He's long.
96.1 grade versus man coverage.
I think I saw his wingspan is like the equivalent of people like huge. Like his wingspan is almost 80. I think it was 78 something, or maybe even 79. So yeah, he is thin, but he's not little. There's a difference. He's got.
I want to repeat that number: 96.1 coverage grade or grade against man coverage, which is the single toughest coverage type to beat in the NFL because of the athletes at corner. That's a phenomenal number. It's phenomenal. It's unbelievable, actually. This guy's good. I've said it. I've had conversations where people have jumped at me about it. I said, I don't care what his weight is. Just watch him play football. He's not a downfield burner type of player that wins that way all the time. He wins at every level of the football field, and he does it nonstop, and he can pluck the football, and his size is never an issue in that conference. And listen, they're getting a good football player in Philly. I think he's a good football player. If that's who they get. I haven't seen it announced yet. But
yeah, Costco says Alabama wide receiver. NFL Draft Diamonds says Devonta Smith.
All right, everyone's agreeing this time. So
PFF Draft says the Eagles just picked the Heisman Trophy winner. So
good for him. Good for him. Well, Kuiper looking a little older. The hair is not quite as fluffy as it once was.
It's not a helmet anymore.
Used to be a helmet. You're right, like a Lego character.
Well, now we're talking about. Well, I don't know. Maybe the Cowboys grab Newsome still, but we're talking about Newsome maybe getting into a range if the Cowboys don't take him, where moving up for him might make some sense.
That's true. That's true.
Because if we assume if he doesn't go, before the Patriots are probably going to take a quarterback, and now you're at 16, and the cost is it's not going to be cheap, but it's significantly less than it was to try to get up to 9 with Denver or something like that.
We're having a good conversation at the chair there. Yeah, you're right.
Devontae Smith, there it is.
So Devontae Smith, and it's up on our board in front of you. I've made my peace with it. I think he's going to be a very good football player. Let's real quick. I want to rewind it. Did catch a lot of screen passes, third most screen passes, created a lot of yards off of it. Only one contested catch this year. That's an interesting number. So he's definitely not going to be a goal line, throw it up and go get it type of guy. Not his MO. Man, that fit is really phenomenal with the tie, almost robe like, the bow tie. I really like him, man. I really like him. Mac Jones couldn't even get a hug. I think my YouTube TV is a little bit behind you, probably. Yeah, I guess, were you high on Jalen Reagor? I know there's the video that floated last year when they took Reagor over Justin Jefferson. Were you very high on him?
Not particularly. Yeah, there we go. 6'6" wingspan at 6 feet tall.
Ridiculous.
He's length.
It's a good comparison, Calvin Ridley.
78.5 inches for those of you that can't do the math in your head.
I was trying to. Stingley episode there, a little 101 run down the field. He's phenomenal, man. He's going to be good. I just think he's really good. So the next few picks get interesting. The Giants are also having trade talks, according to Ian Rappaport. We're going to bring Jared Mueller back in. Not that I surprised you a little bit there, Jared. Sorry, man. Brought you in quickly.
Great.
Hey, yeah, you're live. Welcome back.
Chicago Bears are moving up to 11 with the New York Giants.
There you go. Had to be.
Okay.
So obviously
Chicago is going to take Justin Fields or Mac Jones.
The assumption is that it'll be Justin Fields. Mac Jones was seemingly used as some version of smokescreen throughout, but it seems like Justin Fields will be the pick here at 11.
Okay, Chicago.
And Gettleman traded down.
I think he's going to have a media field day after this thing talking about the trade down.
He'll send an email and show that he can use a computer.
Yeah.
I think Sirianni needs to consider one size up on that button down. What do we think? I think you see him. Are you guys looking at the big board there? The Eagles head coach. Just maybe one size up on that button down. A little tight.
I've got NFL Network on, so I'm seeing
okay.
stuff.
I've got ESPN.
I just watched somebody dunk. I don't have a clue what's happening.
That's NFL Network, yeah.
But for me, what's really interesting now is you spend $10 million in Andy Dalton. If this is Justin Fields, did they actually get a chance to save their jobs? Right? Like, Ryan Pace, Matt Nagy, are they somehow saving their jobs because a bunch of teams passed on Justin Fields that shouldn't have, because he should have been the number 2 overall pick in this draft? All of a sudden, when you look ahead or try to project ahead what this story could mean, it could mean these guys find success in Chicago with the first good quarterback since Sid Luckman, because they lucked into him being still available at 11 and Dave Gettleman moving down.
Wow. 164, next year's first and next year's fourth is what the Bears gave up.
Yeah, the Browns aren't trading up.
Wow, they are trying to save their jobs. You're right. They are trying to save their job.
Right. And remember, Dave Gettleman talked about not wanting to be fleeced. And so for him to trade down, it had to be something crazy, because he didn't want it to be an even trade, basically. He wanted to fleece another team for him to trade down. And so that's how they did it.
So the thing that is, it is. And then you think about, I don't particularly think Chicago is going to be very good next year. I don't think they're going to, and I know it's a weak quarterback class next year as we sit a year away from it. Maybe it gets better. I don't know, but it just seems like right now it's going to be a weaker quarterback class. So they're going to give up their first. If they start Dalton all year, that's not a good team, guys. Like I'm saying, that Chicago pick's going to probably be pretty good. unless Justin Fields comes in and just plays well right away, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think. Honestly, I think they're going to be in a position that the Browns were in far too frequently in the early part since the return. He's not going to sit. They have to try. They have no chance. They can't give him a year. They don't have a year to give. He's going to get thrown in, if not week 1, really quickly, unless Dalton goes out and lights the world on fire somehow, because they have to save their jobs. They have no chance. So could that be detrimental to his development, like it was to so many that came through Cleveland over the years? Maybe. I don't know, but I can't imagine he's going to sit much because, like we said earlier, their seat's not hot. Their seat is lava.
Yeah, he just looks like they're all returning from a happy phone call on the ESPN broadcast here.
Yeah, we're getting that right now, that Justin Fields is the pick for the Chicago Bears at 11.
Interesting. I'm glad that he did not end up in the division. I'll put it that way.
Hey, Johnny Kinsley is excited over there, even though his internet isn't working really well in the media room. He's very excited over there, and I have to keep telling him to be quiet.
Yeah, the internet was not cooperating. It was a whole lot of, Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right,
he was pretty excited that the food and the drinks were free. He was really excited about that.
Listen, I'm about to go for meal number 3 for so far tonight, and I'm trying to figure out. So ice cream is at 9:30. Oh, hey guys, I'll see you guys in just a little bit. I'm not joking with you. Ice cream's at 9:30. So
all right, man, get it.
I'll be right back with some ice cream. All right.
All right, bro. See ya.
We cover all angles of the draft for you here at the OBR. We've got picks, we've got trades, we've got ice cream schedules. Nobody else has our comprehensive coverage.
Oh man, this is interesting. So Fields goes to Chicago. I know we're going to have that pick up on the board here in just a second. Let's talk about Chicago's offensive roster. Let's pull them up and have a conversation because we will see Chicago this year.
Well, they still have Anthony Miller. We know that.
They for now have Anthony Miller. Darnell Mooney is a nice downfield threat for them.
Boy, we liked him last year, didn't we?
We really did, man. And then Allen Robinson, we know what Allen Robinson is. Weak up front, in my opinion, still. Elijah Wilkinson's their pegged right tackle right now. Charles Leno. I don't like their offensive line. Still starting Jimmy Graham. They took Cole Met last year. They're okay. David Montgomery, they're okay. They definitely need to figure out a long-term quarterback answer. So this is the route they go. I think they take the second best quarterback in this draft, in my opinion, and you get him at 11. Is not terrible, but you're risking a lot.
Their defense is they let Fuller go, but they still have Khalil Mack. They still have a couple other guys. I don't know. I don't know if he's enough to take that roster into contending status or not, but as we said far too many times here in Cleveland over the years, they were really backed into a corner. It was a move they basically had to make when he got to this point. And you can't fault them for it. I mean, maybe they gave up too much, but they really didn't have a lot of choice here.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely had to make some move that if it ends up working out, it is the type of thing that absolutely saves the job. It is the type of thing that's viewed as the right way to do it. So, yeah. It's an interesting play. You can be nervous about where that pick goes next year, but I think Justin Fields is in next year's quarterback class. He's the first quarterback on the board. He's taken first overall. So you could probably look at it that way, right? I mean, I just think he would be, based on what we know is coming. Could you name me 3 of the top quarterbacks next year's class right now?
No, but at the same time, as we say every year, it's a year away.
I feel that.
There's always going to be guys that we think are meh that come out and blast out of the woodwork. There's going to be guys we haven't even mentioned that come out. I mean, how many people were on Patrick Mahomes a year ahead?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you for the most part.
But I
felt
get you.
like 2018. I know Baker rose up, but there was always conversation about, Darnold's back and rose in. And I just think if Justin Fields went back to school this year, he would be almost a lock to be the first quarterback all throughout the process. Is kind of I can't think of anyone else. I really can't. I mean, guys I can think of are not guys that are going to be big. I mean, like Sam Howell. I mean, you could pick apart Sam Howell's game, the kid from North Carolina, the Carson Strong kid out in Nevada. I can't think of a ton of guys. Desmond Ridder, Cincinnati. I guess there are guys that can come up the board, but guys that are young, like that are going some of these early drafts for college level fantasy nonsense is like Bryce Young from Alabama, like CJ Stroud, the Ohio State. These are all younger guys. So it's like there's just not a ton of I'm saying like a lot. There's just not a ton of quarterback consensus about even the top names for next year. So if I were in Chicago's draft room, I'd be saying, and I'm sure they've looked at it and said to themselves, okay, we don't take a quarterback this year. If we keep our jobs, we're lucky enough to keep our jobs. Who would be the top quarterback next year? Well, do we think Justin Fields would be the top quarterback? Yeah, you probably would. So I guess I get where they're coming from. Spencer Rattler, yeah, he could be the kid from Oklahoma. I guess I've not been very impressed with him from a consistency standpoint whatsoever. But again, he could take off and throw 55 touchdowns and a couple picks and be the guy. So
well, and the other thing too for the Bears is Andy Dalton. I mean, people in Cleveland love to make fun of him, and he's not what he was before, but he's still good enough to take you out of range of the top quarterback next year. He's good enough to get you into that quarterback purgatory, anywhere from 6 and 10, 6 and 11 now to 9 and 8 or 8 and 9, where you're picking in the late teens, and there's just no quarterbacks at that spot, So yeah, this was a move they basically had to make when Fields fell this far.
Well, Fields goes, so Mac Jones is the only real first round quarterback. Kind of, I guess Kellen Mond could sneak in there. There's some others that could sneak in. Kyle Trask, right?
Davis Mills has been talked about lately. I don't know if I buy any of that, but it's been talked about.
Yeah. Little button down action.
One good thing I'd like to say here too is, despite the rain, despite the COVID restrictions on this and that and everything else, I'm not there, but it looks like our city is absolutely crushing this. It looks like Cleveland is just absolutely destroying hosting this draft, and it's really a good thing for the city. Everybody that's there that I've seen say stuff has been very impressed. They're all having a ball. Everybody's having a great time. Everything's smooth. It looks great on TV. It looks to me like this is that our fair city is really showing out here tonight, and that's cool in and of itself.
I very much agree. I can tell here. I mean, doing this like we're doing it, we miss out on hearing a lot of the things that we would traditionally hear and some of that stuff. But yeah, it looks beautiful. It looks like where was it 2 years ago? Cowboys Stadium. It looks every bit the part, and they did a great job building it. And it looks like if the rain had held off, would be a little better. But
could be pay here.
Could be pay here. You're right.
We got a question. Do you move up for Pay or Newsome or JOK? I'm not
moving up yet. It's too far still.
Yeah, and we're talking about the guys that they might have made a huge trade up for, at least as far as we understand, are gone. Now a smaller trade up for one of those guys, if they really love them, you get to 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I mean, maybe you do. Maybe they don't. Maybe they just sit still the whole night. Maybe they don't love anybody left on the board enough to give up anything for them. But if they do, I think we're 4 picks-ish away from it getting whatever qualifies for serious.
It's. I feel like it's going to be an edge, or it could be Parsons. I guess someone just mentioned.
It's got to be defense.
Costco saying it's going to be Parsons.
I don't know. I haven't been looking.
I'm going to check right now. I really hope Parsons goes here. It'd be great for some of the guys that we'd like to still see on the board.
Me too, and other things.
Yeah.
Costco says it's Parsons.
So they have Jalen Smith still, right? They still have Vander Esch, and now they have another. I guess they could view him as a pass rush. I don't know. It's an interesting pick. I would have thought they would have gotten a more traditional edge rush guy, but like I said before, I'm sitting here with a shirt that says "Party" in a random office, so I don't really know what I'm talking about.
Oh, how do you not love that jacket? Oh, that is. I could never pull that off, but man, that is cool.
Talk about Micah Parsons from a grade perspective here. He did not play 2020, but in 2019 he was a 91.6 grade, 731 snaps, 77 tackles, only 6 missed tackles. They grade him as a top 10 overall player. 59 snaps on the D-line. He was a box player for 590, so was an off-ball linebacker for them. Did have some slot corner snaps, 72 slot corner snaps. He tested a 4.39. Now, the Penn State pro day numbers are pretty notorious for being faster than what traditionally you see at the combine. Some places they're actually pretty close. Some seem to think Penn State has traditionally been a little faster during pro day, so take that for what it's worth. But a 4.39 is ridiculous. It's a 99th percentile run for a linebacker.
He's freakish. I mean, yeah, there's questions about his technique and you know, his coverage is in question, and obviously the off-field stuff is what it is. But from an athlete standpoint, from a developmental standpoint, he has pretty much every tool you could possibly want as a coach. I mean, there's nothing physically that he can't do and do at a high level. So as much as I'm glad, you know, that he didn't come to the Browns, and I don't think he would have been the right pick for us even at 26, it's hard to fault somebody thinking they can fix him. Every coach thinks they can fix a guy with that level of athleticism, and whether you like him or not, he is freakishly athletic. There's no arguing with that.
He is. I just like seeing guys celebrate that moment. It's got to be such a cool,
It's a great moment for these kids.
Yeah, man. Really cool. Yeah, listen, they're set on offense. Dak comes back healthy. They're loaded at wide receiver. They should get healthier along the O-line. They should as well. You know, they'll draft some people in the O-line at some point too.
I'll say
they do need to get pass rush. They're going to be a prime Peyton Turner target area. I just think they're a prime Peyton Turner round 2 guy there.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. Our friend Corey Kinnan has a countdown after every single pick. He tweets, like he just tweeted 14 picks until Rashod Bateman is a Cleveland Brown. He has set himself up that if it's anybody but Rashod Bateman, he's going to be crushed. So I guess there's a small part of me rooting for Corey's sanity, you know, and Bateman wouldn't be a bad pick. So Corey, we see you. We're rooting for you, pal, you know, but you might want to widen the expectation just a little bit so you're not crushed at the end of the night, you know.
I think he's smarter than that, but he is doing it. He's gonna put a picture of himself just blackout drunk when he. Oh man, yeah. Parsons is fun. We were nervous about him through the process because there's, you know, it doesn't take much studying to figure out why we'd be a little nervous about him in the connection with the Browns or whatever, and some of the stuff that he does. Is he a great fit for what the Browns do? I don't know. You know, ultimately he could turn out to be a fantastic player, but we never heard anything. And the other day, Lane Atkins said that he did not hear any buzz of connection between Parsons and Cleveland. So we have kind of viewed him as a guy who is out.
I think Lane actually went as far to say of the top 50 or so prospects, he's the one name he's never heard once connected with the Browns, if I remember what he said correctly. So it doesn't surprise me at all that he would. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is an interesting pick. I have no idea what the Chargers are going to do. They're one of those teams we talked about at the top of the broadcast that they could go 4, 5, 6 different ways, and they got
to get a tackle. Darisaw would make sense. Slater's here. You think they would want to help out their young quarterback, man, who's a hell of a player.
You would think.
I'm going to guess tackle, but you're right. They could go in any number of directions here. I would love to see them take a tackle because this is a spot that the corner could go.
Yes.
So
everybody send tackle vibes. Let Mr. Newsome keep falling, and Mr. Pay for that matter.
Oh man.
So,
Pay falling, AZEEZ falling. We should throw up our big board here at some point. I know Ian's in the background working like crazy here to get picks thrown up and all that stuff. We'll throw up our big board here any minute.
Got my good luck charm here with me, rubbing it in between each pick.
Is there a background to that good luck charm or any good story to it?
No, actually, I just dubbed it my good luck charm this week. I've only had it for a couple of months, so you know it's not like it has any historical meaning or anything. We were out and in this little shop that sold a lot of really cool stuff, like old beer signs and old team logo signs and that kind of stuff. And this was off in the corner. It was just off by itself, and I just thought it was really, really freaking cool. So
It is cool.
it's just a little totem is all it is. That's all you can see right there. But I've been rubbing it between each pick, hoping that our guys keep falling because, no matter who you want, if NEWSOME and Pay and JOK and all these guys keep falling into range, it's going to be a good outcome. You might not get your number 1 choice, but you're probably going to get your number 2 or your number 3 or something like that. So at 26, that's a hell of a coup if you can get your 2nd or 3rd overall guy.
Yeah, I would say 1, 2, 3 on our top 5 corners left. Caleb Farley obviously dealing with what the medicals look like. We don't know if he's even going to go today at all. Greg Newsome is a guy who's been hovered around that 20, 21, 22 range. I don't think the Giants are going to be interested in taking a corner there based on their roster. So that probably eliminates one of the teams in Chicago who we thought could be interested in that player. But Melifonwu and Paulson Adeba, who we both like, both of those guys are more end of round 1, maybe sneaking in at the very end, more round 2 guys.
Right.
We can talk about edge guys here in just a second too, because those are the most popular. Then we'll put up wide receiver as well and see what's still on the board of wide receiver here momentarily.
That's a highlight. Jeez. I thought we missed the pick. They were just showing earlier picks.
I had a really good point in my head, and I should have wrote it down because I wanted to talk about it, and it has been erased from my mind, which is unfortunate. I wanted to talk about it. It looks like we got our edge rushers
side of the table.
I'm on your side now, right?
Yeah.
Quiddy Pay. All the edge guys are still here. All of our guys we mentioned earlier are all still here. So we're at pick 14. We're probably not going to – 13. Probably not going to see an edge guy. Now, Minnesota is definitely a team that could be interested in an edge player.
Right.
But keep that in mind. That's probably where we'll see the first one go. But then New England gets interesting. Do they get interested in Mac Jones? Mac Jones for New England would be the ideal outcome, in my opinion. So it looks like Rashawn Slater could be the guy here. I am seeing. We'll see if it ends up being true. It makes a ton of sense. Darrisaw is definitely a guy that could go in front of Cleveland, so that gives you another tackle. I think it would be very possible for Tevin Jenkins, the Oklahoma State kid, to also go in front. Elijah Barrett-Tucker from USC could also go in front. So that's 4 or 5 more linemen in that first-round mold that could go and help the Browns have a board full of players that they would be very, very interested in. So we're getting into the heart of this thing.
Yeah, if you're in the camp that they stick at 26 and don't move up, you got to be pleased with how the board has gone thus far. We haven't lost anybody, I think, that we would realistically have thought would still be around at 26. It's going about as well to this point as it could if you're in the stick at 26 camp.
I'm with it. We are going to, throughout this episode, be talking about trying to type up right now so we can get the graphic thrown up. The 50% off deal we have going through May 3rd. This is just a reminder, a little shameless self-promotion from us here at the OBR, because we have, listen, ultimately you're supporting journalism. You're supporting us who are guys who are not full-time committed to one place. We got other parts of our lives we do. We do this as a hustle for the most part. Some of us with more time to commit to it than others, but it's mostly a hustle. So you're supporting good people who are trying to work hard to bring you as much information as we can. And we have a 50% off your annual membership running through May 3rd through the entirety of the weekend and into early next week. So we would love if you got in on that. What you get from us throughout your course of an annual membership: constant film room breakdown. We have film rooms that nobody else does at a level that nobody else does it there all the time. We also have the best, and I'm happy you joined us, my friend here on the air, the best draft Browns coverage leading up to the whole thing, right? Fantastic Browns coverage. And I'm not talking just like, hey, it's a mock every single day. It's every day with write-ups on these players, so you know them ahead of time. You're the first person in your office talking about Rashod Bateman. Hey, I heard about you got Browns fans that are friends. You're the guy out in front of it because of information you get from Steve. We do them live mock drafts. All of it is a part of what you get with us at the OBR. We have insider information that is unique and unheard of from anybody else in this market. Lane Atkins does a bang-up job on this whole thing. Brad Stainbrook, who's come with us the last year, has also done a great job, has a ton of agent connections. So you have an agent connection side and a guy who has connections inside of the building. So please. And we have the analytics stuff from Cody Sweck. We have a whole bunch of things. We've got a great graphics team now. Barry McBride, the publisher, his son Ian, who's with us on this whole thing tonight, is doing great graphic work for us that you guys are benefiting from if you're watching. And like I said, the analytics from Cody Sweck and Jared Mueller chips in with a ton of different insights. And Fred Greetham is on site at Berea all the time, providing beat right coverage. You know, we are always there talking to the players, talking to the coaches. We got every angle. You don't need anybody else when you're with the OBR. So give us a chance.
On top of that, you can get, and there's different things that have to happen if you come in on a deal like this, but you'll also get Paramount Plus access, and possibly most important of all, the more subscribers we get, the less chance that Jared Mueller has to open his OnlyFans that he's been talking about. So if none of the rest of that really trips your trigger, please do that to keep Jared Mueller off OnlyFans. I mean, I can't stress that enough.
Yeah, it's an absolute must for the sake of everybody. We're going to bring Jared back on in just a minute as the Chargers pick. This has been a slow process to get to the Chargers pick, and I'm going to have to charge one of my headphones while the other one stays on.
Rashawn Slater. There we go.
All right.
It's official now.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Slater's the pick. We will talk about him momentarily. I'm going to get some data pulled up on him. 2 Northwestern guys potentially going in round 1 here. So it was much easier for me to do my first round pick film room last year when the pick was done by 9:30. I'm going to have to be up so late tonight. So late. Slater is, let's talk about a Marshall Yanda comparison, which is, you know, Yanda ends up being an inside guy, but a phenomenal NFL player. Slater 6'4", 304, athletic as hell. Northwestern product, like I said, 90 grade his 2019 season. His tape against Chase Young, very solid. Very solid. 787 snaps in 2019, opted out last year. Trying to make sure I get this information pulled right for you guys. Let's talk about run block grade. It was an 89.1, 87.4 pass block grade, 89.9 zone, 73.5 on gap schemes like power counter. We're pulling somebody in an 86 true pass set grade. So just a very, very solid football player overall. They say Slater's tape's about as clean as it gets in this class. The only question is whether teams will give him a shot on the outside. Some people think they might move him inside, such as the Marshall Yanda comparison. We will also talk about our good friend. Let me see if I can pull up his little tidbit about Rashawn Slater. I like giving Dane Brugler a shout out because I think he does the best, most comprehensive draft guide on the market. And you're talking ages of guys down to the day of birth, man. Crazy insightful. He says overall Slater will be graded as an offensive tackle on some boards and as a guard center on others. So we'll see what the Chargers say there. But regardless, he offers the smart, technically sound approach to the plug-and-play aspect of the positions as an NFL starter and would best fit in a zone scheme. So the Chargers like him enough. We'll see if they keep him outside. Heck of a football player, and I think a pretty good pick at pick 13 for them. Because some people, Steve, thought he could go all the way up to Cincinnati at 5.
Yeah, there were rumors that they liked him better than Sewell if they were going to go tackle. So regardless, and Fred, we'll get your opinion on this. We were just saying before you came on, whoever your number one hope is for the Browns, they're still there. This is going about as well as it could for the Browns to this point. What do you think?
Yeah, there just hasn't been. Usually there's always that funky pick somewhere.
Right.
Where you're like, who's that guy? You know, and yeah, so far it's pretty much, you know, logical. So, you know, I think you're halfway through to 26. Only 3 defensive players. I mean, obviously the 2 corners. The linebacker, I don't think he fits in what the Browns had in mind. So, yeah, you're going to – I think there's going to probably be a run on corners the way they jumped at those 2. You know, I don't know if you're going to have to move up to go for a Newsome or one of these guys, and I don't know what they will feel about Farley. I mean, I know that Lane said that they were okay with his medicals, so we'll see, you know, but yeah, it's with the offense, they keep going offense, you know, that's what you want. You like to see Cincinnati taking a wide receiver over.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Adam Schefter, the Vikings could be trading out of 14. He just sent that out 57 seconds ago.
Oh, there we go. This is the earliest, I think, that they could go. You know, this is the top end. Costco says it's the Jets.
Ooh, so who do the Jets want here?
I would rather, you know,
be a corner, right?
It gotta be a corner.
I was glad to see Fields go to the Bears and not the Patriots.
Yep. Agree about that for sure, Fred.
But
Let me check real quick. My computer is so mad at me for having tabs up. It's like, hey man, slow down. Yeah, let's look at the Jets. I can't name any corner on the Jets roster. Is that bad?
I don't know why they haven't re-signed Brian Poole. The shoulder must be way worse. Either that or he's asking for a ridiculous amount of money.
Bryce Hall, LaShawn Austin. Guys, I got no clue. They've got to be coming up for Farley, which I can't say. They're coming up for Newsome. I don't know.
Pay maybe. I mean,
I guess it's like their cornerback room is a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
I had heard all day New Orleans was trying to get in the top 10 for a cornerback.
Right.
So
the pick is in. Let's see if we got anybody who knows anything. Well, John Costco says the Jets are flying in to make a pick, so that must be the trade announcement.
Right.
I got to get back. I'll check back with you in a little bit.
Thanks for
All right,
coming
brother.
again,
We'll check
Fred.
in. Thanks, Fred.
No problem.
We're going to bring Jared Mueller back in now. Hopefully he's got his headphones in and is prepared for us to bring him back in. All right, we're going to bring him in. Who
What's
are
up,
they
fellas?
taking?
I actually do not know. I've been trying to check a few places and I don't see anything. And defensive end was the highest expectation at 23. So I'm really intrigued what's going on here.
Wow. Costco says it's AVT. He says
that
it's
was
Barrett Tucker.
Yeah,
He
so
just
offensive
moved
line
up
and
for a guard?
well, people like that like his versatility, and I think again, like we talked about with Joe Burrow, if you're gonna get a quarterback, protect that guy. Figure out the weapons later, and if you have a good system, and they think
Trading up for it?
I get it.
Well,
And again,
Joe
we gotta
Thomas
look at-
said he was the second best offensive lineman in the draft today. So
Joe has said a lot. Hey,
Yeah.
real quick, we've got the trade information: 23, 66, 86
wow.
for 14 and 143.
Wow.
Wow.
So that means we are on the clock at 15, and the New England Patriots are looking at Mac Jones. I'm not saying that is the pick, but that's who we're looking at, and that puts the Browns, 11 picks away. And when you
With
look at
everybody on the board, guys.
It's
everybody,
going well.
JOK, Kwity Paye, Farley, Newsome,
So,
Jalen Phillips.
Dane Brugler does have Vera Tucker as his number one overall guard. He says overall, we'll talk about his summary. Vera Tucker does an outstanding job centering his blocks and sustaining due to his balanced feet, strong hands, quick processing. He projects as an NFL starting guard with Pro Bowl ceiling and tackle versatility. So, I like the guy. I like the player. I just would not. If I were a Jets fan, I wouldn't love my team moving up for him. But I know they want to protect. They want to protect, Zach Wilson. I'm cool with that angle. He graded out 65.6, 2018, 2019 as a 78.8, 2020, 81.8. He is a late first-round grade from Pro Football Focus, redshirt junior, 6'4", 308. Pro comparison is TJ Lang.
Between him and Becton, that left side is protected. Zach Wilson's blind side is protected. So
Yeah. 926 snaps at 2019 at left guard. Last year, 476 snaps at left tackle. Big 36 bench reps is 98th percentile. He jumps a 32 vertical jump, 87th percentile, which is very strong. Arms are 32 and a third, 32-1. So third percentile arm length. I think that's where a lot of people get the guard stuff from, short arms.
Weren't those Joe Thomas's measurements?
Close. I thought they were. Yeah. But the numbers from him, 76.7 block grade, run block grade, 80.5 true pass. It's, you like him enough. I know we just had somebody put up top remaining players. We're going to shuffle through top remaining players again. I'll say this, Mark, as I see you're the comment about about this, that everybody is a top remaining player is still on the board. Like everybody that we thought would be in this range that they could be interested in, is there. So they can see a run here. I know we're only a pick 6 to 15's coming up. We could see a run between the next 10 picks of guys we all wanted. But
since you have Jared, I'm gonna go grab a beer. So I'm gonna be gone for 30 seconds.
Yep. I'm going to take you up on a break here soon, too. We've been going live for, 3 hours?
You guys have been rocking it. I mean, I think the reality is as we look at these picks coming up, if now the Jets are off the board with Tucker, Vera Tucker, Patriots could be looking at offense. The Cardinals and the Raiders almost always want offense. Now, they could go defense, obviously. There's just a lot of opportunity for the Browns here. I think what's interesting is, do they trade up because they see the guy, or do they trade down because there's so many defensive players available that they feel really good about that? I think it's going to be really interesting. Again, we know Farley, Newsome, they have injury concerns. JOK is still on the board. I think he's going to be gone. I think Washington is a team to look at for him if they don't get a quarterback. But Jalen Phillips has injury concerns. So I think there's just a lot of guys. But Kwity Paye, I think, is the top edge rusher in this class, and he is still on the board here. I think that is a guy you could see that move up for right now. So I think it's going to be really, really interesting over the next kind of couple picks, especially if Mac Jones goes here at 15. You really are set up in a way where Kwity Paye, Caleb Farley, Jalen Phillips, Greg Newsome, even I know a lot of us don't like the idea, but Zaven Collins, a Rashad Bateman wide receiver, AZEEZ Ojulari, there's just a lot of guys, Asante Samuel, that just really just are there for the Browns. And then JOK has been my guy for a while.
Looks like Costco is saying Bill's dog sniffs around Alabama for a quarterback. So that's another great answer there. I will say, as that Mac Jones pick will come, it appears to me that the prime Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah range is that 17, 18, 19 range. And I think you might have just mentioned this, but you're looking at, what is that, Las Vegas, who was connected to Parsons if he fell to them. You're looking at then Miami, who's looking for as many defensive threats as they can find. And then you're looking at Washington as well, who needs linebacker depth too, that type of player.
Yeah, so I think the interesting thing, the Raiders have invested in linebackers in free agency over the last couple years. Corey Littleton, and I can't think of the other guy that they signed in the same year. Miami, they're more of a New England. They like a little bit bigger of a linebacker, which JOK isn't, but do they see him as a safety? Washington with Ron Rivera, is he looking for his next Luke Kuechly type of player that can run around and do a lot of different things? That makes a lot of sense. And then David Gettleman now at 20 tends to like size. Like, he likes big guys. So JOK isn't that. So that doesn't make sense. And so then we start to get into, where it really gets is going to be frustrating for Browns fans is 21, 22, and 24 are all AFC contenders. I'll use the word contender for the Steelers. That's where you're going to see a few of these guys most likely go, are the teams you don't want to see them go to.
I'm with it. What do you guys think of Mac Jones' fit? His fit in New England?
I think the reality is that Mac Jones,
you guys hear me okay?
He does some things okay. But Cam Newton is there. I think Cam Newton's the starter next year until he's not. And it just allows Mac Jones to get a little bit more experience, and hopefully they got enough weapons for him.
All right, we're getting out in front of this thing a little bit. I'm trying to pull this stuff up here and get the right thing squared away. We got to let them announce. Looks like New England's pick is in right after.
Yeah, come on.
Right.
Make the pick. I haven't seen anybody tip it, but everybody seems to think it's Mac Jones.
Is this the New England pick, or did they announce the Jets pick already, or did I miss that?
Yeah, they did. This is the
Oh, okay. So, okay, it's caught up. Yeah, because I really don't want to miss much. I'm going to run real quick to the restroom, and then I will be back, guys, because I don't want to miss this important stretch coming up. So I'll be right back.
Absolutely. So, Steven, as you've been looking at the board, I know you have played every mock draft
there it is.
out in your head, right? But the reality is that, like, Andrew Berry right now is in a position to have some, I mean, what we would consider savvy destruction, right? Like the reality is like he can take things and just do whatever he wants to do. It seems like at this point in time, like there might be 3 or 4 guys that we would all be like, sure, I'd like that guy at 26. So as you've kind of done your mock drafts, 100 million of them, like, is this something you really saw coming, or was this something that, is starting to become surprising to you?
No, there's nobody so far that's a surprise. I put together that article last week about we expect these 16 guys to be gone in the top 25 picks, and then there's another group of about 18 or 19 that, we're guessing, and so far I don't think we've seen anybody outside of that top 16 guaranteed gone group. Now this next stretch is where it gets interesting, like you said, and it's also 16 with the Cardinals. I mean, we talked about moving up with Carolina and moving up with Philadelphia and this and that and everything else. But realistically, this next pick with Arizona is where it starts to get interesting. I don't think it gets really serious until 19 with Washington football team. And even then, that's only if there's a guy that they love, because like you said, the numbers are really starting to work in their favor here, that if they sit tight, let's say they have 8 guys left that they have graded with first round grades. I'm just throwing that number out as an example. If you get to 19 and you have 8 guys, well, there's only 7 spots left. So one of your first round players is still going to be there at 26. So then it becomes a case of how much do you value one of those guys over the other? And is that more or less than what you would have to get to move up to where you think he's going to be? So we're not there yet, but the way it's going, it's starting to look good for the people that don't want to move up at all, like nothing. Not just don't want to give up a ton. They don't want to move up at all. It's starting to look better and better for that. We're almost to the point where the value starts to switch the other way.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is Andrew Berry's experience around the league a little bit. Indianapolis with the other dude that I just totally, Gregson. And then he was obviously with Sashi, then with John Dorsey, and then over with Howie Roseman. He seems to have a good feel of what people want and trades and all of that kind of stuff. And so, he's just prepared. He did that with the Saints and got a 3rd-round pick this year to move down to still get his guy. I feel really good that it seems like Andrew Berry just understands the league in a lot of ways. The ability to look at where have people spent money in free agency, where have they drafted, and just kind of have a real good feel of what's going to be taken. Again, this is where analytics is important. Is it's not a feel; it's just understanding the data. Well, they have 2 second-round picks at linebacker. They're not going to take JOK kind of conversation, right? So I think that's where I have a lot of confidence in where Andrew Berry is. So on a side note, because we've laughed about him a lot, Mac Jones, just in general, your thoughts on him?
I don't know. I mean, Jake and I talked at the top of the broadcast when the quarterback run was happening that it's been great this year that we didn't have to dig into it. So, full clarity, my quarterback research this year is very superficial. It's very shallow. I really didn't dig into it, and thank God I didn't have to. Thank you, Baker Mayfield. But from what I can see, he's a guy that can win within the structure. He's not a statue. People have said, oh, he can't win. He can do stuff outside of the structure. He didn't have to do a lot before, but he seems like a guy that Hoodie will like. He's going to fit in up there because he knows what's supposed to happen. He knows where the guys are supposed to be. And much like Tom Brady, if you're in the spot as a receiver, if you're in the spot where you're supposed to be, he can deliver the ball accurately and keep the chains moving. And, Belichick has proved over the years that, even with Tom Brady, he could win games. I mean, they went 11-5 with Matt Cassell, for crying out loud. How many 2nd and 3rd round picks did he bring in for a game or two here and there and make him look so good that he got a 1st round pick in a trade for the guy later? And Mac Jones seems to me, again, very shallow level of research on the quarterbacks this year, but he seems to me to be a guy who fits that same mold that Bill Belichick will really like and be able to do a lot of stuff with.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, speaking of not so savvy devastation, it looks like the vaccination zone is out of beer.
Uh-oh.
And Zaven Collins is the pick for the Arizona Cardinals here at 16. So we've talked a lot about Zaven Collins. as for the Browns, we focus really much on that. But Zaven Collins is an interesting player. He's in that Adarius Thomas, Jamie Collins, big linebacker role. Somehow got bigger, like he was trying to bulk up to be an edge rusher. So it becomes really interesting. Your thoughts on Zaven Collins, not for the Browns, but just as you watched him as a player?
Good football player. I mean, I remember when I forget who it was first tipped me off to him about halfway through the year last year when he first started making a name for himself, and I watched a few plays and I was like, wow, this guy moves really, really well. And I remember at that time he was, late day 2, early day 3 on most of the boards, so I was getting him in the 90s and the 80s and stuff like that, and people had never heard of him and they were saying, oh, that's a reach, that's a reach, that's a reach. And now, 6 months later, those same people are saying we need to trade future capital to move up and get him because he's not going to be there at 26. So yeah, I don't think and I think you agree with me here, Jared, I don't think he would have been the right fit for the Browns, but he's a damn good football player. And I don't know what Arizona, I mean, how do you trust if they have a plan between him and Isaiah Simmons from last year? There's a lot of very big guys who are freakishly fast and agile for their size. If they can figure out how to use the both of them to the top of their ability, add in J.J. Watt, add in, they got Nuke Hopkins and everything else, and Kyler's not a rookie anymore. They could be a sneaky team over there in the NFC. So, but it's a lot of projection because Collins is, much like Isaiah Simmons was last year, a sort of a positionless hybrid type guy where you have to know what to do with him or he's going to be wasted, much like Simmons was last year.
Right, because you look at Buda Baker, Chandler Jones, J.J. Watt.
Right.
There's a lot of guys on that defense. But again, we know what coaching is and what coaching can do. But for the Browns, another player that, at least for us on our board, we were not very high on. Now, Lane has stated that the Browns had interest in him, or we're looking at him. I don't always remember the exact wording that was used. But again, for us, the three of us who are not in lockstep but have some general agreement, it looks like we continue to have another player off the board. And real quickly, got a question about ice cream. So the ice cream, I posted on Twitter, but the ice cream options, there were 3, and I went with something different. So there was the chocolate cookie crumble stuff, the eclair, whatever it's called. There was a cone, whatever, one of those things. My wife loves those, but I went with the strawberry one with the crumble on top because I wanted something a little different, and it seemed healthy because like strawberry is a fruit and chocolate isn't, which is the illogical as all get out. Jake, did you like that, brother?
Bro, I live by methods like that.
The dumbest thing I've ever said in my entire life. But as you were gone, obviously, Mac Jones has gone to the Patriots. Zaven Collins now to the Arizona Cardinals. And so, we are 10 picks away, right? Like 26 is coming at 9, whatever the math on that bad boy is. And I think at this point, there's probably 10 or 11 or 12 players that all of us would probably be okay or happy with at 26. So Zaven Collins off the board is something to cheer about.
I feel good about it. Yeah, I feel good about where they sit right now. Feels like JOK is going to be in the next 4 picks or so, but whatever. There's other good players left, man. I'm more than happy with how it's shaped up. I think that's a little earlier than I thought Zaven would go. I think we did. Did we do? Was it you and me, Steve, who did the mock yesterday that are on our side that those 2 linebackers went quick? Zaven Collins and Jamin Davis, and we're like, wow, that's higher than I've ever seen those guys go in these.
It could have been, and I did see like 2 or 3 days ago, I saw somebody from the Cardinals world that I follow, I can't remember specifically who it was, say that he was hearing noise about Zaven at 16. So, it's not totally unexpected.
For sure.
Well, but I think then that's where all of us are starting to kind of play out the tape out a little bit, right? If they don't go edge, is it Milton Williams in the second round, or who falls into that, or so instead of moving up in the first round, do they get a little aggressive to get back up high into the second round? Do they use a future second, a future first, whatever it is, to kind of get those players, if they kind of start to bunch together here, can they get a JOK or can they get a Newsome and, that kind of combination, I think is going to be really interesting to Andrew Berry because, and I've said this on pods and whatever, this year is Andrew Berry's spend year. Next 2 years are Andrew Berry's keep year. And so that's really kind of how he's seeing things. Whether that affects the draft or not it's definitely his spend year this year, and he's looking to keep after this.
All the Raiders are not trading.
The hunch right now is that it is going to be Newsome 21 or 22 is my guess for that. I think Tennessee is a corner hotspot.
By the way, real quickly, I don't know who's running the account, whether it's Florio or Michael David Smith. Pro Football Talk is reporting that Najee Harris will be the Steelers pick at 24 unless someone jumps them to get him. Holy mother of pearl, please let that happen.
And I've heard if you want to talk about a running back going to another AFC contender, I have heard that Buffalo is high on some of the running backs.
Travis
and they might be
Etienne
looking to move up. So
yeah.
So I mean, the Raiders here. Who knows? Does anybody have their favorite third-round corner that the Raiders could pick here at 17?
Melifonwu, like that wouldn't stun me.
Hey,
he's a traits guy, right? He's big.
No idea what they're going to do.
Hey, what about Sean Wade, the Buckeye? I mean,
John Kine, who covers the Redskins, Cleveland guy, covers not the Redskins, Washington football team. I think Jamin Davis is among the bigger possibilities. They could trade back for 19, but if they stay, they think that Davis is a particular interest to Minnesota or Washington football team. Ooh, we're struggling.
Yeah, there's a wild card team there, and also as we've said for a long time now, a prime trade up spot if the Browns are so inclined. Because
Glazer says here that the Raiders pick is going to surprise people.
No,
Alex Leatherwood, who we expected to be a Browns target last year as a possibility, is now a Las Vegas Raider.
Wow.
This is going great, guys.
It is.
I mean, you can't.
About as good as we could have hoped at this point.
I mean, is it literally? I mean, I don't remember all the picks. Is it literally Horn and SURTAIN and everybody? I mean, obviously Pitts and Waddle and stuff, but it's Horn and SURTAIN, right?
Yeah, let's throw up wide receivers available. The guys we talked about, the battle at 4 and 5, all the wide receivers we're potentially interested in, Elijah Moore, Rashod Bateman, they're all there. So we didn't think any of the big three were going to slip down. The only guy we thought could maybe slip down, DEVONTA, obviously gets picked at 10 quickly. So that group is still very, very much in play. Now, not as much in play as if some guys have gone earlier. Maybe Kwity Paye had already gone. AZEEZ OJULARI had already gone. Some of those types had already gone. Greg Newsome. But, we're still only at going to be pick 18 after this one. So a lot to still happen before pick 26. But the wide receivers are intact. I think Tennessee, I know I talked about them as a corner destination, but they lost Corey Davis. Definitely a place I could see somebody like Bateman or Elijah Moore going. The Colts could be interested in a wide receiver too. So we will throw up cornerback availability. We actually just talk corner. We can talk safety and linebacker at some point whenever Ian gets around to having time to throw those graphics.
Well, here's what we're looking at, right? We're at what? 8 picks till we're up. So 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 more picks. And
I
then
have to do the same thing, Stephen. I really
we've got you. Yes. Well, I'm a visual artist. So you've got Paye, OJULARI, Phillips, if you want to count him, Newsome, Farley, and then JOK. Who else is on our wish list? Oh, the wide receivers.
Yeah.
Bateman too. So you've got guys that unless every single guy we have on our radar is taken in the next 8 picks and there's no, Najee Harris and there's no more tackles and there's no more anything else, somebody that we like is going to be there at 26. I mean, we haven't even talked about Merrick, I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to be the pick at this point because it looks like there's going to be something at a higher impact position of need that is going to be there. Strange things can happen, but guys,
I think even Darisaw is going to be an interesting. Darisaw is a player that needs to be picked here soon as well, right? Should have been picked before Leatherwood. So again, you get another. There's just so many players on the board for the whole NFL, and then it works really well for the Browns. Hey guys, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back with you just before the Browns pick or if they trade.
All right, buddy. We'll see you, Jared.
Jared on the spot.
This is going to get really fun soon. I think this is an edge location for Miami. Kwity Paye could go here. This is just me talking out of the side of my mouth. I don't know who's going yet. I'm just talking. I think this could be a spot. They could go O-line too. The Dolphins definitely need. If Darisaw is of interest to them,
I've seen running back mentioned. I don't get it for that, but I've seen it mentioned a few times. So, they've got so many picks. Maybe they think a running back here, and then they've got so many picks still coming up that they think they can get a tackle or whatever. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm with you. I think they should go for the impact position, but we'll see. We'll find out here in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, we will, for sure. It's going to be – this is a really interesting spot. The next two picks here are going to be interesting.
Look, man, I think I waste a lot of time, but the amount of hours some of these people have to be putting into preparation for their draft day costumes, I feel better about myself. I mean, some of these costumes, they're fantastic, but you look at them and you go, that literally had to take at least 8 hours or 2-3 days. You spent days away from your family putting that together. So, I mean, God bless you, but man, holy mackerel.
Seriously. I'm answering questions about JOK linebacker safety. He can be whatever. I don't care.
Safety.
You can list him as a safety. You can list him. He's played more.
JAYLEN Phillips is off the board. Wow.
Not a stunner. I guess a stunner. From a skill standpoint, you and I have talked about this ad nauseum. From a skill standpoint, he's every bit the player you
number one edge
guy to beat. Yeah, he just is. It's a serious thing with the head issue. With the concussion. So. I didn't think he was really in play for the Browns, but yeah. I mean, you think? Are you
would say, yeah, I mean, and we're not the only ones that have said this, but yeah, strictly on the tape, he's a top 10 edge. I think he's edge one from the tape, but you're in a range here where, and we've said this a million times with the Browns over the years, there are other guys with cleaner medical. I mean, you got Kwity Paye. Is he that much better on your board than a guy like Kwity Paye or AZEEZ OJULARI or whoever your next favorite edge is that you're willing to take the risk? Because with concussions, it's not like, Farley's medicals are a whole different thing, and they're very serious, but they're a physical thing. It's a joint. It's a fusion of, vertebrae or, whatever it is. And doctors have dealt with it for decades. They know the timelines. They know percentages of guys that come back, 100% and don't and all that kind of stuff. With concussions, he could play 15 years in the league and never once have a problem. Or he could get grazed on the side of the helmet in a practice in shorts and shoulder pads the third day of camp and never see the field again, or anything in between. You have no idea. So it's a swing that if they connect, if he comes out clean and stays healthy, he could be a devastating pick for them. But it's a huge risk.
It's a big risk, man. They swung last year on Noah, the corner they took at 30. It did not play well the first year for him. Austin Jackson had up and down moments too, more down than up. So Miami is in, as they're trying to capitalize on all these picks they've acquired, it's going to be interesting. Just going to be interesting.
This is a spot. If there's going to be a trade up, I think this is probably the last spot. Realistically, I think. I don't think anybody else in between. I mean, the Giants have already traded down once, which, they do that once every decade with Gettleman. So I don't think that's realistic. I don't think the Colts are going to swap with us because we have some very similar needs. We know Tennessee has similar needs. I guess maybe you can move up a few spots with the Chargers if they want to move down again. But then that's it. So if there's going to be a trade up, I think personally, the odds are it happens here with Washington football team or not at all.
86.5 grade for Jaylin Phillips last year, Pro Football Focus, after taking 2019 off in his transfer season when they were pretty much UCLA said, we can't clear you to play. 286 rush snaps, 9 sacks, 4 quarterback hits, 29 hurries. Well above average, the average nodes. The average grade scores, 7.7 run stop rate, 20.3 pass rush win rate, which is fantastic, true pass rush grade. Bottom line from them on Phillips, physically, it's all there to be a tier 1 edge defender in the NFL. His injury history and late breakout will scare teams early, though. Frank Clark is the comparison. I can see that. I don't mind that at all. Let's see what Dane Brugler has to say. Let's see if we can get it. Jaylin Phillips, he is the 3rd-ranked edge for Brugler. He says, as his overview, Phillips has first-round talent with his body type, twitchy athleticism, nose for the football, but the medical feedback will ultimately decide his NFL draft grade. He projects as a high-energy rusher similar to Ryan Kerrigan when healthy. So, yeah, I mean, nothing more really to say about it other than I didn't really totally think it was going to be a Browns pick anyway. So another guy that I'm like, okay, moving on.
Right.
You know,
pick is in, so they're not moving up with Washington. And I'm with you. It also brings up the possibility, and I know nobody's going to want to hear this, that if you get to 26 and 4, 5, 6 of your guys are still there and somebody's on the phone to move down 3 spots, 4 spots, 6 spots, and you still think there's a good chance that that guy's going to be there, it starts to look more and more likely. We were running some scenarios where you were hoping just anybody that we liked would be there, you know, and now it looks like
JAYCEE in some of those, man.
You don't want to get ahead of
26.
yourself, but man, right now it's starting to look like they're all going to be there.
Could all be there, and then they could ultimately end up taking somebody that people don't really think they were high on, like Tryon. That could be a guy that, like, you're looking at, maybe it could be as crazy as like AZEEZ OJULARI is on the board, and they take Tryon. You never know. You don't really know
it's working.
What these guys are going to do. It is working, man. We're in a good spot. The pick is in for Washington. I have not seen it tipped. Have you?
I have not yet, and I'm watching. And by the way, I'm not looking at it at this exact moment. I'm trying to find something, somebody tipping on Twitter, but our chat people are killing it. You're cracking me up, man. Everybody in the chat, you guys are doing great. It's hilarious. God bless Browns fans, man.
Washington football team, Jamin Davis.
Okay, that makes sense.
Steve, this is phenomenal.
This is better than we could have hoped.
Phenomenal, my man. We are in great shape. I'm now feeling like I'm in the draft. This is now getting exciting. It was pretty boring for the I need the Browns to get early picks, but also win, so we have the best of both worlds. But like now we're getting real. So we're going to be 6 picks away, man. And all those guys are going to be off the board that we didn't really want them to take anyway. Those linebackers.
Corey Kinnon's still doing his countdown.
Still doing the Bateman countdown.
Corey, there's a part of me that's rooting for you, just because I know how crushed you're going to be, but I don't think it's going to go that way.
I don't think it is. Not at this juncture.
And I've been accused, especially in the forums, of being a linebacker hater and all this kind of stuff. Why do you hate
good players?
That's not what I'm saying. Jamin Davis is super fun. He's super athletic, man, dude. He's a blast. He's a really good football player, but I just don't think that's the right expenditure of day one draft capital for this team at this point. That's just what I think. So
I don't think. We give Pete a lot of shit, but I think he makes a good way of saying it. How are those guys helping you beat the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens? And I just don't know how they're going to consistently swing games. I want guys who can run in space and cover predominantly. I keep saying it. Give me guys who can cover in space. I need that. We can handle the group that they have can handle the run game well enough. I did not watch a game last year, Steve, and they were hurt. Jacob Phillips banged up. I didn't watch a game where I'm like, we can't stop the run. We just can't stop somebody from running the football. It's not how can you cover? I need cover guys. And Jamin and Zaven are fine and they're okay. They're not true cover. I want cover guys. That's what I want. Find me a cover guy.
Well, and the other thing too is, and I've said this, we've had this conversation a few times, but people watching might not have heard me say it before, and you know how I love to hear myself talk. The days of, especially for people my age, when you think of what is good defense, the days of the 85 Bears and the 2000 Ravens and even the 2013 Broncos and the Legion of Boom just coming out and smothering somebody for 60 minutes for 15, 16, 17 weeks out of the season. The game has changed. The rules are so tilted towards the offense now that just isn't realistic. It doesn't happen. You can have a week where that happens, but to expect that over and over and over, it's like Saban said, you don't win with smothering defense anymore, that you have to adjust. So on defense, you're looking for, 4 or 5 stops a game, and then people who can create turnovers. You're looking for field flippers. You're looking for guys at impact positions that can, give Baker and the offense starting field position on the plus side of the 50, 4 times a year by themselves, and then collectively, a couple dozen turnovers. That's what you're looking for on defense. The days of, lining up and giving up 87 total yards for the game week after week after week after week, those are long gone. It doesn't happen like that anymore. The rules simply don't allow it, and offenses, as we have seen, have adjusted to take advantage of those rules. So when you're looking at defense, this is why things like that guardrail picture where edge and corner and impact safeties have taken on far more importance in the past few years, because that's just the way the game is played these days.
Jamin Davis is the 4th-ranked linebacker behind Micah Parsons, JOK from Notre Dame, and Tulsa's Zaven Collins for Brugler. He says about the Kentucky product, overall, Davis isn't a banger and needs to improve his take-on skills, and he means by take-on skills, lineman climbing to the second level. But he trusts his eyes and plays fast to quickly respond to play development. He projects as a run-and-chase linebacker and a Zach Cunningham clone, which is an interesting note. Let's see what Pro Football Focus has to say about the young man. I think they're a little less kind to him. He is definitely a late riser. He only played 231 snaps his freshman year, 214 his sophomore year, and then finally got on the field a lot more, 592 snaps this past year. They don't have an NFL player comparison for him. His strength is the frame. The coverage experience is the weakness. They gave him a 2nd-round grade, average depth of tackle being his biggest issue, tackles deep downfield, 463 box snaps for him. So an off-ball linebacker, 119 slot corner snaps. So the bottom line for them, Davis may only have 1 season under his belt, but he's very much for real. He could have used more seasoning and coverage. He might struggle in that aspect. So that is Jamin Davis, who the Browns do not even get a chance to make a decision on that player. We will have to see what on earth the Giants are going to do. I don't know if you've been tipped to anything.
I have not, but they need edge help. So I'm expecting Pay to be gone. Interesting note to pass along. Somebody just asked Albright if the Broncos would consider trading back into day 1 if JOK keeps slipping, and he sent an eyeball and so
who was that?
Albright about the Broncos.
Question was about the Broncos trading back up for JOK.
Yes.
Interesting.
Which, if he's around at 26 and that's the trade, if we're moving back to 40 and 71 and all that kind of stuff, boy, are some people going to be pissed.
Jamin Davis to the Washington football team was one of the worst kept secrets of the draft. Ron Rivera values players with military backgrounds. This is an instinctive, high upside football player, one of my favorite prospects this year from Jordan Reed. He said, my surprise pick, he mocked him to 19. Davis has experienced meteoric rise since the end of the season. 6'3.5", 234, 4.41 speed, matches the tape. Patient, instinctive second-level player with a need linebacker. Considering the military background, Davis is someone that will appeal to Ron Rivera. Boy, Jordan Reed, phenomenal. I got to think that guy's in a front office at some point in his lifetime.
He's so good.
He's so good, and he's
a nice guy.
Good human. Yeah, great.
Just
person.
A good man. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get tipped on what pick these Giants are making. It's in. Let's. John Costco got anything?
I haven't seen
Gettleman is going after Kadarius Toney.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
There's your
this
first.
Is crazy.
There's your first.
I got to duck away and shut this door. We got cats in here. It's going crazy. Give me a second. Hold it down alone.
This is your first, as we've been waiting for all night, and as Fred was asking, where's that? What the hell pick? Not that Kadarius Toney isn't a really good football player. He is, but I don't think I'm alone in thinking the Giants have much bigger needs at this point, unless there's something about Kwity Paye that we don't know. This is kind of weird. This is kind of freaky. I can't believe Paye gets past the Colts next at 21, to be honest with you. But there's so much weird stuff going on. Who knows what's going to happen? Wow, Kadarius Toney. If that turns out to be the case, this is
crazy.
That's there. You've been waiting for your curveball, everybody. There it is. There's always at least one. There it is. If it turns out, I mean, he hasn't announced it yet, so.
Man, oh man, so many names are going to be up. We're 22. This is crazy. Kadarius Toney. We'll talk about him a little bit.
There it is. It's official.
3 straight years of nice grades for him. He did only play 271 his freshman year. Sophomore year, only 93. I'm not sure if there was an injury thing there. I'm going to be honest. I watched Kadarius Toney tape, like him enough, but didn't really study the injury history with him. They say he's a bigger NFL comparison is bigger Dante Hall, 613 snaps this last year. Yeah, 977 yards, 10 touchdowns. He tested off the charts, one of the better spark score, explosion score guys in this draft, and that's with a bunch of good players. Contested catch rate is low, as you would expect. Grade versus man coverage, 86.3, pretty good. Only a 2.8% drop rate. One grade, projected round from Pro Football Focus, first or second round area. They say you can't teach what Toney has while he's raw as a route runner. His physical tools say you can fix that. Let's see what.
To those in the comments, you're right. The Leatherwood pick completely slipped my mind. This is what the hell pick number 2. You're right. Absolutely. It just, old guys, give me a senior moment mulligan here, guys.
Kadarius Toney is the 4th ranked receiver. So he is Dane Brugler, our guy who writes at The Athletic, who puts out the Beast every year. It's phenomenal. As a reminder to our folks listening, 4th receiver for him is Kadarius Toney. 5th is Rashod Bateman, then Elijah Moore, then Terrace Marshall, then Rondale and Diami, and all those names we're familiar with. Let's see what his overview of Kadarius Toney is. Who's again 5'11 and a half, 193. He ran a 4.37. He moves really well. 39 and a half vertical, 11.4 broad. He says overall Toney is more of a gadget player than polished receiver, and his off-field and durability will be debated in war rooms. But he boasts the one-step burst, body balance, and underrated toughness to be a big play igniter. He projects as a versatile NFL weapon on offense and special teams. So that's from Dane Brugler, who, again, you should always buy this guy's draft guide. We're going to talk about it.
It's ridiculous.
So please buy his draft guide. I'm not stealing his content. We paid for it. Dane's a good friend. He's been on the show, the podcast. He's cool with it. We're talking about his insights, so make sure you pay attention to his insights ahead of the draft.
I think you're looking at either a tackle or an edge.
They do need a tackle. They need a tackle.
I'm hoping they take a tackle because that helps us. I hope it's Darisaw or
Darisaw would make sense.
Tevin Jenkins, somebody
like
NEWSOME
that. Might fall right into the lap, Steve.
This is true. We're almost to that point. The Chargers, I think, are the biggest threat between. Well, I don't know. Jags at 25. They're kind of a wild card, but yeah. If they don't take Pay here, boy.
Pay and NEWSOME could both be sitting there.
The Colts are probably thinking the same thing that we as Browns fans are thinking. I didn't think we'd have these choices. I didn't think these guys would be here. They could take Pay, they could take Darisaw, they could take NEWSOME. Colts are in a really good spot here.
Man, they really are. I'm trying to see if anything as their pick is not in. They could be looking to move back too. Ballard was a popular move back voice. I don't know if Jared is back around, ready to come on at some point soon. We'll talk to Jared. We don't. It looks like he might be ready to hop on for a second.
Yeah, yippee.
There it is. Jared, what's up, man?
Oh, Jared's back.
Sorry. Yeah. The reality is that the Colts always want to move back. So I think that's something that is being talked about right now. And that's the same conversation that I'm hearing that Andrew Berry is having is there's just so much value on the board, and he has an idea of who someone's moving up for. And so I think Bateman and I think Marshall now, given the wide receivers that have come off the board with Toney, start to be players that are going to go in the first round because there's a run on those guys right now. And so I think Andrew Berry and Ballard are right now having those conversations with different teams. And so I think it's going to be really, really interesting. But again, Washington with Jamin Davis is interesting. Leatherwood, the Raiders just don't – they just make whatever moves they want to make at this point in time. But I don't – when I left, have we lost anybody that we were hoping were going to be around? No, we're getting into the part. Now is when Colts, Titans, Steelers, 3 out of the next 4 picks are those players. And
it's the
Jake's
Titans
about to have
the most. It's the Titans.
Yeah, exactly.
Zach Hicks, one of my favorite Colts guys, who's a good guy, at Zach Hicks 2, who you guys should be following if you haven't. Good guy, really smart dude, does a lot of work for the Colts, is apparently convinced that it's Pay.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I like Quiddy. I would have been more than fine with taking Quiddy, but many players still on the board. Their pick is in according to ESPN. Just gonna have to keep looking. Just gonna have to keep watching.
I mean, it's crazy that at one point we thought Gregory Rousseau was going to be the like only guy left, and that
If
just
that.
isn't possible, right? Like,
Right.
yeah, it just cannot be that. Like, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that all three of us would be like, "Yep, let's do it." Like, that's just how these numbers work out right now. So it's crazy. Ojulari is obviously an interesting one. I know he's been one of your guys' guys for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be perfect here. He can handle the duties of what this role would require for him. He can step in pass down situations early in his career and be an effective part of a rotation. He doesn't have to come in and put up big numbers early. It's going to be a bring him along scenario for any edge they bring in. So if they think he's the best player on the board, if Newsome's gone and maybe JOK goes 25, I'm more than happy with Ojul. There's a slew of guys here that I am fine. Take them. I like them.
Yeah, we're all good.
And they could trade back here, and I'd also be fine. These next 3 picks are going to tell us what's going to shape at 26. This is where I'm sure the Browns are in the room right now talking about. We have 7 different scenarios that we've talked about. They're all right here. Let's see what happens these next 3 picks. We're not going to move up because there's too many people we like here. Let's just see what happens, and then we'll go from there and react to the situation. And
I think this is where it proves what we've all talked about with why Drew Rosenhaus went on the radio and started talking, or went on his media binge to talk about Caleb Farley in top 20. He said multiple teams in the top 20 and all that trade up baloney started is because, look, we are at 21. Caleb Farley is not the pick. He's unlikely to be the pick here for the Colts, maybe for the Titans. But I think it's, again, you have to read into all those things. There's no reason for Drew Rosenhaus to go on the radio and say top 20 pick, except for to try to manipulate. So obviously that's where injury stuff becomes really interesting. If you're not going to pick him in the first round, why do you pick him in the second round, right? Like, those are highly valuable picks. And I think it's very telling that he's not being picked here.
Yeah, because Costco thinks it's pay. Yeah, we're starting to get to the point now. You're talking about when we were talking about 5 picks ago, the numbers starting to work in the Browns' favor. Now they're really starting to work in the Browns' favor. Not quite yet, but almost to the point where if the Saints or the Packers or even the Bills are on the phone to move down 3 or 4 picks and pick up more stuff, you could still get your guy.
But those teams, again, are those smart teams, right? Are they the teams that are like, well, we see all these players that are still available,
right? Yeah.
Especially when you have Baltimore having a couple picks there, that makes it interesting. And obviously here we have Kwity Paye off the board, was my top edge player, obviously because of Jalen Phillips' injury issues, had a lot of concerns. I really like Kwity Paye, but he's off the board here to the Colts, and we expect it. These are teams that we're competing with in the AFC. We expect them to draft good players because that's how it works. And when you're picking at 26, you're not getting one of those top 10 guys.
Yeah, I'm really this is the last really big hurdle. I think I think the Titans and Newsome are a pretty good match.
I would agree with that. You have Kwity Paye is from Pro Football Focus's side, their top guy at edge, I believe. His twitch is his biggest strength. Pass rush plan is his weakness. 80.9 last year, overall grade 86.3 this past year. And obviously a quarter of the snaps of the year before, a couple sacks, 4 hits, 16 pressures. 9.5 run stop rate, well above the market share number, or sorry, the percentile number there. 26.5 pass rush win rate is solid. 90.6 true pass rush grade. They give him a first-round grade. It's difficult to see Paye's tools not developing into an impact edge someday. He's too freaky. Dane Brugler is the second overall edge for him. He has AZEEZ Ojulari, who is still on the board as his number 1 overall edge. He says about Kwity Paye, overall Paye's pass rush toolbox isn't very deep right now, but he is compact, explosive athlete with menacing energy and toughness versus the run. He projects as a dynamic, scheme versatile NFL starter once his skills are developed. So I definitely see the draw. Paye is he's not have the weight issues of some others, although he did lose some weight going into the his testing, his pro day. But I think he's going to be fine. I think he'll be a good player for them. I'm not sure he ever develops into a star, but I think he's going to be a good player for them. Tennessee is up, and Tennessee is a wide receiver potential spot, a tackle potential spot, but most important to the Browns scenario is a cornerback hotspot because their cornerback room is an absolute disaster. Malcolm Butler and Adoree Jackson both gone to both, I believe, were cut, so they have moved on from them by choice. So they are probably looking at Greg Newsome, or they could surprise. They could go Eric Stokes here. They could really like somebody we don't even know,
Right.
and even Asante Samuel. They could like somebody, or they could trade down because they like a corner a little. I don't know. We'll see.
Hey guys,
It's a very
so
interesting spot.
we got 4 picks between now and the Browns pick. So given who's on the board right now, assuming they're all there, who's the guy? Like you had to pick right now from who's left. I know that's not true. There's gonna be 4 guys picked, but you had to pick. We know there's a lot of good guys, but you right now have the pick. Who's your guys' pick?
Newsome.
It's got to be Newsome right now. I love JOK. We pound the table for the guy. I will be fine if they take him if Newsome's gone. I'd love it if they take him if Newsome's gone. But we were talking about, Jared, you weren't on when we did this. We looked at the depth chart, and the secondary is still thin. It's thinner than people even want to talk about. So I think that Newsome is the first-round corner that makes the most sense if they sit pat, stand still, and I like him. I know there's a little bit of injury concern. It does not miss me. But I just think the traits of the player with this defense make the most sense to me. So this is the spot that I'm going to be paying close attention to. It's under 3 minutes on the clock, according to what I am seeing.
I just have this feeling in my gut they're going to snipe him from us.
I do think so too. And that's okay. Go ahead, Jared.
No, I was going to say, I think I'm a little more injury adverse than most people, probably because I've dealt with so many in my personal life that I'm like, pain sucks, right? So I think I'm a little more injury adverse. And then I do know they like AJ Green a lot of it, more than we would.
He's a wild card, yeah.
He's kind of, yeah, exactly. He's that wild card. They thought he'd be more of a 5th-round pick kind of guy, but the right guys kept falling to them, so they got him in as an undrafted free agent. Again, having 3 safeties on the field a lot is going to help. And remember, they know Greedy Williams' health. And
right.
Until they finally stop doing this, they still listed Greedy Williams as a starter most of the beginning of last year over Terrence Mitchell. So they really did have high hopes for him in Joe Woods' system. We don't know what they think about him, but I think that whole injury, Greedy Williams, injury, Newsome, and some of the other guys, Caleb Farley still on the board, I think it'll be interesting to see if they kind of double down on those risks.
Man, I would not be surprised if Tennessee trades out right here. Still really? I don't have any idea what they're thinking. I've got no information from anybody tweeting these things out early.
Yeah. By the way, are you guys' heart rate like starting to really kind of pick up at this point in time?
Nope. I'm as relaxed as I've ever been because, we've been saying this for months, Jared. I said something a while back. You tweeted something, I think, just yesterday. It's hard to find a outcome that you hate. Like,
so I get
some
excited.
You prefer more than others, but there's really very little left unless something comes wildly out of left field that none of us are expecting. There's very little left that is going to happen that we're all going to go, God damn, it's not going to be a Brandon Whedon pick. It's not going to be something that angers everybody. It's going to be, the worst case is going to be, I would have preferred another guy, but damn, that's a good football player and a great get at 26. I mean, that's the worst case scenario right now. So I'm about as relaxed as it gets.
I don't know. I can see Jake struggling to sit still. It looks like Caleb Farley might be the pick here for the Tennessee Titans. So they're going to take that risk, which is a risk, obviously. But
they're just coming off of Adoree Jackson, who couldn't stay healthy, and like Caleb Farley's like Newsome's kind of like he's kind of like a nagging little injury thing like Denzel's kind of dealt with. But Caleb Farley's got a real concern here, man. That's amazing. He's talented though.
Minnesota, Pittsburgh, and Jacksonville are between.
Minnesota could.
Right, Minnesota could. They're more likely to possibly look at an edge player. And then, does that open up Danielle Hunter, after June 1st as a trade opportunity? There's just a lot here to love, right?
This is like we said with Miami. This is it's a swing for the fences pick. If it hits, this is a hell of a steal because on tape he's a top 10 pick easy. But yeah, it's a huge risk. I'm glad we didn't have to make the decision, to be perfectly honest.
They could have OJULARI and NEWSOME and JOK all on the board at the same time. They could trade back, guys. I would not. It is the percentages of trading back are creeping up. That's all
They are.
The problem is you're looking at New Orleans, Green Bay, or Buffalo, because you're not trading back with Baltimore probably, at least in the first round, and then Tampa Bay. It'll be really interesting. The Browns didn't think Bateman, according to Lane, they didn't think Rashod Bateman would be there at 26. He is likely to be on the board. And I know we focus mostly on defense, but Bateman is a number one type wide receiver. He wouldn't be my pick given everybody's still on the board, but do you let him fall to Baltimore kind of thing? It's kind of where it goes in my head.
Well, I mean, if you don't let him fall, who are you letting fall to Baltimore? I mean, let's say you take Bateman to keep him away from Baltimore, then they get OJULARI. I mean, they're going to at 27 and 31, they're going to get two good football players. There's nothing, we can't pick everybody ahead of them to keep.
Why not, Steven? What are you doing, man?
So, you're at a point now where the Packers, and this might be too little, too late, but maybe they move up and try to snag a wide receiver to placate Aaron Rodgers, to try and get to calm him down and talk him off the ledge. And if you only got to go down 3 spots, depending on what they're going to give up, and you still think you're going to get one of your guys, this is the plus value move that we've been talking about. This is the poker game that is the NFL draft. And Andrew Berry is the Phil Hellmuth of this draft. He's proven to be a guy that can look through your soul and know what you're thinking. So whatever he does, I'm going to be happy with it at this point. And like I said, unless it's something wildly out of left field.
Caleb Farley, Jimmy Smith is the NFL comparison for his Pro Football Focus folks. His biggest strength is makeup speed. Press man experience is his biggest weakness. He had a rough freshman season, 731 snaps with a 56.8 grade. Breakout 2019 season, 653 snaps, 86.9 grade with a 26.8 passer rating against metrics. Obviously chose to opt out last year. Is a first-round projection for Pro Football Focus. Farley has the physical tools necessary to be an elite corner and played like one in 2019. He is the 4th-rated corner for Dane Brugler, who says, overall, Farley might have some rough patches early on, and his past injuries are a strong concern. He's putting it lightly. But he has outstanding physical tools with the natural instincts and ball skills to consistently stay in phase and make plays on the football. He projects as a press man starter with Pro Bowl upside if healthy. So, yeah, a lot of people really liked him. The back is serious. We'll see how serious it actually ends up being. There's Fred. What's happening, Fred? Who are they taking, man? Who are they taking?
I've been calling them here. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I think it's wide open. I don't know what you guys been talking about, but it sure seems like, Newsome, if you want him, you can go get him. I don't know if you can wait. I don't know what the Jets or Pittsburgh or Jacksonville will do, but I still think cornerback is what's there, but you got the Joker and you got several guys. I think it's almost who you think you could get in the next round or whatever as well, or who you have as standout. And if you really want a wide receiver, you can probably do that too.
Yeah, we're going to put up a top 5 big board here soon, just of players that are still out there. This is the top 5 guys. This is loose. It's some projection stuff here, but there's a lot of people that they can go get still. It's kind of crazy how many guys are still in the board. Now, Minnesota here could take OJULARI. They could take I don't know what else they'd be interested. They could take a corner. No, they probably wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know what their needs really are.
And remember that weren't they talked about edge at 14?
Yep.
So this is a spot, maybe OJULARI or Rousseau or trying to think of who else is on the board as an edge right now. This is a spot where they could, if they go edge, it's been rumored the Steelers are going to take a running back. Please, dear God, let that happen. And then we don't really know what the Jags are going to do, but this is about as well as we could have hoped, really.
Well, I think at this point, it's almost like clear that JOK is going to be there, right? I don't think Minnesota is going to go in that direction. They could, but Pittsburgh, they drafted one of the Devons. They traded up for him. Jacksonville has Schobert and Miles Jack. I think it's almost a guarantee at this point in time, which I'm pretty much just guaranteeing he's about to get picked, but that JOK would be on the board. And obviously it's a guarantee that we're going to have about 5 players that we all be happy with.
Yeah, it feels like Trevon Merrick is the ideal pick 25 for the Jags. Just a hunch there.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Just a hunch. We'll see though. We'll get a graphic up here at some point of those guys who are top 5 left on the board. But listen, this could not be going better. It's going to get even spicier in the next few picks. We can see if Pittsburgh ends up taking a running back. The pick is in for the Vikings, according to ESPN. We will see. Fred, how long can you stick around with this? You got another couple minutes, or you got to jump back on?
Yeah, I have about a minute, probably at the most.
Let's see if we can figure out who this pick is before you have to dart, and then we can really – this is the last real one that I'm interested in as far as ties go to Cleveland.
Fred, who is your guy right now? If 26 is up, is there a guy that you would pound
Greg
the table
Newsome.
for?
Greg Newsome.
Okay, good.
Need a cornerback, can step in right now. I mean, I do like JOK and the edge rusher. I don't know what is there something wrong with OJULARI? Is it a knee or something?
I've heard that, and he had an ACL in high school, but that was 4 years ago, and he's been fine since then, as far as I know. Now, in the past week, we've heard those whispers of medical stuff, new medicals. I haven't seen any of it. Nobody has released any of it. Doesn't mean it's not out there. But the only knee things that I know of him for him was his senior year at high school. He blew out his ACL, and he rehabbed and redshirted his freshman year at Georgia. But that was 2017. So
yeah, I don't know. It's like whether they have the highest, that can contribute, but I think sure seems like a corner, but they may think they could get somebody comparable in the second round. I don't know, but best defensive guy they can get. I think that's where you need help.
I'm with you, Fred.
I don't see anything tipped off here, Fred. So if you have to run, we can go ahead and part ways.
Vikings take Darisaw. This is as good as we could have hoped. This is as good as we could have possibly hoped. Good grief.
All right, we'll check back in with you in a little bit.
We have a top 5 available on the board here, and they're all still there. It's kind of preposterous.
Take care, Fred. We'll see you in a bit.
See you, Fred.
Yeah,
Thanks
Fred.
for coming
Sorry,
by.
buddy. Yep, I screwed that up. Anyway,
Holy mackerel, y'all.
I mean, you could flip Bateman and more if you wanted, but this is crazy. If you could find the right trade to move down 2, 3, 4 spots, I'm doing it. I'm just doing it.
I want 2 of them now. Like, I legit am like.
But I would also just be okay with taking the top 2 guys there. Top 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, top 4.
Oh man. This is getting crazy, guys.
You could take the top 4 guys there, throw in Bateman instead of Merrick, put them in a hat, and I'm okay.
Yeah.
Literally, blindfold me, put them in a hat. I'm okay.
I'm just fascinated what they're going to do.
But I'm not going to argue with JOK. I'm not going to argue. I love AZEEZ. I love all the wide receiver. This is.
I just hope it's somebody I have all 22 film on so I can write them up tonight.
Well, Steven, remember one of the podcasts early in this offseason, I said, hey, I want you to go find me a Lamar Jackson stopper. And we obviously agree there isn't one. But if there's somebody that could be helpful in that process, it's the length of Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and those 3 safeties behind. That is really, really helpful with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, and their movement skills. I would love him for that reason alone. I know you need to cover, but I just want guys who are going to get there really, really quickly.
Yeah, basically, and that's been the argument all along. Everybody says we need linebackers so we can stop Lamar Jackson. Well, show me the linebacker that could run down Lamar Jackson, and I'll agree with you. The teams that have beaten Lamar Jackson and exposed him in the playoffs have done it with, multiple defensive backs who can tackle and can react quickly. So, is that Newsome? Is that JOK? Is that somebody else that we're not looking at right here? I think. Honestly, I always cringe a little bit when you talk about building your roster specifically because of somebody else's roster. I get it. I totally understand. But I think what you do is make your team as good as you possibly can and worry about your side of the ball. I think that's more important than anything.
Cameron Hayward of the Steelers is tweeted to Najee Harris that he is the pick.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Perfect.
I'm fine. Yeah, fine with it. They don't get any help up front. They're still anemic up front, and I'm cool with it. I'm not. I like Najee Harris. He's fine. He doesn't change anything for them this year. Period.
Let me throw this in here too because the pick is in and it looks like it's Najee Harris as we're 2 picks away. The top 5 that we put up, that doesn't include Joe Tryon. It doesn't include Peyton Turner, who got first round run here in the last couple of days. It doesn't include Asante Samuel Jr., who's gotten late first round run here in the past couple of days. I've seen people with Eric Stokes and Tyson Campbell. Whether you agree with them or not, I'm just saying there is a plethora of guys that could be a fit here. It's we could not have sat and scripted this any better.
Hey guys, I'm going to step out for the Browns pick so that I can record outside the reaction from the crowd.
Yeah.
And I'll come back in. All right.
All right, brother. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Jared.
So let's talk about Darrisaw first. He is so Eric Flowers, Pro Football Focus comparison, 95.6 2020 grade. That's one of the highest O-line grades I've ever seen. 6 hurries is all he allowed. No sacks, no hits. Off the charts in almost every metric, 80.8 true pass grade, road grading run blocker who will be a very, very good fit for replacing Riley Reiff in Minnesota for that scheme that they run there. 94.5 run block grade, 90.8 pass block grade. First round projection, there's little doubt Darrisaw possesses the physicality to be an elite tackle. He looks close to NFL ready. That's high praise. Darrisaw is the 3rd-ranked Dane Brugler tackle. He says, overall, I wish Darrisaw was a more consistent finisher, but he has outstanding body control and feet for a man his size and shows the technique and torque to be an NFL starter at either tackle or guard. So let's pull up and talk about Najee Harris. This is great.
Why?
I mean, we're going to keep this consistent, or otherwise we'll just hear and just know, we won't be hearing any noise. It'll just be us sitting here silently laughing at Pittsburgh, which we could do for the next. I can't believe they took him, but
Well, and I will say this because you were talking about it just a couple of picks ago. We still do have a lot of trouble stopping the run. So if he runs for 185 yards against us one game next year, everybody's going to be bringing these tweets and stuff back up and throwing them in our face. But still, looking at it long term, looking at their roster overall, from a Browns standpoint, this is the perfect pick for the Steelers. Yeah.
I mean, he's a good player, 89 points. He's been good consistently. I mean, 117 carries in 2018, 90.6 grade, 2019, 88.1, 209 carries, 89.7, and 252 carries this past year. 1,464 yards and 26 touchdowns last year, 1,224, 13 touchdowns before. Matt Forte comparison for your sake of knowing NFL players. Matt Forte, catch radius. He's effective pass catch out of the backfield. His biggest weakness overall is speed. Pro Football Focus gave him a 3rd-round grade. This is the biggest disconnect between grade projection. Now, we know Pro Football Focus is very anti-running back, so Harris is a safe bet as there is in the draft class to produce as both a runner and a receiver. Dane Brugler says of him, overall, Harris is not a proven big play threat, but he skillfully toggles between patience and power to press holes, maximize each run. He projects as an NFL starter due to his reliable skill set as a rusher, receiver, and upside as a blocker. So he did not work out because of the right ankle. So he's not a breakaway speed guy. I don't even think he's a sneaky speed guy like Nick Chubb was, but he's tough to bring down. He's a powerful runner.
He's a good running back. Nobody's saying that he isn't. It's just, it doesn't, when you think about the matchup roster versus roster, Browns and Steelers, does that move the needle significantly in the Steelers' direction? I don't think it does.
No, I don't think so either. And I think they needed a tackle there, like Tevin Jenkins would have been a good pick for them. Thought they needed tackle help, but it's this board is crazy good for where the Browns are. I don't do the super. I don't get mad like some people. You guys are in the comments, and this is cool. This is how you approach it. You want your guy. You pick. I like so many guys that are going to be available right here that I am okay with whatever plan they take. I just need to hear why and like the guy enough. Like I'm not going to be like take this guy no matter. I like so many of them, man, that I'm fine with whatever they do. There's just a lot of. I'm excited that there's a lot of great options here.
Yeah.
So a ton of great options, and you could trade down and feel good about it too.
Absolutely. Okay, what did Mac Wilson just tweeted 6 and an eyeball emoji.
I'm not sure what that would mean.
I don't.
Is that,
I have
is that
no
a wide
idea.
receiver?
I
6,
don't
Baker
know.
Mayfield's number?
That's what I'm thinking.
Why would Mac Wilson also know the pick? So
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just reporting. I am merely a conduit of information.
No, I feel you. I'm just trying to deduce what that would mean. I'm not complaining to you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that they gave Najee Harris a low grade. PFF, you know, and this is not, you know, there's people out there that hate them and say they're worthless, blah, blah. I love the work they do over there. I think it's fantastic, and all the teams use it too. But with running backs, yeah, if they could, they would take them all out back behind the bus barn and shoot them in the head. You know,
I got a text. Six Alabama players in round 1. That's why there was 6 Alabama.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Good find by Ryan there.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, I am not seeing anything quite yet. This pick is interesting, but I'm not that worried about it.
This is another great thing about that people should be taking heart in. I know it's frustrating for us as fans not having any idea with 1 pick to go. This is what you want your GM to do. The fact that it is absolutely airtight is a great thing for us as fans. They know what they're doing. They have a plan and they're sticking to it, whatever it is. That it's very frustrating for us, you know, especially as leaky as some of the past front offices have been. But from a football standpoint, you're going to enjoy it more in the fall because, you know, he's playing this game perfectly.
It is perfect. I'm just so interested. People will get mad if they don't trade down. Well, you don't know what offers they received, right?
Right.
Like, they might not have gotten anything they might have said what we're saying, like, we really wanted to trade down to 28 with the Saints, but the Saints could just be given something stupid because we already took a pick from them this year, you know, or Buffalo. Just you don't know how serious they are about the whatever. Let's see if we can figure out who the Jags are taking. Looks like they already selected because people are saying the Browns are on the clock. Did I miss who the Jags selected?
I haven't seen it. Well, they're on the clock, but I haven't seen it.
Someone in the comments gonna, I'm sure, tell us here.
Here we go, guys. They're on the clock.
Somebody in the comments has not given us the answer yet.
I got nothing.
I don't see.
This is strange.
Newsome's still available, some people are saying, but I'm not seeing who they took. Come on, you guys are letting us down. I got 4 messages about the Alabama 6 eyeball thing, and you can't tell me who the Jags have picked? Come on. I have genuinely no idea, and I've seen people talk about the Browns are on the clock. So
yeah, this is very weird. Yeah, the official Browns account says our turn.
Yeah.
So
did they move up? No, because the pick is in. Oh, did they take Merrick? So I got a text from Colin Behringers at 97.1 said Merrick, which makes sense. Makes a ton of sense for them.
Tell them say hi to the old stomping grounds over there. I was on the air at BNS AM and FM at 97.1 back in the early to mid 90s. Tell them hello. I doubt there's anybody.
I'm sure he's listening to this, so he's probably hearing everything.
I doubt there's anybody still there from. Well, maybe Skip Mozik is still there.
He is 100%. I hear it all the time.
Yeah, I was there when Herbie started right after he graduated. He was on the radio over there.
Who are they?
This is bizarre. I got nothing.
I saw somebody now just text me Etienne. I don't know. What's going on? Who are they taking? Why are the Browns saying they're on the board? Our pets' heads are falling off.
And I didn't even see it.
What's going on? I didn't see it coming. We're going on like 4 hours of this shit, man. We're so
I got robbed by a little old lady on a motorized cart.
I think they're taking Etienne. Why? Didn't they just have a breakout from Robinson?
Yeah.
What? John Costco is saying they're taking Etienne.
Wow.
That makes no sense. Other than just wanting to pair him up with his quarterback? Like,
There we go. Holy
It makes
mackerel.
no sense. Steve, everyone's on the board, man.
This
I'm so
is
excited.
this is banana. This is bananas. This is bananas.
If you can find the right trade down, Colin's pick tipper screwed us up. Colin, stock down, man. I will still come on your show whenever you ask me to come on your show, but stock down.
Let me say this. If in the last couple of weeks I had put together a daily mock draft where this was the board at 26, the first 11 comments would have been no way in hell, not unrealistic, not a chance. Every one of them would have been like this.
All right,
This
let's evaluate him. JOK, fantastic hybrid inside-outside ability, a lot of slot snaps, goes crazy, rushing the passer, is a good in space player. Would love him here. Greg Newsome, little bit of an injury history, not enough snaps to feel great about it, but it's pick 26. He's got mini Denzel in his film. I really like him. Very twitchy, fast guy, 4.3 speed. Would love him because they need corner help. AZEEZ OJULARI, Steve and I have been pimping that guy forever about how good he is. He's bendy enough, but he has a ridiculous club rip move that gets by people nonstop, swatting hands away. He's phenomenal. Elijah Moore is one of the best receivers in this class. I really like him. Would be a great fit in this offense. Inside out versatility. Now, Trevon Merrick is still there, the top safety in this entire draft class for me. True safety, deep
Bateman's
center
still there.
field type safety. Rashad Bateman is still there. They could trade down here, and I'd be more than okay with it. And I think you should be too, because there's a lot of people they could get. Now, trade down within reason. I don't want them trading into like the 40s or something. But there's so many players here. Did they already pick? Who'd you see?
No, it said Albright said, oh no, I get it. Never mind. Albright says the streak on correctly calling Bills picks is over. I thought that meant that maybe they traded up, but no, he had Etienne to the Bills. Never mind. Forget it.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. I mean, we're going to get tipped off here sooner or later. We're going to be live on air talking about, we're going to break this guy down.
I got nothing, but yeah,
I got nothing.
This is so many options.
Yeah, that does. I have not heard anything about trading. Still going to keep you guys updated in real time, looking at Twitter. I'm sure you guys are in the comments doing the same thing I'm doing. I still cannot believe the Jags made that pick. It's mind-blowing. Nothing yet. Options on the board.
I mean, at this point, yeah, I personally, I would do Newsome. I'd be tickled with JOK. I'd be tickled with AZEEZ OJULARI. I'd be tickled with Peyton Turner or Asante Samuel or Rashad Bateman or Elijah Moore. There he is. There's Andrew. It looks like they've done something because he's getting up from his computer and bumping fists with somebody in the office. So
It looks like they're taking Newsome.
Where'd you got that? Yep.
Looks like they're taking Newsome. Yep.
Brown's pick is in. There's no trade down. Josina says it's Newsome. Great pick.
It's a great pick. It's the guy we weren't even sure if he was going to be there. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. He's a good freaking player. He's a good player, and they needed the corner, and they didn't have to move to go get him. They could have went a bunch of different directions here. You're looking at our top 5 available. Like Steve said, you could have put all those guys in a hat and picked a name, and we would have ultimately been fine. But Newsome is a ton of fun. I want to read to you Dane Brugler's reaction to Newsome. Let's see here. So Greg Newsome is his 3rd overall corner. He has him ahead of Farley. He says he's testing 4.38 40, 10.3 box jump, 40-inch vertical jump. He says overall Newsome comes with durability concerns, especially against the rigors of the NFL, but he's a route running magnet with fluid transitions and natural instincts. He projects as a solid to elite, anywhere in the solid to good press man NFL starter as a rookie. So 2 similar players in Denzel and Newsome. Let's see if we can find him on the PFF side.
And you know what? It was in addition to being a solid value pick and a solid guardrail pick and everything else, it was their number one need. They absolutely needed more coverage in the cornerback room. So when value matches up with need, that's what you wish for, especially on day one.
All right, Reckless League has our dynamic graphic ready to go. We will throw that up in just a moment. I'm hoping maybe we'll get something up on the website with just a quick cover story on him. We can pull the prospect page and maybe get something up on him quickly. Pro Football Focus's guide, biggest strength is his feet. They say the biggest weakness is acceleration, 79.8 grade in 2020, 31.7 passer rating against. He had an interception. He is a first-round grade from them. While he played in a zone-heavy scheme, Newsome has a scheme-versatile skill set at the next level. So they think he is a very patient zone eyes, not getting caught out of position, exceptional at playing deep to shallow, allowed one catch on 15 targets for 10-plus yards in 2020. Good length of position, already plays catch point well, feet that can dance, no clunkiness to his game at all. Very little closing juice, so he doesn't really bring a bunch of hit pop power. A lot of sitting high on top of routes in Northwestern zone defenses. Saw very little legit wide receiver talent outside of Ohio State game in 2020. Slight frame, jostled around by receivers downfield on occasion. Listen, those are the exact same things they said about Denzel Ward. So, I mean, it's the same thing. And it's a similar player. It's a good coverage player, though. So, the alert is there for Greedy Williams that they're saying we need the best player to win these battles, and they're going to I love it. They needed it's the best corner for the situation. They clearly liked him. They clearly like him, and I'm more than fine with it. They need coverage players, guys. I cannot say it again. I loved JOK because everything that we did in mocks, this guy wasn't there. And I still love JOK. I would have been fine with them taking him, but Newsome is a guy that fits so well for what Cleveland needs, and they need coverage and they need corners, and this is a good fit. Go ahead.
And I wouldn't be surprised at all if one of the other top 100 picks is also a corner if they find the right value. It wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Completely agree.
And for those asking about his injuries, yes, he has been dinged up, but like Jake said earlier in the broadcast, his stuff is more nicks, and there hasn't been any surgeries, at least as far as I know, like nothing serious. So you're okay with that kind of stuff. Yeah, he only played 17 games. I noted that countless times over the past few months, but in 17 games, he had 21 pass breakups. He allowed, I think I saw a stat earlier this week, on 3rd and 4th down, he allowed a 0.0 passer rating on the other side. So the guy, he allowed, I think, 1 catch longer than 10 yards. I mean, the stats on this guy are just ridiculous. So, and he's young. I don't think he's 21 yet, or maybe he turned 21 this week or something like that. He's super young. So he fits every single guardrail that they have, and he fits a need. It's when we sat down a month or so ago and started talking about wish lists, he was always in the God, I hope this guy is there group at 26. Always. No matter who else you had in there, this guy was one of the names.
Yeah. He turns 21 on May 18th. So
yeah,
still a little ways to go.
Yep.
He's young, twitchy. The injury history is something that you kind of get with guys in this range. You're not picking top 10. It's just the nature of the business, man. So let's see what Baltimore does. I'll be interested in this. I will have everything you need to know about Newsome up in front of your faces in the film room tomorrow. We've talked about him. We love the pick, and it fits for everything that they need, because they need corner help more than people want to accept. And he's a guy who can play right away, and it's a good fit. I like it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful pick. I like it. Geez, I mean, we've had our eyes on this guy for months. I honestly, now if he goes out and gets hurt week 2 or something like that and is out for the year, then it's gonna, whatever. But that's with anybody. So when you're talking about him as a prospect and a pick and a value and a fit and a need and all the other buzzwords that we use, he was always in the top group of guys. We hoped, if it fell a certain way, that he would be around at 26. I love this pick. I love it.
You can be mad. Sorry, my wife's texting me about going to bed. You could be mad if you want. I mean, I guess like if that's your thing, like you want to be mad, there's no reason to be mad about them getting another corner. He's a good player. He's a first-round graded player by multiple people who have studied every single aspect of his tape. I will dig in even deeper tonight. Like you can be mad if you want to, but you're wasting your time. Like he's a good player. I don't know. Whatever. I guess like all of these guys can be picked apart if you want to, but he's a good player. I just don't see a real reason to be upset about, the pick.
Here we go. PFF, Greg Newsome allowed 0.44 yards per coverage snap in 2020, lowest in the class.
It's not bad, I guess, it's not bad. Whatever.
I mean, honestly, at this point, everybody's allowed to have their opinion, and that's totally fine. But if you're mad at this pick, it's because you like being mad. I mean, it's a need, it's a fit, it's a value. It fits the guardrails. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you may have wanted somebody else, and I get that. If you preferred JOK, if you preferred Ojulari, if you preferred one of the wide receivers, that's okay. But what I've been preaching for months here is get yourself out of, I want one guy or I'm going to be mad, because you're setting yourself up. Out of 260 guys, you only get one chance to not be mad, So would you have preferred Ojulari? Fine. That's great. But being mad at this pick doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. I think it's a great pick. I think this pick moves the Browns Super Bowl needle in the right direction.
Could not agree more. I'm looking at game tape that I have of him. I have Maryland this year. I have Ohio State. I have a pretty decent number to give you guys a look at what this guy can do.
Emory Hunt, Newsome's football awareness is exactly what you want on the back end. When you combine that with how much of a nuisance he is to wide receivers, it's ideal. He legit gets on wide receivers' nerves.
It's a good thing.
Pretty high praise from a guy whose opinion I respect.
Yeah, likewise. Let's see if we can find some more defense. Northwestern defense, I'm not loaded with it.
Shocking.
Thought I would have a lot more, but we'll find some.
There's the legend. What's up, Fred?
I'm walking and going.
Should be like 5 minutes and left then.
Yeah, so yeah, pretty happy with that. That's in my expertise, seemed like the biggest need of what they had right there, and looked like it worked out. Now I wouldn't mind them trading back up into the first round, getting another guy.
Of course not, with all these guys that are here.
Some assets, or you just wait and maybe try to get the edge, if you can't in the first round, then maybe move up in the second round tomorrow and do it. But, it's wow. I haven't seen too many times where the logical choice is what they take. I don't know what you've been saying, but I like some of the other guys, but I just thought you cannot count on, as good as Denzel Ward is, you cannot count on him to play a whole season. Greedy Williams, until he takes a hit on his nerve, I don't think you can count on him. And you got Troy Hill. So now you got 4. If one isn't playing, you still got 3 good ones.
Right.
And, and you can always, and so I don't think you have enough of them. You don't want to run Robert Jackson out there against the Steelers in the playoffs again, and you're going to have injuries and attrition. So I don't think it's like pitchers. You can't have enough of these guys.
Yeah, we were literally saying the exact same thing before you came on the air, Fred. And as far as the trade-up thing, I think once you get past 40, into the early 40s, if somebody like Peyton Turner or Joseph Asai or whoever, whatever edge trips their trigger or wide receiver maybe falls is their guy, that's where you start thinking about moving up from 59. I think you're probably right there. And yeah, you can never have too many cover corners or too many guys that can rush the passer. And now they have a lot. Well, they have a lot of passers. They have enough corners now. I still think they need at least one more. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the, you know, it's just you got there and you got some luxuries at other positions. I don't know how they plan to handle interior defensive line, but I know Lane's talked about McNeil or, you know, the other Milton Williams. You know, I think if you remember, Ogunjobi was a 3rd-round pick and he immediately started. You know, if you can find a guy like that can plug and play, I think you can fill in now. But that's a big need, in my opinion. You know, I mean, I can't argue because that series I've been doing about steps to get the team to the next level is kind of what they've done. Not that I know everything, but what I envisioned, it seems like that makes the most sense. And you don't have to be a rocket. You just look at it and say, this is the best guy we have, and we want to add to it.
Yeah.
A lot of negative reaction to that Bateman pick. A lot of negative reaction to that Bateman pick.
Wow, Saints didn't waste any time. Their picks in
who
already.
they're after. OJULARI, maybe. OJULARI would make sense for them.
I think I counted 17 offensive players were picked before the Browns. So, I mean, in all things being equal, you should have got one of the 8, 9 best defensive players on your board.
I'm with you. Yeah. We kept saying every pick, you know, from 17, 18, 19, 20 and on, we kept saying, man, this is just going so well. It just keeps getting better. Really, the only guy that I remember that was on a lot of really high on everybody's list that went off the board was Pay. Other than that, just about everybody that we all talked about over the past couple of months was there for them for the choosing, which is fantastic.
All right. I'm just kind of collecting film over here. Well, you got who did they take? Saints?
I haven't seen. Corey just posted a picture of himself
And
drinking.
now I
So, yeah.
hit the button.
I have not seen anything for the Saints. Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
You hear
I
me?
think, yeah, we got you, Fred. I think for tomorrow now,
I did something to my mic.
we're looking at, hopefully, if something goes right, we're looking at an edge, maybe a hybrid safety type to come down and play on that second level. Somebody like a Divine Diablo who does many of the same things that JOK does, similar style of player, or Hamza Nasruddin, somebody of that ilk. Maybe a wide receiver as well. And as Lane has noted several times in the last week, apparently they did a lot of work on interior offensive line. So if the board for those kinds of positions doesn't fall right at 59 and they can't find the right move up opportunity, a guy like a Quinn Miners or something like that might be more in play tomorrow than we have all thought for most of the past 3 or 4 months.
For sure. For sure. 1 catch allowed by Greg Newsome in his last 4 games. It's not bad.
Yeah, there's some amazing stats out there about him. And you know, then you throw in 20 years old, tested really well. I think his RAS score was 9.7, 9.8, something like that. It was really good, whatever it was. As far as I know, no off-field incidents. Like there's nothing except for the, you know, he's been dinged up a little bit. That's the only thing, and apparently they were okay with that. So, yeah, I mean, Peyton Turner.
They took Peyton Turner?
That's what I am reading.
Oh, man. Good pick.
It is. Yep, Peyton Turner. Damn, I was hoping he would slip to trade up from 59 ability or range tomorrow. Apparently not.
We were discussing him, and we were sitting here saying, why wouldn't he be a pick in the first round? And we've proven ourselves right.
There you go. There you go. I am seeing nothing about trying to move back into the first round, and I don't think it would cost so much. I just don't think it's realistic to expect.
You'd have to give up a 1 next year if you want to give up a 1 next year, and I'm not interested in doing that. I know that there are a lot of good players on the board right now, and everybody wants them because we're used to, we pick early and we can get some of these guys early the next day, but it's not how it goes, man. You got to trust your GM and your front office to be smart, be able to find the guys. Picks 59, 89, 91, you got to find them. So that's how it goes if you want to be good in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, he's reading the Saints selection. We already know what this is. Okay. I looking at day 2, Jake. Let's.
Yeah.
Who are some guys? I threw a few of my names out there. Who are some guys on your list? Hope list for tomorrow.
As it sits now and looking well down the road, we can't presume they're going to trade until they trade. Guys in that range that are of interest, if they're looking at edge, guys, Joseph Asai could be around down somewhere near that area. We've talked about Milton Williams could be a guy. Now, listen, there's more picks that could happen here. Like, if Elijah Moore is there, I think he goes for example, if Elijah Moore sneaks out of this first round, he's going to go with the first 2 or 3 picks. Like the Jags would be silly not to take him right away. So, I don't know what the Jags are doing. That ATM picks got me on tilt about those dudes. Thinking about other guys, edge prospect players, help me out. I guess I could pull up a list. Our
Joseph Asai.
We mentioned Asai.
In that range. Treon, still on the board. Owe, still on the board.
Yep. Toolsy
Ronnie Perkins, still on the board. I guess you can't really throw out Basham until they pass on him.
You're right.
He's well outside
Rousseau
is
still on the board.
Rousseau still on the board.
We talked about if it gets to pick 89 or 91, Deo Odiengbo from Vanderbilt, an Achilles tear, but a guy they could be patient with. Who else are we thinking?
Cam Sample,
Tulane
Patrick
kid.
Jones.
Yep. There's some interesting names still there. It's going to thin out. Ellerson Smith is another guy in day 3, among some others. Janarius Robinson's a day 3 interesting player.
Right. Victor Dimukeji.
Dimukeji's an interesting player.
Guy.
Let's talk about wide receivers in general.
Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall. You would definitely consider Diami Brown as a day 2 guy of interest.
Apparently they did a lot of work on Rondale Moore.
Moore will. Yep. Rondale Moore will be there.
There's been low-key connections to Nico Collins dating back a long ways. There's still a lot of guys.
All right. Let's see if we can pull up a list of these receivers.
For you linebacker fans out there, let me placate those folks.
Nick Bolton, the Missouri kid, is fun. Didn't test very well. Jabril Cox, a little older. Yeah, Pete Werner.
I like Cameron McGrone a little further down the board. He's got the ACL.
Safety is still jam-packed with a bunch of players. Merrick's still out there. The who I consider the best, Javon Holland, Hamson Asirladine, Andre Sisco, Jamar Johnson. There'll be a ton of safeties that will be around in that range. So you're just talking about positions you want to get guys. Wide receiver. We talked about edge. We could talk about interior D-line.
Alim McNeil,
who I consider just one of the more fun prospects in this whole thing. He will be there all the way down.
Nixon, Jay Tufele.
Christian Barmore hasn't been picked. So
gosh, I totally forgot about him. Yeah.
Marlon Tuipulotu.
Yeah.
Did I get that right? Nice, nailed it. Milton Williams, Jay Tufele, the USC kid. Milton Williams is who I took in the 32 user mock. Like if he's there at 59, more than happy with Milton Williams from Louisiana.
A little
Tech.
further down the board for the 89-91 range, Bobby Brown, the third out of Texas A&M. Guy Brown's fans should keep an eye on. He's as much as PFF did not like Najee Harris and he was lower than the public, it's the opposite on Bobby Brown. He's one of the guys that they're much higher on. And we know how much data this front office likes. So 89-91, even 110, assuming they keep them all. If they have not addressed interior defensive line by that point, Bobby Brown might be a guy to keep on. We didn't even mention Davion Nixon out there. This is falling well.
There's a ton. They can get a really good player there, and then they're going to, you got to be smart when you get to 89, 91, and then you get to 110, 132, and 69. You got to 169. You got to just find some guys you scouted well and you like. It's going to get really dicey the later you go because there's less data, and
Right.
His draft is interesting in that regard. So
I mean, looking at corners, we didn't even talk more. Look at the corners that are still on the board. You got both the Georgia guys and Stokes and Campbell. You got Kelvin Joseph, Asante Samuel Jr. is still there. Melifonwu, Molden, Adebo, Trill Williams is still there down the board. There's, man, and you know, all these guys we're talking about could well go before 59, you know, or especially before 89. But there are options. Again, like we said, leading up to 26, there are going to be options, and they're going to be good options.
Yep. Who are they taking here?
Well,
Did they
Eric
take
Stokes
more?
is gone. Take him that I just set off the board. The Packers just took him. So
The Packers hate Aaron Rodgers. They still have never taken a first-round wide receiver since he's been there. It's unfathomable. It's truly unfathomable.
That's going to be a fun storyline tomorrow during the day to kill time before the second round starts.
It is going to be the hot topic. Yeah, I mean, there's so many good players left. There's only 2 picks in this. I mean, the thing that pisses me off is the Bucks can get a really good player here too. I mean, like 32, they could get real fun, and they don't need any more offensive weapons, in my opinion. They might take Quinn Miners. I wouldn't be surprised if they took him, depending on how big they like. Because what they're doing is, what do we do to win a Super Bowl next year? What position do we need filled to win a Super Bowl next year? Because that's all they're worried about. They couldn't care less about 2-3 years, probably 3 years down the line. They don't care. They just want to win Super Bowls, which is, you know, what Cleveland's trying to do. And
they could bring in Ojulari in that sense, because you think the same thing we were talking about, putting him in the Browns pass rotation where he wouldn't have to take on a major role right away. You could say the exact same thing about the Bucks pass rush rotation for Ojulari.
Very much agree. So what do we think the Bills do? They were a big Etienne rumor spot. I mean, you know, Buffalo wants to keep adding. I forgot Baltimore has another pick. Golly. If Buffalo wants to keep adding wide receivers because the likes of Cole Beasley and all those, you know, could go, then it's like, you know, you could take Elijah Moore there. Andrew Berry on Greg Newsome is in front of your face right here. He fits our profile, the Cleveland Browns, great physical talent, one of the youngest guys in the draft class. This is all you need to know. Like, this is what he's telling you they look for. Great physical talent, this key piece right here. Steve and I have been doing this Steve way longer than me. I got in with him after the season. He was doing it during the season. The age guardrail is real. They want young first-round picks.
Yep.
One of the youngest guys in the draft. That's what they're talking about. It's a big quote right there. And he fits the tough, accountable mindset that they're looking for. So that's what you got. That's a big piece of information. So when you guys yell at us, we love you guys. But when you yell at us about age, you got to understand they're serious about it.
Well,
so
and
they might
stacking,
be later, but
yeah.
they might have been later, but they're not in the early picks that there are true investment picks. They're not going to use it on a guy older. They're just
the other thing that they do is they like to stack contracts. They look 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. Denzel's coming up on what we all assume is going to be a big extension. They're going to give him a bag of money. Now you're talking about Newsome 5 years from now, when he will be 25, and that's probably roughly the same time, maybe even a year or two after that Denzel's new deal is going to run out. So when Denzel nears 30 after this next big contract and potentially leaves for pastures elsewhere, that's the time when Greg Newsome, if he works out, will be getting the bag. So they stack contracts like that, and smart people like this, that's how they look at it. They think in chords.
All right, you ready for the quote of the night?
Okay.
Urban Meyer says he sees James Robinson, Carlos Hyde as the 1-2 punch, with Etienne being the third down back. We want to be top 8 in the league with James Robinson, Hyde, and Etienne, and we think we're there.
Okay. You know what? He's won more games as a coach than I have, so I can't really say anything. But man, okay.
Okay. I know. I mean, he knows more about football than we could ever forget. But I watched Carlos Hyde very closely while he was in Cleveland, and I did. What? Like what? Okay. Good luck, man. All right. This Buffalo pick is interesting because Buffalo's good, and if they want to keep extending wide receiver life for their quarterback, Elijah Moore makes a ton of sense for them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what they do. I've not seen the tipped picks as much lately.
Hello?
Oh, Fred's back. What's up, Fred?
Fred's back. Hey, Fred.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's just, I don't know. I don't either. If I'm being honest. Do you want to talk, or did you pop in here on
I've
accident?
muted myself.
No, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
You can't hear us, I bet. I'm bringing Jared in. Jared,
Let me
I
text
was a
him.
screenshot. I was sort of screenshot that moment right there. Is it kind of?
I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing either. I love it. Oh,
It's
so I-
getting late, guys.
yeah,
It's
it
getting
really
late.
is. And I was out in the rain and stuff. I think a really interesting quote is also you added that age to it is, Barry said that you don't typically see a player as young as Newsome with 3 years of high level play in a major conference. And so I'm really intrigued again, like 3 years in the Big Ten, like played against Justin Fields. He's annoying, like he's gritty, he's all of those kind of things. The comparison I saw, I think it was Jonah Tulls, compared him to Jair Alexander, which I know Steven and I love Jair coming out that year. He was our cornerback number 1, I believe, for both of us.
Yes.
And so I think that's a really interesting pick. And again, I think it's a really nice flow because you got Stokes coming off the boards pretty quickly after. The Browns get a cornerback. Defensive line is still available. Obviously, I don't like the Bateman pick to the Baltimore, but there's going to be defensive line people available where there's not going to be cornerbacks available. If I had to trade a first-round pick, by the way, next year, I'm okay with that more than you guys are. But that's just me. I'm selfish like that. I have a little fan left in me.
Looks like Gregory Rousseau will go to the Bills here.
Wow. If it works out,
fine.
that's a good pick for them.
It is.
He's a ton of projection, and his evals are all over the board. But if he works out, that's actually a really, really good pick for them.
And I think the thing is with the Bills is similar to the Browns now. How can you doubt Bean and McDermott, right? Like, I mean, they've made mistakes. They haven't done anything perfect, but they hit on Josh Allen. They figured out, Dayball as the offensive coordinator. They're a team where now you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. And Rousseau did have a really good year. Now, obviously, a lot of that was he didn't really produce the sacks, but he's a big, long player. If he's Jadeveon Clowney, just a big, long player that plays really well against the run and pressures the quarterback, well, that's still a really good player that the Bills can really use and can make things more difficult for. Jake has talked about this a lot. Length makes things hard for the zone running scheme, right? So really long players.
Right.
I remember, Jake, I listened to you. Really long players can make things difficult for the Browns running scheme. So I think that's something the Bills are focusing on, not just the Browns, but other teams. And I think it was interesting. Danny Cunningham, one of our friends, said he thinks this pick tells you that the Browns are looking at Patrick Mahomes, not Lamar Jackson, right? Like JOK would have been maybe a Lamar Jackson pick, that the Browns are looking bigger than just their division, and they're looking at how do they compete against Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, those kind of things. And that makes some logical sense for me.
And you got to cover Rashad Bateman too. So, there's a whole bag there. I'm with you. I love the idea of stopping Lamar, but I can't. And I'm just your talking point here, Jared, is like, I'm not going to worry about making a pick to stop Lamar Jackson. Like, just pick the players, just pick coverage guys. And, I'm not saying that's what you think, Jared. I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of sick of hearing people talk about that. If your whole draft scheme is we're looking at the board and being like, oh, there's how we stop Lamar. Like, you're probably not going to stop Lamar a ton. You're probably not. Like, find ways to outscore him and put guys on the field that can cover receivers. So
make your team better.
Yeah,
worry about your side of the ball, and that's what they did.
Andrew Gribble did note that this is the first Browns player selected in the 2000s. That was born in the 2000s. So
okay, well, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow at 7 a.m. and feel like I'm a million years old, more so now. But Steven, I think you're right at some point. But then you hear Urban Meyer talk about his 3 running backs. You hear him talking to Alex Smith. You hear him talking to Tim Tebow. Like, he does want to run things differently. So you obviously have to pay attention to what your opponents are doing. And I think the Browns are obviously doing that. But what is going to be interesting is, do they continue to value coverage even more than pass rush? I think that's something we're going to look at. Again, it's both. But as, year 3, year 4, year 5, really, again, trying to understand what Andrew Berry wants. We know he has that years guardrail or age guardrail. just love continuing to watch what he values. And by the way, that graphic is ridiculous.
That's fantastic.
like-
Seth does ridiculous.
I don't want.
Seth
I don't
ridiculous
want
work.
Baltimore. I really don't think they will, but I don't want Baltimore to take JOK here. I just don't. I don't like that outcome.
I think they're going to
But
take
here's the thing.
Ojulari.
I was going to say, I don't want them taking edge. Who do they have on the edge right now? They lost Judon. They lost Yannick Ngakoue. Years before they've lost other guys. Who do they have rushing the passer right
Yeah,
now?
if they don't take Ojulari, then there's something more there, Steve. There's something.
I think
to
so,
that
yeah.
injury buzz. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
It
haven't
just
seen
makes
it.
too much sense. It makes too much sense at this point. I mean, unless, maybe they have Osai rated higher or, another guy. I don't have the edge list in front of me right now, but maybe they have somebody ranked higher on their particular board for whatever reason. But yeah, edge. And at this point, Ojulari is generally viewed as the top remaining ranked guy on the board here at that position. It just makes way too much sense. Excuse me for them to do this. We figured an edge and a wide receiver in some order were going to be the two Baltimore pick.
What if they do the anti-Packers and add another receiver with more?
They could do that too.
I mean, that's if you're going to try to get Lamar Jackson to be unleashed and you're going to pay him a lot of money, get him some weapons, right? They always assume their defense they'll just find players, they'll make players. So, they don't have a need. They got J.K. Dobbins, their offensive line. Maybe they want to replace Orlando Brown, but I don't think there may not be a player here for that. Tevin Jenkins maybe is that player. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting pick.
Yeah, I'm with you. And if they do, if you're looking at, I'm not going to get into the whole debate about Lamar Jackson as a passer, but generally speaking, a lot of people say he's accurate but not pinpoint. And to fight that with your wide receiver core, Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, but you want guys with big, wide, catch radiuses, which to me would lead to Terrace Marshall possibly, or somebody else in that. You add Bateman and Terrace Marshall, boy, that's a lot of wingspan that can catch a lot of passes that are.
And then you have
accurate,
Andrews
but not
over the
pinpoint.
middle, right?
Exactly. So, but that being said, I still think it just makes way too much sense for them to go edge and take Ojulari here.
Yeah, the Ojulari thing makes a ton of sense. Sorry, I'm looking up some information on
You're good.
Rousseau.
I've heard a lot of that they liked Owe, which would be interesting. Obviously, he didn't produce, but he is an athlete, right?
Right.
Do they go with Creed Humphreys? Interior offensive line is another player I've heard linked to them for a little while now. So, yeah, it'll be. I mean, it's going to be really interesting. And then Tampa Bay is going to get a really good player. I don't think they're going to go with a linebacker after signing David to that 2-year deal and obviously drafting whichever Devin. Oh, they have Devin White. So I think it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. Wow.
What did they do? Who they take?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet, but it's.
He's still looking at the Greg Newsome graphic. That's amazing, as well as just the idea that they drafted a player that he really, really wanted.
There's that. I'm anxiously awaiting the next ice cream update. Is what I'm looking at.
Listen, Hayden and I
sounds
they went and got. There was only like French fries left, but there's going to be like popcorn, and I get like 3 or 4 meals tomorrow free. Oh, I have a luncheon at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame tomorrow, so I'll be covering that. It's about a half-hour thing. Then we have a groundbreaking at a school that I'll be going to. Then I'll be hanging out with some people at a place where there's beverages being served. And then I need to change clothes and come back here. And tomorrow I'm going to be in a bright red shirt with a tie and a black coat over top. Like I'm trying to pull off as much style as I can possibly do in this 40-plus-year-old body.
They're taking Owe.
Okay, that makes sense. Ojulari's still on the board, man.
Something's going on.
I mean, Ojulari, JOK. I mean, there are some, obviously we knew Terrence Marshall's injuries issues were going to probably drop him. Does Tampa? I don't even know what Tampa Bay does here, right? Like they have, it's got to be on defense.
Ojulari.
They could go Ojulari. Do they look for? Is Barmore their Ndamukong Suh replacement?
There's another
you know,
logical
after
pick for them, yeah.
next year, because you're thinking ahead a little bit. You can never have enough pass rush, but their offense is set. I mean, they can add obviously, but their offense is in really good shape. Listen, yes, I would trade. I don't know what it would take, but I would trade with Tampa Bay to get JOK. That's just me. But there are so many other players. So like trading up and giving up 2022 picks is just so difficult to do, given how many players are going to come out and what that draft class looks like, and just who's available still here.
Well, and also just the cost. To get from 59 up to 32, Jake said it earlier, and I'm with him. I think it's going to take your 1 next year. I don't think they're going to do it for a 2 next year or anything less than. I really don't think they would.
59. If you were in the 40s,
It's
you could
too
probably
far.
do it for a 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the early 40s is where we're thinking about a realistic trade-up spot tomorrow. So root for another board like we had today, guys. Root for all these people to fall.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are 10 players. If we just look at, you know, early 40s, there are at least 10 players right now. All 3 of us would be like, yeah, that'd be kind of nice to move up for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might give up that future second or the extra 3rd and 4th or whatever that ends up being the cost. I think all of us, there are probably 10 players that would be interested in, especially when you have players like Rousseau go off the board, 2 running backs, you know, the interior offensive linemen, Zayvon Collins, Jamin Davis. Like, there are a lot of players you could list as Browns fans are probably glad those guys are off the board. And somehow big old defensive linemen are not flying off the board.
Yeah, we are.
I'm tired of talking.
We're sitting pretty, man. We're sitting pretty. Again, you know, you hate to say it because we just had, you know, the board fall our way for 26 picks today. They could sit tight at 59 and have some really good options the way this is shaping up, and then, you know, then talk about maybe moving up from 89, 91 if you want to grab the last few top 70 guys or whatever it is, you know. But you know, if it, you know, let's say that Asante, let's just pick one. Doesn't matter who it is. There's a bunch of guys. Let's say JOK lasts to 41 somehow. Now you're talking, you know, or Asante Samuel or Elijah Moore or whoever your guy is, a specific guy. If your guy lasts to 41, 42, 43, especially I think 43, the 49ers still have 43, don't they? And they don't have a lot else left.
Yep.
So they might be in the market to grab some extra picks at 43 because they gave up a ton to go up and get Trey Lance. So I think at 43, you got a chance. That's where it starts to get, like we talked about today with 16 being where it starts to get realistic, whatever realistic is. I think 43 is where it starts to get realistic tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think that's where, you know, the idea of getting 2 of the guys that we would have been happy or okay with at 26 starts to, especially on the defense, right? So even, or is it Terrence Marshall, whatever. But I think if you get 2 guys on the defense, it's a ridiculous draft, and everything else is special teams, long term, whatever,
We're
right?
taking try on here, by the way.
Okay.
Okay,
Which again,
that
he
makes
was even
sense.
another guy that was on the board, you know. So someone said in the chat that he's a JPP replacement. Steven, you're a little too excited, brother.
No, that the screenshot that somebody put up and Jake just retweeted. You'll see it. Trust me. It's oh, it's getting late, guys. God bless you. I love that. That's great.
What time do we start tomorrow?
I think
We are at
same time,
7:30
right?
again, so the 7
Yeah.
o'clock will start and picks will be made, and then we'll trickle in and get going. We'll be
You
on
guys
for
in
as
the
long as we
comments.
can tolerate it.
Go follow. Go to Jake's feed or my feed. We both just retweeted a great screenshot. Whoever that was, thank you. That was hilarious.
That's just perfect timing. Oh, I love you guys so much.
This was
I think
fun, man.
I will tell you guys one of the things that I
consider
love.
myself a little bit more of an oatmeal cream pie kind of guy, but we'll deal with that later. It's the most backhanded kind of compliment ever, but whatever.
But I don't know if you guys have seen.
Round one's in the
we're
books,
done.
guys.
Yep. All right. Stay safe, boys and girls.
Yeah. Yes, this was fun. We lasted the entire 7:30 to 12. That's kind of mind-boggling. We were on that long. This was fun. We'll check in tomorrow. We need to rest up. If you have some questions, I'm sure we'll have some answers on the website in the morning through the early portions of the day with top available players and all of that fun stuff.
I got to go do a mock. So
yeah, I'm gonna make sure our guys are ready to log us off here. But yeah, thanks for joining us again. Make sure to check out the 50%. Check out that 50% deal. Take advantage of it. We appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. A lot of you hung out with us all night, which is crazy. We appreciate it. I don't know the numbers because I'm not doing those. We're doing it through a little different way to have some fun graphics up on the board for you guys. Either way, the fun night, fun time. Just expanding this live stream coverage stuff. We're getting better at it as we go. So again, thanks guys for hanging out with us and talking Browns for 5 hours now. We'll be back to talk more Browns tomorrow. Jared, Steve, thank you guys.
Thanks, Jake. As always, buddy. Good job leading us on our way.
All right, fellas. Good night.